Hello, folks. I did not expect that music to the countdown. I really didn't. I had no idea. But okay, I can work with that. Yes, welcome back to the coverage of this, uh, the murder of this poor child, Amari Hall, or Amari Hall, who lived at age 8. she her the constant abuse from her mother and her mother's partner caused her body to give up. It couldn't handle it anymore. Her entire life was about being abused. Fractures, poorly healed for fractures, and it is gruesome, this crime. It is absolutely gruesome. The trial itself is very, very clean. There's no need from the prosecution to embellish anything. They just present the evidence. Now, the defense, her, this trial is against the child's stepmom, so to speak, her mother's partner, and and the mother's partner is Celeste Owens. Hello, folks. Hello, folks. And they are trying the mother and mother's partner separately. Yesterday, we went through opening statements and then day 1 and parts of day 2. Today, we are going through day 2 and hopefully reach into day 3, which is today, so that we tomorrow get live. Because both the Mr. Jingles, because as both the prosecution and defense have stated, they believe closing arguments will be Friday afternoon or Monday morning. So this is a short trial. Hello, Erin. DK Bold is here as well. QB2K. Hello, Jamie. And I saw Love Nona Creations up there as well. And of course, I'm streaming from a new streaming platform. I'm streaming from EVMux. EVMUX. Because, well, StreamYard sucks donkey balls. It got 3 times the cost and it only got worse when they sold the company to, I don't know who, but whoever it was is just getting a money grab. And I'm out of StreamYard and I'm trying out EVMux. Okay, the trial. Hopefully tomorrow we will be caught up. Now, one thing that I don't agree with the prosecution on is the testimony from the other kids, the surviving kids, who also has been brutally abused their entire life. They are now safe. They are now safe and have been safe for a couple of years. And the reason I don't like the prosecution bringing them in to testify is it's re-traumatizing the kids. Their testimony could have been recorded in a setting. And I understand that the defense have a right to cross-examine. That could have been arranged as well. Or they could have had an expert witness testifying about these things. The kids did not need to be there. And I won't play that. I will not be a part of their re-traumatization. But when we get there, I will tell you in broad strokes what they were testifying about. All right, folks. And of course, sound is horrible on this one, but I have 2 boosters on. And so with that, we should get acceptable audio from the trial. I'm also going to play it in 1.25. All right, let's see here. Here is the banner going up. And just checking with everybody if audio is okay. I have some leeway with the booster. I'm currently at 5. One booster is at 25% and another booster is at 500%. If you need me to go all the way up to 600%, just say so in the chat. Okay. Let's continue with day 2 from yesterday and move along. And thank you for being here. Subtitles on. So we start with the cross-examination of this guy, I believe.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Just for clarification purposes, as you look through the exhibits, no tattoos on Ms. Owens' legs, correct?
Correct.
Tattoos on Ms. Hall's legs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, that was the entirety of that cross-examination.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
Before we go with the next witness, I'm going to take a 10-minute comfort break.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
which we will, of course, skip.
Be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Just to let you guys know, typically when a judge says a 10-minute break, that is just double it. We can't tell time. So, all right, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Detective Sorensen.
Detective Sorensen. Hey, look at that. You can take the stand as a cop without full tactical gear. How about that? Told you, this trial this is, by the way, in Georgia. This is in from a small county northeast of Atlanta, maybe an hour out. What's the name of it again? In Gwinnett County. Gwinnett County.
Good morning, sir. Is it detective or corporal?
Corporal's fine.
All right.
Works for me.
Corporal, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Thank you.
I have full booster on now. So,
Sir, could you go ahead and state your name for the court and spell it as well?
Officer Jonathan Sorensen, first name Jonathan. Sorensen is Sorensen.
Okay. And you indicated that you were a corporal, previously a detective.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so I'll go ahead and call you Corporal right now. Corporal Sorensen, tell us how you are employed right now.
Right now, I work for the Gwinnett County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Over 8 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, I do not.
Now, to become a member of the Gwinnett County Police Department, please help the jury understand the kinds of training and background that you've had to go through.
For
And of course, I will skip the CV because that is just unnecessary for this context.
It's probably demeanor was just kind of how we're just talking right now. Pretty calm and just sitting there, just talking. I think it wasn't until like 25 minutes in or so that I think Brittany then started to cry a little bit. But I know, like with Celeste again, it was just the demeanor was just how we're talking now. Pretty calm.
Were you able to determine what the relationship between Brittany Hall and Celeste Owens was?
Yeah, I was told they were like girlfriends, known each other for a long time, lived together for a while. So not officially married, but just been dating, girlfriends type deal.
And were you able to determine who the biological mother of the other two children in Amari was at that time?
Yeah, Brittany told me that they're her biological children.
Was Celeste related to the children in any way other than just being the girlfriend of Brittany?
No, there was no blood or marriage or family relation.
And when you got there, did you have a look around the room?
Yeah, with especially with just how we handle missing or runaway kids, we always check the house, apartment, or whatever, just to make sure, because there's been plenty of times that kids have been hiding under beds and stuff like that. So I'd walked around the hotel room, checked the bathroom, kitchen area, beds, under the beds, behind some. There was a lot of like just bags of clothes, suitcases of clothes and stuff checked around, but we didn't see Amari.
What about any sort of children's toys, children's paraphernalia, anything like that that you observed from your initial time there?
No, it was mainly just literally like a lot of clothes. I think there was like 10 bags and suitcases of just clothes and stuff. I wouldn't, having young children, we have toys everywhere. I didn't really see any toys or anything like that laying out.
Were you able to determine how long Brittany and Celeste had been living in that room?
Yeah, I'd asked about mainly just try to see where Amari might be familiar with areas. They said they had been living at the Hometown Suites since end of August, because they were previously at this Congress Inn, which was like 4 or 5 miles on the other side of the interstate of 85 off Jimmy Carter and Oak Brook. They had lived there previously for a couple years, so I think it was at that time like 3 or 4 months they were living at the Hometown Suites.
Did you determine if either one actually owned a vehicle?
No, I'd asked about vehicles. They both told me that they don't own any cars. Usually if they want to get around, usually it's like a Lyft or an Uber. They might walk to somewhere close by. I think Circle K was pretty close. And once or twice they'd walk to like the McDonald's that's nearby. But generally they would just get a Lyft or like an Uber taxi type deal to get around.
So these sort of initial information gathering conversations you're having, are you having them simultaneously with both Brittany Hall as well as the defendant?
Yeah, they were both, we're just both sitting inside the room, just inside the room. So they were both, they're both right there.
And what about work? Were you able to determine if either Brittany Hall or Celeste Owens worked outside of the home, the studio?
Yeah, we had asked about, what do they do for work. Brittany said that she works from home as a spiritual healer. And she also just homeschools the kids while they're all there. And then the defendant was
Spiritual healer. That's
And what about the
ironic.
children's father? Was anybody there present claiming to be the father of any of the children?
No, I don't think I ever even got any information about the child's father. It's just told that he or them are not in the picture.
Now, you spoke about the Congress Inn. You indicated that you were told that it was on Jimmy Carter and Oak Brook Parkway.
Yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of the hotels off Oak Brook Parkway, so I knew that the Congress Inn was right off Oak Brook Parkway, which is by Jimmy Carter. And I think, like I said, it's like 4 or 5 miles away.
All right, and being familiar with the area as a Gwinnett County Police Department officer for some time, is that location also in Gwinnett County, to your knowledge?
Yeah, they're both within Gwinnett County. They're in Norcross, but they're outside the city's jurisdiction, so we handle any and all calls at those locations.
Do you recall whether or not the Congress Inn was open and functioning back in November of 2021?
No, I'd found out even shortly. They had said that they had moved once it closed down, and then I just confirmed, I think it was later that day, that it had closed down back in August of 21.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about the information that you received when you got there to aid in your search for Amari. What identifying information or descriptive information was provided to you, and if you can recall by who?
Yeah, when I initially spoke, because prior to even getting on scene, when I was still at my part-time, they had contacted me, I think it was shortly after 10, just so I could make like a BOLO, be on the lookout for type bulletin to send to like surrounding agencies, precincts, stuff like that, with the picture. And so the officers had told me that she was 8 years old, had short black hair, she wore glasses, she was last seen wearing a Tweety bird style, like pajamas, like light blue with like the Tweety Bird cartoon character on it, with some light up pink shoes, and she was about 100 pounds and 4'7". And they sent me a picture of her. It was an older picture, but something just to put on the bolo. And then when I arrived on scene, I was actually speaking with Brittany. She confirmed that same like description.
Now, were you able to determine if she wore glasses, Amari?
Yeah, in the picture that was sent, she had glasses, and then they both stated that she does wear glasses, and she can't really see if she doesn't have her glasses, and her glasses were gone. So they had said that she took her glasses with her.
What about any kind of issues that she needed medication for?
Yeah, they noted that she does, because especially when we're handling runaway missing kids, we'll ask about mental capacity as well as like medications determining on the level of severity of them being missing. I was told that she does have autism, but she's a very high functioning autistic child, so if I were to have a conversation with her, I wouldn't know that she has autism. She speaks very well, but she does take these medications. I don't think I got the specific names, but she only takes it every 12 hours, usually at like 10 a.m. when she wakes up and 10 p.m. when she goes to bed. But the medication was gone. They said that Mari must have taken the meds with her because she's, in their words, very smart.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Amari was homeschooled. Did you notice any school books or any laptop computers or anything to help with homeschooling?
No, there wasn't any designated homeschool area or any kind of school books, pamphlets, backpacks, like nothing like that. Just, I know Brittany had said that she just homeschools the kids.
Now, tell us a little bit about what you were told, and by whom, what the circumstances of Amari going missing actually were.
So once I got on scene, the officers had told me just, hey, they got the call at 9:15, and the mother, Brittany, had told them that she last saw him when she went to bed, or when she got back home, went to bed at midnight, and then woke up about 5 minutes prior to Amari being gone. When I spoke to Brittany first, she said that she had Amari went to bed around 10 p.m. that Saturday night, the night prior. Brittany had went to the gas station, got a lift to the gas station, the BP gas station is nearby. After 11, but it was maybe 10, 15 minutes total she was gone. She got back at midnight, saw that Amari was asleep in the bed. She went to sleep, and then she woke up at around 9 a.m., 9:05 a.m. To Amari being gone. And then Brittany had even said that she had, before she went to bed, when she got home after midnight, that she had deadbolted a hotel door, and like that top latch that hotels have, she had locked that as well, but when she woke up, the door was cracked open. And she said it's because Amari's really smart, so she knew if she shut the door, it would wake him up. That's why Amari left it cracked. And then Celeste had told me that she had gotten home. She had left to her sister. She had called her sister and left to go to her sister's house that night, that Saturday night, around the time that Brittany had gotten back. And then Celeste had arrived home or arrived back at the apartment around 5 a.m. that Sunday morning, and said that she had kind of just pushed the door open because she didn't have a key card to the hotel room. But it was too dark, so she couldn't tell if Amari was asleep in the bed or not. She didn't really know. She just woke up to Brittany waking her up, saying that Amari was gone.
And did you find out if anyone had gone to actually look for her once they noticed that she had gone missing from the room?
Yeah, Brittany had told officers. She even told me again when I was speaking with them at the hotel that she, when she first woke up, again, 9 a.m., 9:05 a.m., and noticed that Amari was gone, she had gone out of the hotel room. She had checked like both floors, had checked out in the parking lot area, walked around the building for about 5 minutes, and then came back to the hotel room to call police because she couldn't find her.
Now, they're at the Hometown Suites. Is there any external surveillance video that's available?
Yeah, they have several exterior cameras and camera footage that officers and myself were able to review even that, I guess, afternoon.
Now, at some point, did you or other officers review surveillance video for an approximate time period prior to law enforcement being called to see if Brittany or Amari or anybody could be seen walking around the building?
Yeah, after I initially spoke with Brittany and Celeste and checked the hotel room, she actually went out and to the management office to actually review the footage. I think we started, just in case the time frame wasn't perfect, around, I told them started at 8 a.m. that morning on the 21st, up until the first officer arrived, and reviewing the multiple camera angles, because there's even one not directly above their door, but on that same level and same side of the building that actually goes all the way towards the back. Reviewing all those camera footage angles and stuff, I did not see Brittany walking around at all on any of the cameras.
Did you see anybody as far as Brittany, Celeste, or Amari walking around, or any of the children?
No, none of the children, Brittany nor Celeste, none of them were seen on any of the cameras walking around from 8 a.m. up until officers arrived.
Now, there, sort of speaking casually, were you able to get a fairly detailed and consistent outline or timeline from Celeste to be able to determine where Amari might be?
No, there was a couple statements that kept changing, either from when the initial officer spoke to him to even when I was speaking with him. And as either Brittany would say something, either Celeste would pipe up and change it, or if Celeste made a statement on her time frame or when she got home, then Brittany would change her statement of how their whole timelines and events occurred prior to police arrival.
Now, at some point, did you make a decision to take Celeste and Brittany back to headquarters to continue the conversation?
Yes, I think it was around 3 or 4 p.m. It was after a few hours that I was there, and over 6 or 7 hours of police being there, and Amari still being missing. I had asked both of them if they would come up to headquarters just so we can get like a very detailed timeline, order of events, mainly for that day, the previous day, over the weekend, just to make sure we're not missing anything that could probably help locate Amari, which they both agreed to come with. And I told them to bring the children as well, mainly just because they couldn't get any family members to come to the hotel, and I wasn't going to leave the 2 kids there. So we were able to they agreed, Celeste and Brittany, to come up with the children to our police headquarters for additional interviews.
All right. Now, the phones. I want to talk about the phones that were involved in this case. Did Brittany and Celeste both have their own personal cell phones?
Yes, they both had their own.
Do you recall if they were on their person?
Yeah, I think when I had asked them, because it was right when they had gotten the children ready, we got outside to the patrol car just because I couldn't drive them in my car. I told them, hey, just for like our policies, we don't have people hold on to their like cell phones or weapons or anything like that while we transport them. So they had both each handed me their own personal cell phone.
Okay.
And then I would bring it to our headquarters because I was following them up there.
Do you recall the colors of those phones or anything like that?
Yeah, looking back and reviewing it, it was, I believe that Celeste just had like a bluish kind of case on it, and I think Brittany's just had like a black case. But I think Celeste's phone was cracked, because I do remember making a statement to her about it being cracked, just so I wouldn't later be accused of breaking the phone, because I've had that happen before.
All right. And so you personally collected those phones, correct?
Correct, I held on to them.
All right. At some point later, you gave those phones for extraction purposes, is that right?
Yeah, later that night, another detective had gotten search warrants, and then I had provided the cell phones to our computer forensic lab so they could actually do the digital forensic examination and phone extraction that night.
And do you recall the name of the detective in the forensics lab who actually did the extraction?
Yeah, it was the detective Dorenzo, actually came out that night and stayed all night to do it.
Okay. Now, do you see Celeste Owens here in the courtroom today?
I do. She's right over there wearing the blue collared shirt to my right.
Thank you. Judge, if the court's record could reflect that the detective has identified the defendant in the courtroom.
It's so reflected.
Thank you. Now, when you got back to police headquarters, did Brittany and Celeste separate? Did you make them separate in some manner?
I'm sorry. Yes, I had, we have like 5 total interview rooms, so I put Celeste in interview room number 3 upstairs at our headquarters, and Brittany in interview number 1, and I just told them, the children, who finally ID'd them, Zaire and Jakari, they would be in our waiting room, because it has like kids' toys and a TV and stuff, but it's just right outside the room in case they needed to see them, talk to them, or anything.
So at that point, obviously, the children had been woken up and then taken to headquarters, is that right?
Yes, when we were back when I had asked them to come up to headquarters, I just told them that the kids have to come with us because I don't want to leave them there. So they woke them up, got them dressed, PJs, put on a couple blankets because it was the end of November, it's kind of cold. And we're just carrying them out from the apartment from the hotel room to the police cars. And I think it was Zaire that had rode with Celeste and Jakari had rode with Brittany, because they each agreed to take one kid up there riding in the police vehicle.
So you were able to determine the names of the children?
Yes, Brittany told me their first names, last names, birthdays.
And how old was Zaire?
Zaire, at the time, she was 6.
And what about Jakari?
Jakari, he was 5.
At the time?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you actually sit down and speak with the defendant, Celeste Owens?
Yes, at headquarters, correct, yes.
Was there another detective with you?
Yes, I had reached out to Detective Matthew Conway, who was also, still is working in the SVU unit at the time, to come assist with the interviews.
All right. And this is sort of normal protocol to have more than one individual in a room when you're speaking with someone else or interviewing someone else?
Yes, majority of the time, there's always at least two of us investigators or a supervisor or somebody in an interview room, just speaking with people.
Now, as far as speaking with the defendant, was this essentially a voluntary interview that you were conducting with her?
Yes, it was voluntary.
Did you threaten her in any manner to come speak with you?
No, no threats were made to anyone.
Did you promise her anything to come speak with you?
No, there was no promises made to anyone.
And did you deny her anything such as food or water or bathroom facilities to make her come speak with you in any way?
No, not at all.
And the video, the interview, was that audio or video recorded in any way?
Yes, in our interview rooms, they're audio and video recorded. They have 2 different camera angles as well, but they're both recorded, yes.
All right, now apparently we are going to watch some of the recording from the interview. I have not seen this yet. I'm going in raw, so to speak.
This is going to be a little loud, so I apologize.
Hey, it's Cassie. Welcome. Yeah, I recommended to Cass that.
All right, Detective Sorensen, I'm going to show you what has been marked as
I recommended it, Cassie, to go because I use audio boosters, so we at least can hear most of it.
was recorded, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and prior to coming here, did you have an opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
Now, the recordings have been memorialized on a disc and a flash drive as well. Did you at some point sign or initial either State Exhibit 26 or 26A indicating that that is in fact an accurate version of your recollection of the interview?
Yes, I initialed both of them.
Okay? And to your knowledge, any material changes or alterations of any kind as far as the substance of the interview is concerned?
And what, sorry?
Any material alterations or
Oh,
changes?
no, sorry, no.
That's all right, no problem. Judge, at this time, I would move to enter into evidence State's Exhibit number 26 for the record only in 26A as well.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
And Judge, I would ask permission to publish State's Exhibits 26A, which is a interview approximately an hour and change long of this defendant.
All right, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to be shown a video of a police interview of the defendant. As you view the video and hear the audio, you will hear the interviewing officers make certain statements to the defendant. I caution you that the declarations or statements of the officers are not evidence, and you should not consider such statements as evidence unless such statements are proven to you by other competent evidence. Finally, I had determined that a portion or portions of the video should not be played for you because it contains video that is not proper for your consideration. You should make no assumptions and draw no inferences either for or against the state or for or against the defendant regarding the removal of the video. You should not speculate as to the reason for the removal or the content of the removed video, and this removal should have no bearing on your deliberations. Does everyone understand?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I like this judge. Yesterday, during her jury instructions, it was so clear all the time. No fuss, no flowery language, no embellishing, just clear cut facts. Just as here, as she explains why some portions of the video is removed. And why? So first of all, I like the judge. Also, I like the prosecution here. Yes, you're hearing that from me, one of the most pro-defense streamers out there. But this is what happens when you have a good case with proper evidence, with good witnesses, with good experts. The trial is short, concise, and the evidence speaks for itself. The polar opposite of the YSL trial.
Any exception to the instructions?
Not from the state judge.
Mr. Greenwell?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
There we go.
o'clock. Yep. This is Detective Conway. He works with special victims as well. He works with me. Like have a second opinion, second questions. So he might know other questions to ask, stuff like that. Stuff I might miss.
So we're gonna start from the basic. We're gonna get a wide bit of information, but first I do want to start with last night. We're gonna go back a few nights, but first we're gonna start with last night, okay? So starting from say yesterday morning, I want you to run through your day all the way up until the police get there.
Run through my day from yesterday when I stayed back. Time running off a few hours sleep. Yesterday I got back because she wanted to go to the store. We never leave the kids alone. Because well, actually two of them's autistic, the little boy and Nicole is missing. And I came back around because sometimes I go help my sister out and also babysit her kids as well. She has a boy and a little girl trying to inject it. And then I'll come back and then I do my art because that's my business. I do art illustrations. And she does things with like spiritual guidance and readings and stuff like that. And that's when I came in. I didn't think to check like, oh, did anybody run away? That's not what comes to my mind coming in back that early. And
what time was that when you got back yesterday?
I was around, I want to say, because I came back before she went to the store. And when she came back, I left. And then I got back around, I want to say 4-ish goes to 5-ish, I'm not sure. I just came back.
You said you came back when? How long? So like yesterday, were you there in the morning? Like yesterday morning?
Yesterday morning, yes.
Okay, so when did you said you got back? When did you leave before you got back?
When I came, like at 4 or 5-ish in the morning.
Yeah, just start with not tonight, not today, but Saturday.
That was the time I left. Before those 2 times, I was with Brittany.
Okay.
Because I'm here. I'm her girlfriend.
Okay, so you were with Brittany all day Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
And I didn't think to look at, all 3 of them on the bed because Maury's more of a, when she sees you, she say, good morning or hey or something like that.
So when was the first time Saturday that you left?
The first time Saturday, I can't recall really the time.
Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
The first time I left, I went to the store. It was morning. Mm-hmm.
And then was that when you what happened after that?
After that,
yeah. So you go to the store, then what?
And then after that, and then I came back that night with Brittany. Went to the store that day, and then came back, and then left again, and then helped my sister out, and then came back that morning before she went.
Now, when you left again to help your sister out, what time was that?
Left again before. It was, I couldn't really even tell you.
Afterwards, before dinner, nighttime, day. I mean, the sun goes down at 5 o'clock.
Before that, it had to be nighttime. The daylight wasn't there.
So when you went to go help your sister, it was already nighttime.
Going on night.
Going on night. So after 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but not nighttime yet. Not pitch black.
Not pitch black.
Okay. And then when you get back?
That's Saturday morning. I mean, you talking about Friday?
No, we're still on Saturday.
Still on Saturday.
So we left.
So Saturday morning, I came back. Sorry.
Okay, so let's just, sorry, just breathe. Okay, so you hang out with Brittany all morning on Sunday. Mm-hmm. You go to the store, you come back, and then you leave again when it's kind of dark to go help your sister, and then you come back. When you get back.
Often. Sometimes I don't go up, sometimes I just.
Well, I'm not talking about sometimes, I'm talking about just yesterday.
Just Saturday.
Just yesterday.
Came back around, let me give you the specific time.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I want to say, because I came back, it was evening, it was dark, I want to say 2 o'clock, because I was in, they came back.
Like 2 a.m.?
Came back, yeah, 2
okay.
p.m.
2 p.m.?
Mm-hmm. Because Saturday, sorry.
Okay, so let's start over. We're getting all over the place here. Okay,
let's start with the day, then we'll lead up to
this is what I'd like to do, okay? We're going to start with Saturday. From the moment you woke up, I want to know everything you did, all the way until the moment you
Saturday, I woke up, I went to the store.
Okay, and what time was that?
Saturday, I woke up, went to the store, it had to be around 11. Couldn't be after 12 because I don't like shopping that early. Then I came back. Then I went to BP, walked, because I don't need to live there. I walked there and then came back. I don't recall the time on that. And then after that, it was that night, because I came back. And then I stayed, and then I left again, just to go quick to the store again, and for some cigs, and then I came back.
Which store?
BP. And then I came back.
For cigarettes?
Mm-hmm. And then I came back, and that's when Brittany was like, you can go. And that's when I came back in the room. Because I'm never on, very long. I'm always coming back. That's why I said, with the kids, she knows, way more than me, because I'm still trying to deal with the kids.
So let me make sure I got this right. You woke up, you went to the store, you said it was probably around 11 a.m., because you usually don't shop at noon or later. Mm-hmm. And then you came back, and then you left to go to BP, you walked there, and then you came back again. Do you remember around what time that was, your first BP visit?
My first, no, I can't really recall.
Daylight,
I'm just all over.
Is it, say, between 1 and 6?
Yeah, I would say between 1 and 6.
Between 1 and 6?
Still some daylight out?
Yeah.
Yeah, for clarification here, this is from an interview from when the child was only missing, according to the mother and the mother's partner. They hadn't found her yet, so no, there was no need to read her rights, because at this moment they are just gathering information to find the child. That is my interpretation, at least. Now, for later interviews, things might change.
Okay, and then you come back, and then you said you left again to go get cigarettes. Around what time do you think that was? Was it dark out, light out?
When I left again, it was still light out.
Still light out? And when you came back, was it light out?
Dark.
So you left to get cigarettes, it was light out, and you came back, it was dark.
Going on dark, yeah.
Okay.
And then that's when she wanted to go to the store and get some like snacks and stuff like ready for the next day for kids. And that's when I left again. And I came back.
And which store was that when you went to go get snacks?
I didn't go get snacks. Brittany went to go get snacks at the BP.
Okay, so you get back after the cigarettes, and then Brittany wants to go get snacks from the BP.
Mm-hmm.
So Brittany goes to the store while you're home?
Mm-hmm. The kids are not left home.
Okay, so Brittany wanted snacks, so then Brittany left.
Do you know what time she left?
It had to be, I want to say 10, around 10. It was dark.
Okay, and did she walk
Yes,
also?
Yes.
And
She walked to the BP?
I think she BP. She lifted to the BP.
She took a lift to the BP?
Lifted to the BP.
Okay.
Sometimes she don't tell me. Sometimes she just be like, "I'm back there, just stay here with them." So sometimes it depends on her mood. She
But
will
this
walk
time she
out.
told you, I took a lift?
She was like,
or-
"I'll be back." So I assume she took a lift because I don't like her walking that night.
Okay.
Okay, and then what time did she get back from BP for getting snacks?
I don't know.
If you had to
I know
guess.
it.
Was it a long time? Was it a
It
short
has to be 10
period?
minutes. Yeah.
So it was pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. Just never long. Like she went grocery shopping.
Okay, and then what after that?
And then that's when I walked in, and that's when I look both ways because it's early morning. I'm still.
No, you
tired.
said you walked in. So Brittany leaves to go get snacks. You said
I
you
thought it
were.
was on today.
No. We're still slowly doing bit by bit on yesterday.
Okay.
So Brittany goes to BP to get snacks,
Mhm.
and then she comes back and said it's been about 10 minutes. What happens right after that?
Right after that, Tim, I leave.
Okay, you leave. Where'd you go?
I went with my sister.
Okay.
Did y'all walk somewhere, ride somewhere?
Me and my sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go somewhere.
Where'd you guys ride to?
Back to my grandma's house, 1530 in Tucker.
You said it's in Tucker. What's the address?
1535 Idle Hour.
Is
Idle
that the one that's on your
IDLE?
ID?
Huh?
Is that
Yes,
the one that's on your
yes,
ID?
same.
No.
You said Idle
Idle
Hour?
Hour Drive.
And it says in Tucker. And your sister drove?
Her car, your car?
What type of car
I think
she
it was
drive?
her boyfriend's car. I really can't remember because I remember her telling me that her car was fixing, but her car she drives is a white Toyota.
What car did you guys ride in?
It was a black car, like a Nissan.
Black Nissan? Was it like a SUV, passion
No,
car?
it was like a public car.
Two-door, four-door?
Four-door.
It was black. Okay. Any kind of stickers or anything, anything custom about it you might remember?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think
So you and your sister go to grandma's house, and about what time do you think you left with your sister to go to grandma's house? You said
The time I left
Yeah.
was when, as soon as she got back, 10 or
so. That'd probably be
So she
between 10 or 11 p.m.
Yeah.
About how long do you think you were at grandma's house for?
When I left, I came back at I would say 4 hours because then I came back before 5. It was like early when the sun wasn't hardly even up, but it was daylight.
Before 5 p.m.
And that's when I noticed when I just walked up to the door, I said, that's kind of strange. And then that's when I came in. I kicked off my shoes. I laid in the bed and I closed the door.
Okay.
And then
So
that's when she gets up and always uses the restroom and then look at them.
so when you got back from grandma's house, you said that was 5 p.m.
No, 8 a.m.
5 a.m.
4 to 5 a.m.
But the sun was coming
It was like daylight trying to come on.
Yes.
Okay.
It wasn't
That's why I was a
pitch
little bit confused because you said it was dark when you left.
No, it wasn't
Okay.
pitch black.
So you get back and your sister drops you off, and that's between 4 and 5 in the morning. And you said you go in, and how'd you get into the room? Do you have like a key card you use? Do you knock? How do
I
you get in?
normally knock, but see, this time when I went like this. But sometimes with that door, you have to push. It sometimes with the door, not all the time. So I noticed before I went to knock on my first one, it kind of went in. So that's when I laid on the bed and I was like, they didn't close it all the way. And I was a bit tired, so I don't know if I put the latch on or off, but it really don't matter because Maurice almost my height, and she could easily push that in and do it.
Did
Okay.
you shut the door?
I shut the
Did you
door.
lock it?
I shut the door. It don't matter if you locked it.
Why
You
not be
still-
deadbolted and on?
Even if you
Just like a habit.
Yeah, even if you deadbolted, you can still get in the door.
Now
Even
did-
if somebody would have deadbolted and I still use my hotel key, it would still unlocked it.
Now, did you
So the
notice?
deadbolt is like the lock goes this way just to lock the room door. Then there's a latch, but it's a cheap. You seen it? It's like a cheap metal latch.
Okay.
I did not latch it back.
Did not watch it.
I did
Okay.
not watch it.
Now, when you get back around 4 or 5, did you notice that the kids were in their bed? Or?
I didn't even, well, it's like, I didn't think to notice that she would go. So I'm assuming,
you didn't really
when I didn't
notice?
really look, because
Okay.
my corner, I went straight to my corner, was on the right side. As soon as you open the door, my.
So you just wanted to go to bed. You weren't
I just
really
wanted
like
to go.
checking to
Mhm.
see if they were there or not. You just assumed they were.
Yeah,
And was
just
Brittany
assumed.
was home when you did that? When you got in?
Mhm.
Okay. And where was Brittany? Was she in bed or somewhere
She was
else?
in bed, she was
in
on.
bed. Okay. And that's around 4 or 5. And then what happens after that?
That's when I was asleep, and
Okay.
that's when Brittany woke me up and said, "Babe, you know, we gotta find it. We gotta." And I'm like, "What happened? What's going on?" And this was, I think, more than a week. And then that's when she went outside and started looking.
Okay. And what time was that when she woke you up?
Right before she called 911. She woke me up as soon as she was dialing 911. She woke me up. Because I think she was on the phone outside looking at the same time, and she woke me up.
And you said she went outside looking for her.
Mhm.
Did she like just go out the door? Did she go walk around the
Yes.
outside the building
Yes.
looking for her and be like checking the parking lot and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you go out and look with her or no?
No, I didn't go out and look with her. Because by that time she said the police was coming to the door. I don't know his name, but he was the first one that showed up. So by the time she was walking around, because I can't leave him by myself, because one, he's autistic. So she went first, and then that's when she was like, when she came back through the door, I was like, good, I was going to put on my shoes and come out. But she was like, the police coming in now, because I guess she said the lady told her to go back inside, the police is coming in. And then, yeah.
And you said your sister's car possibly like a Nissan?
Mhm.
Now, you sure it's a Nissan or you just think it's a Nissan?
I just think it's a Nissan. I'm not
Your
sure.
sister's car? or
I'm
the
not my
boyfriend's
sister's
car?
sister's boyfriend's car.
Her
Yeah.
car is a white Toyota.
But she wasn't driving that yesterday?
No.
No, okay. And then, so let me make sure we got all this right, just because I know it's a lot of information we're taking in here.
Yeah.
Saturday, you wake up, you go to the store around 11ish. You come back, then you go back to the store between 1 and 6, because it was still daylight out, but when you come back, it's getting kind of dark.
Yeah. Like we're always going back.
I'm sorry, you come back.
BP.
Then you go back to the BP to get cigarettes. It's still light out. When you come back, it's getting dark. And then Brittany says she wants snacks in the store, so she leaves. You assume she got into a lift, but not entirely 100% sure. And then it takes maybe about 10 minutes. Brittany comes back. That's around 10 p.m. And then when Brittany gets back, that's when you leave with your sister, go to grandma's house, which is in Tucker, and you stay there for probably about 4 hours-ish. And she drives a black four-door car, I believe it's a Nissan. And then you get back from grandma's house around 4 or 5 in the morning. It's starting to get lighter outside. But you notice the doors
No, I
wasn't
didn't
shut
go
all the
back
way.
to grandma's house at 4 or 5 in the morning.
No, you got back to the
Yeah.
hotel from
Mhm.
grandma's house. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And when you get back, you notice the door's not shut all the way. You shut the door, go to sleep, and then you wake up to Brittany saying, "Hey, Nicole's missing." She's calling 911, and then she goes outside and actually walks around the
Literally
building and
walks
checks
out.
the parking lot and all that. Okay. And then the police show up.
That's when she showed up because I was going to go right behind her and just look.
Okay.
Because I didn't think she would go for.
Okay.
And how long have you known Brittany?
I've known Brittany for going on 2 years.
2? Have you
I've
only,
been with her. I've been knowing her for a long time, since we were 17.
how long have you lived with her?
Lived with her, I'll say, since, I want to say a year and a half, going on 2, because we had just got back together in 2018.
Now, what's grandma's information?
I'm not sure.
You don't know your grandma's
Why would she
name?
need? why
Just
would
so we
she need
can
grandma?
check on
She
some
don't know.
stuff.
She's not with my lifestyle. Period. She don't even ask questions or nothing. But I don't even communicate with my grandmother.
Yeah. But she lives at this 1535 Isle Drive.
My grandmother is
Okay. What about your sister? What's your sister's information?
Diamond Owens. I don't know her. I don't know about her, but her name is Diamond Alexis Owens, and she's 28 years old.
Does she live with your grandma or?
No, that's just where
Her own spot?
she living with her for right now. She used to have her own spot, but she living with her for right now.
Oh.
And you said you don't have Diamond's number?
I don't know. No, I don't know about her.
Okay. Would it be in your phone? No.
I
How do you
hit my
communicate
sister
with
on
her?
Instagram.
Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's how you got her to come pick you up?
My sister. Or when she calls, because she's always changing her number, so I don't save it.
I got you.
Or if it is saved, it's probably not the accurate one. Just like my older sister.
She goes with all numbers.
Mhm.
Where'd y'all live at before this hotel?
Congress Hotel on Open Parkway.
Oh, Oakbrook, just a few miles down the road, the other side of the interstate.
Still in Oakbrook.
You said Idle? IDLE?
Idle Hour Drive. But she knows a little about the kids anyway. To her knowledge, she thinks Brittany has one. But she don't really ask much about kids.
Grandma, sister?
None of my family. I'm like
really?
the black sheep of the family.
Oh, okay.
Because of my lifestyle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Lesbian to be exact.
Okay.
What were you doing at your grandma's house?
What I'm doing at my grandparents' house?
Yeah, for like 4 or 5 hours at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, to my knowledge, she didn't even want to. I guess she wanted to go out I didn't care. She was just like, I need you for a few hours. And then those 2 hours turned to 3 hours, and then I was just mainly waiting on her. So I think she went out and partied. I'm not sure. Sometimes she has on her work clothes, and she'll change it and go party.
Well, you said
so
you went with her to
she'll
grandma's
tell me
house.
one thing. Yeah, I went with her to my grandma's house.
So did
but
you
she
just
wanted
hang
me.
out with grandma, or how'd that
No,
work? Like,
it's
what'd
my
you do?
grandma, my aunt, my niece, my nephew, then my cousin that all stays in the house. So it's like 6 people: dad, aunt, niece.
So what did you do while you were there?
I was there,
Yeah.
just communicate with my niece and nephews.
So you just hung out with your nephews all night?
I was downstairs because it's a 3-level house.
Did your sister just drop you off
Mhm.
and then leave?
Mhm.
And then just came back when she
When
was
she
done
felt like it.
doing whatever she was doing and brought you back?
Because normally when I
So
watch,
y'all didn't even hang out?
me and my sister, we have a love-hate relationship, but that's my road. I mainly just do it for my niece and nephews. So if I haven't seen them for a long time, I don't mind. And sometimes she pays me, and sometimes she, I don't mind. But we really hang out. But communicating with my grandmother, it's not really like that. It's more like, hey, how you been? And that's really it. But she don't mind me like coming there.
Did she tell you, hey, I'm gonna drop you off at grandma's?
Look, so here's the deal. Look, we just want to find a kid. All right, we don't care whatever your lifestyle is. We don't judge. We don't care. Okay, like you could tell me that you're a drug lord for some Colombian cartel. I don't care. I want to find the 8-year-old kid. That's it. So the reason we're asking you all these questions and we're trying to get specific every detail, it's not because we're like, ooh, what's Celeste doing?
And that's
No,
what I feel
it's,
like.
it's because we're trying to figure out at some point this child has gone missing,
Right.
and the best way for us to figure that out, even if it seems doesn't make sense. Like, why are they asking this? What's this have to do with that? Even if it seems crazy,
I don't have
we gotta
anything
get.
on my record.
And I understand, but we don't care about any of that. We want to know every specific detail for every moment
Right.
that you went through in the last like 72 hours.
Yeah.
And we want to know the same thing about your girlfriend, and we want to know so that way we can put everything together and be like, well, okay, well, Celeste was here, 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 and here, and here. That's what she was doing. So we know that she's not involved in this or whatever, and we know that this and that's going on. And then we can figure out what your girlfriend's doing from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever.
Right.
And then we can put everything together and we can figure out, okay, so where's the 8-year-old? What's going on? But in order for us to build this crazy picture, to be able to try to figure that out, we got to know everything. So,
Right.
I mean, if God knows whatever you want to do, if you want to go meet up with another girlfriend or you went over to this house to go buy a pony, I don't care. We want to know where you went and why you went there. That way we can kind of understand what everybody's doing during these crucial hours where this child's gone missing,
Right.
just so that if we come back later and something crazy happens or whatever, we can say, okay, well, this makes sense because she was over here and this is what's going on. We just want to piece all that together.
Right.
So I get grandma might have problems with your lifestyle. We don't have any problems with your lifestyle. We don't care. Okay, that's you. You do you.
Well, not
Okay.
get involved because you have her address.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
We just right
And that's
now
fine, too.
we're just trying to figure out where everybody was. Okay,
Right.
that's it. All right. We don't care what you're involved in, what you're not involved in. We don't care about your lifestyle. Okay, you do you. Okay, but we do need for these few hours to know exactly what happened, who you hung out with, where you were. That way we can verify all that information. We can put the puzzle pieces together, and we can try to figure out where this kid is gone.
Right.
Okay,
Most
it seems crazy, but that's just how we put things together. Okay, because you saying you left with your sister, we can try to check on stuff like that to make sure stuff makes sense. And God knows, say you're leaving with your sister, and the 8-year-old walks out and says, "Oh, there's the car," and she starts following
Following the
your
car,
car, and then
right.
she gets confused and she starts following the wrong car, and then some dude picks her up in a car that looks like your car. See, if we didn't know you got to a black Nissan, and then say it's a black Nissan that picks up a kid, we'd like to figure this stuff out, because God knows what happened, but we got to figure out what happened. Okay, so that's why we ask all these questions. We're not trying to be dicks. We're not trying to get into your life like crazy. We're just trying to figure this all out. And with all that saying, what do you think happened with Nicole?
I'm gonna tell you from my personal experience. So when I first came around board, which was 2 years ago, when I got back with Brittany, because we were together before she had kids, and then we separated, and then we came back together. My one-on-one relationship with her was, she was a sweet child, but the only thing was her behavioral problems. Like when she didn't get her way, she would literally like punch herself. And it's like, more, why are you doing it? Because I first noticed it when Brittany had left and went to go grocery shopping. We were staying in Robin Landing in Decatur a long time ago, and that's when I was like, I came to a person, I said, Brittany, when I told her no for something, she hit herself in the face, and she was like, just bear with me, I'm getting her help, because she was going through speech therapy. She did have 2 therapists for her speech and to help, with her. And that's from the first time I seen Maury. And then that's when I noticed, every time Brittany went to her, go wash the dishes or go take a bath, she'll stomp or she'll scream to the top of her lungs or she'll kick because it's something she don't want to do at the moment. So it's like my main relationship was with her was like, hey Maury, how you doing? Typically with a child, are you okay today? And then sometimes she don't respond to me, and sometimes she don't, but she really don't respond to strangers. And before that incident happened, all I know was Brittany told me that Maury had an attitude, and I said, why she got an attitude? And she was like, I don't want to talk about it. She always have attitude. And then that's when I left it alone. I was like, okay, when Maury's mad, she don't like to be talked to, so I don't talk to her when she's mad. I try to calm her down and try to buy her things that she likes, but sometimes there's no.
So what do you think happened last night?
What I think? I think Maury probably got super mad. Like it could be 1,000 reasons. I really don't know what goes through. I'm not the mother.
Okay.
So I really don't know what goes through this girl's mind. I'm still learning her. So it's like, I mean, it's just been 2 years. So I'm still learning her. And still getting her to accept, me, because she does realize it was just her and her mom. Now I came into the picture. So I don't know if it's probably was different for her. Like, who is this person? And trying to understand
Does
who I
she try
was.
to get into it with you when she gets upset?
No, she just tells me leave me alone.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'll leave you alone. And then when she's done, probably an hour later, she'll probably come back and be like, I apologize. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And then she'll go walk off, and then it'll be something else that she's mad about. But over these 2 years, it just slowly progressed. So I would say, like, this week was, like, totally different with me and Maury, because she, 2 weeks ago, started her cycle. So I don't know if that's a part of it, considering the fact that she's autism and female has to have a cycle. So I'm
So
not
she's
sure.
been
But I know
a little
this
more
week she
upset
was
this week?
more minimal speaking.
Oh, okay.
Normally she'll ask
Less
how you
talking.
doing. Yeah, normally she'll ask how you doing, or hey dad, or lately
So
she
what
just
do you-
wake up, go to the restroom, lay down, and don't want to be bothered by her sister, about nobody.
So what do you think happened with her?
I
last
literally
night?
think she just, God forbid, but I really think that she just, of course, ran away. But I literally think that, God forbid, somebody snatched her up.
Now, had she ever run away before?
Never.
Ever had any
Ever.
type of
That I knew
thing
of
that where you
since I
think
knew
she
her.
wanted to run away, or?
Well, the one time she was in school, and then Brittany had to go up there because the teacher said that she had, she said the teacher had told her she couldn't do something. And like I said, when you tell her no, she really doesn't like it. She's not your typical, when you tell a child no,
So what she
they get
do in
over
the
it.
school?
In school, she literally stood there and pissed on herself.
But she didn't try to like leave the school or anything. She just got.
She walked out of class and just went, but was still in the school, but was like down the hall.
down the hall.
But she walked out of class.
Does she have any other family? Like, is there a father figure in the picture that
No.
might have picked her up?
She
or
was
something like that?
artificially inseminated.
Okay, so none of that at all. Any other family members that might want custody or something like that? Any issues going on?
Not that I know of.
No.
No.
Okay.
Like, I'm literally just still learning the kids.
And just to make sure, so this is, you haven't left anything out in what we went through in the day-to-day, starting from the moment you woke up Saturday all the way up until you got woke up by Brittany.
Nothing really out.
Nothing really out, or nothing out at all?
Nothing at all. That my mind don't know, because I'm running through it as we're talking.
Okay.
But I do know I was in a black Nissan, which I assumed that was my girlfriend, my sister's boyfriend's car. I assumed that was his car because they was together. But her car is a white Toyota, and she came there before in her car.
Was that during that date?
No.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
I never heard more. It was one time I did, but I never mentioned it to Brittany. I have to say it was a month ago. I stepped outside, like I never leave the front door, so I step outside to smoke a cigarette, and I leave it cracked. And I did overhear Maury say, as she was saying, I'm gonna, like, whispering, like, little words, like, talking to herself. So I opened the door, and I said, Maury, what are you saying? And she was like, nothing, I'm talking to myself, figuring something out. And I said, what you figuring out? You wanna talk to me about it? She was like, no. And then just walked off and just rolled out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you an opportunity to stand up and stretch.
Yeah. This is a good interrogation interview. He's just letting her talk. Just simple questions and letting her talk.
Yes, of course.
When was that?
This was a week ago.
A week ago? Okay. What about, say, Friday? Where were you on Friday?
Friday. Where was I on Friday? Yeah, I was there all day.
You there all day?
Did we go anywhere, walk anywhere, get any rides? What was everybody?
Not alcohol, yeah, all day.
So stayed in the
We barely
hotel?
go, because
whole time?
we're not vaccinated. So we're sensing make to go out constantly.
Just real quick too, I know you said when you got back around 4 or 5 in the morning, you didn't really check to see if she was there. When was the last time you actually saw Nicole Saturday?
The last time I saw her was when, before I left, before Brittany came back, and before I left, that was the last time I
So
visited.
Brittany gets back from BP,
Mhm.
as you're leaving with your sister, you do see Nicole, you see her there, you know she's there.
When I got back from the store, I didn't know for sure. But before she left to the store, she was there. But when I got back early that morning, I didn't look to see
No,
her.
okay, so before
Yeah,
you
but she
before
was
you left
there.
with your sister,
That was the last time I saw her.
so
She was-
when you were leaving to go with your sister to grandma's house, that's when you saw her there.
Mm,
And so that
She
would be
never-
around,
no.
what was that, like around 11 p.m.?
10
10 or 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maury never, she never, and then even if she wants to go outside, she'll always ask both of us. She don't just ask one parent, she'll ask both of us.
Okay.
So that's why it seems odd that she would really leave the door cracked enough to,
Okay. So Friday, back to Friday. You said you were at the hotel all day Friday,
Mhm.
never left to go walk into the BP or anything like that?
no, I don't recall, no.
And was Nicole there with you?
Mhm.
What about Brittany?
Brittany was there as well. We both were there.
So
If
nobody,
we go somewhere,
nobody
it's either
left
the
anywhere.
BP or back.
So nobody left anywhere on Friday.
That I recall.
No cars, no lifts, no grocery runs.
That I can think far as back as I'm trying to. I'm literally running all 3 hours to sleep.
What about Thursday?
Good luck on that. I really can't recall. But most of the time, I'm a homebody. I really don't go much. All my art is done in the hotel, sell through there, and our work is there also. If you guys look on the camera, you would have seen we're homebodies.
So if you can't remember Thursday, you really can't remember Wednesday, right?
I really can't think back that far. If I can, if it comes to me, like while we're talking,
Just
I have
let us
no problem telling.
Okay. Now, you said, okay, so you said that you get woken up around 4 or 5 in the morning. No, you get back at 4 or 5 in the morning. Then you get woken up by Brittany, who says that Nicole's missing. What time did Brittany wake you up?
It had to be before you guys, so I want to say around 9 and 10. I want to say so.
9 or 10 a.m.?
Because she normally wakes up and paces the room before 11.
Okay. Now, so she wakes you up, she calls 911 as she's waking you up, you said. And then she goes outside and she went and checked the whole parking lot.
Check the camera, I guarantee.
Okay,
Check the
so
whole
that was one thing I wanted to touch on too. So
Yes.
we've checked several cameras. There's a camera for the hotel, there's the car wash across the street, there's Hibachi, there's another camera. We've checked all those cameras. We have people checking those cameras right now. They never saw her walking around that hotel.
Really, this morning?
So is there any reason why that's not adding up?
I don't know. I honestly don't think.
Is there anything that happened? I mean,
Because
if
the
an accident
neighbor could tell
happened
her
or
she
something?
went out. She went out looking around and she came back. Because when she went out, she told me she walked around. She's like, yeah, man, I'm looking around.
Did you see her go walking around?
I only saw her go down the steps and go down the side. And by that time, she's already on the phone with 911.
Okay.
And then she said a cop was coming. So even if she wanted to double the hotel twice, she couldn't. And I remember her saying she went to the back and there was some hole back there. I don't know what hole in the back of the hotel. And she said she was looking. And then we standing outside, a neighbor, I'm assuming she was a neighbor, came up to Brittany and me, and then she said it was some guy in a black vehicle with a box, and it was 10 or 12 kids playing behind there, and he was trying to tell them to come, I guess, towards the block. I don't know.
So
I don't know if that's
the neighbor
that's what
mentioned
she-
there
yes.
was a guy.
In a black car in the back. They had a brown box in the passenger seat
You remember
and was trying to lure kids in.
which neighbor?
Honestly, she looks like a crackhead. Honestly.
And they said the brown box was in
But
the
I was
passenger
assuming
seat.
she was living there because she came on that level. Or she was just trying to be nosy because it was police everywhere.
He was trying to lure kids.
Yeah, he was trying to, she said, lure them in.
What did this lady look like?
She was a white female, and she had, I want to say, pink nails and pink toes with a gray hoodie and blonde hair coming in front with like red pimples on the sides of her face.
Okay, so pink nails, pink toes. You said gray hoodie? Red hoodie?
Gray hoodie.
Gray hoodie.
Blonde.
Blonde hair, and then you said red pimples?
On the side of her face.
But you just saw her coming down on the bottom level.
I didn't even see her come out. She was talking to Brittany at first,
Yeah.
and then that's when Brittany came in because she was on the phone, and that's when I stepped out there, and then that's when she was telling me about her autistic boy that went missing.
Now, have
and then
you,
she started telling me.
this blonde lady, have you ever seen her before?
I've never seen her before.
So that's the first time you ever
That's
seen
my
that
first
lady?
time.
Okay. Did you see where she went off to after she talked to you?
No.
No?
I did not. Because
And
she
she
got
said-
a phone call again, and I stepped in because I was like, this lady's crazy.
Now, did she
Just for clarification, Amari Hall, her full name is Nicole Amari Hall. Just for clarification here.
describe the guy that was in the car? If you
She said he was a black man with a beard. And that's the most I got from him. And I said, what happened? Like, did somebody alert or something like that? She said somebody screamed out, and by that time he pulled off.
Did you remember around what time that was?
No, I didn't.
She
I
didn't
didn't
tell
answer
you?
that. Mm-mm.
She didn't say that last night, this
Like, she
morning,
probably told
yesterday, last
Brittany
week.
more than I did.
She probably, okay.
Yeah.
But she was talking, she did talk to
She
Brittany.
was talking to Brittany.
Okay. Now, you said, so you said during the day kept going back and forth to BP, and Brittany went to get snacks. Do you remember what type of snacks she got?
What kind of stuff you got? Dill pickle chips. And what else she get? I think she got me and her beer. Well, her little Mama Maria thing, whatever. And I don't remember else. I just know she whipped out a bag of chips and the rest was in a different bag.
Okay. And then when you said you went to the BP to get cigarettes, what type of cigarettes did you get?
I did Newports.
How did you buy your stuff?
Card.
On card, debit, credit?
Credit card. Well, Vero. Vero credit card.
What about Brittany?
I'm not sure.
You ever see her with cash?
Not really. It's always Mimosa card because she feared carrying cash.
Okay. Now, has anything ever happened? Like, was there any type of accident or anything that happened
Well,
with Nicole? Like that? Like, did something happen? Was there an accident? Is that
Like, you mean her whole life?
like last night?
Like last night. Literally, like, all I know was Moore was mad. And when you're trying to calm it down, it don't work. You have to let it.
Has it ever gotten physical between Moore and you, or Moore and Mom?
Never got physical.
No?
Never got physical. Well, Moore, she will get physical to herself.
To herself, okay. Now, another thing I do have to ask is...
Yeah, and that, what she says there, that the child was physical against herself, now we know that's a lie. Why? Because they recorded some of the abuse. Let's see here. Cassandra says something. The defense claimed they didn't do it. Oh no. Oh no. No. During opening statement, the defense attorney said that the state can't prove that Celeste, who is on trial here, delivered the final blows. That's the defense here. That there are no direct evidence for Celeste delivering the final blows on the child. So, trying to blame it on the mother. But in this case, when two people are colluding together, abusing the child together for years, this child had new injuries on top of old injuries. Fractured ribs that healed wrong. Yesterday I showed, say that this is a rib with a curvature. Some of the ribs were broken inwards and healed that way. That child was probably in constant pain for most of her life by the abuse of her mother and her mother's partner. But the defense here is this Celeste here didn't deliver the final killing blows. But the prosecution's case says this is a case of battered child syndrome. The child was so injured over and over again that her body finally just gave up after years of abuse. For you who just joined, who didn't know this, I'm sorry. This case tries me to the core of my innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. This really tries me. That belief I have, the core of why I do the work I do in labor law. This case tries us all. And that is why it's important for me to cover it. Yes, I will navigate. This case will not bring me the numbers I usually have. And I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. This is both for me and for you. Brooklyn says they never went to a doctor. Apparently not. Apparently not. What I know about this case is that once the medical examiner starts testifying, it's going to be bad, folks. It's going to be bad.
Is on the side that is something else might have happened. Is there any reason something else might happen? Like maybe Moore got hurt and there's an accident and we're just afraid to talk about it, something like that.
Yeah, sometimes she is like that. You'll ask her what's wrong.
But I mean, I'm talking like last night. Did something happen to her to where she got hurt real bad, and we're coming up with this story to try to get away from that because we're worried that like if the police find out, they're gonna think something else happened and we're gonna get in trouble, like something like that. Because if an accident happened, say like she fell, she got upset, she hurt herself or something. Maybe she fell down the stairs. Maybe she back talked to you or back talked to mom or something and it got physical. Something happened where she got hurt real bad, and we're just trying to be like, well, we don't know what to do, so we're gonna say she ran away because we don't want to get in trouble. If something like that happened, we would want to know about that because if it was an accident, it was an accident.
Sure.
Okay, did something like that happen?
No. But I will call the only major argument that I ever witnessed between those two, Brittany and Nicole, the only major one was when she peed on herself and shit on herself on purpose. Because I guess she wanted a different attention. I really don't know. I'm still figuring out more in my. No.
Was that at school?
Now,
Was that the one at
No,
school?
that was like recently
Mhm.
here at the hotel.
Okay.
Cause
do
like
you
when I
think
go-
something could have happened to her and mom might have tried to cover it up because she might be scared or something?
Well, I do remember the first time, from what I know, I do remember from the first time when I met Maureen and stuff like that, she had said that somebody was touching her. And Brittany took that very seriously.
No, but what I'm getting at is like, do you think there's a possibility that
That
while
she
you
could
were
get so
gone, that
angry.
something could have happened to more that hurt her or
While I was
worse
gone?
while you were gone, and
I
then
was
Brittany
super-
is trying to cover it up because she's worried about she might get in trouble from something that
And
happened.
Brittany would fight for her kids.
So she
That's
would
why I
never
did for her
hurt
kids.
more or anything
No,
like that.
never. More
And
so
then
her
if something were to
prosecution.
happen to her, like say she fell down the stairs or something, and she realized that she was not okay and wasn't going to get better, do you think she would still call us, or do you think
I think she would
would
most
get worried
definitely
that she might get in trouble because somebody might put the blame on her or something like that?
Well, at first she thought when Maury was hitting herself, sometimes Maury would leave a mark here or a bruise here, and she would fear, sometimes like going to the hospital for it. And I'm like, put ice on it. I told her, I said, put ice on it and if it don't go down, then, take her to the hospital. And she was like, I don't want them to think that I'm abusing my child and they try to take her away. And I'm like, they're not, but you do have to say something. So I believe she would definitely say
She would
something.
call us. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to step out for a second. We're going to go talk to Brittany for a little bit, and then we'll get back to you, okay?
All right.
Okay.
And now this is also a tactic. They leave her alone there.
Hello. Sorry, it's been a minute. Literally, I guess I was just going back.
The kiddos had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, trying to make sure you guys are taken care of, working on food, stuff like that.
Definitely helps if you have a female officer.
All right, so
Okay. So, I'm gonna butcher your name every time.
Celeste, Celeste.
Okay, Celeste. Okay. Now you don't drive, but do you take lifts or anything like that? Have you taken a lift the past few days?
Last I went to the store, remember.
Is it like something that's gonna be logged in on your phone? No, but you did say your sister called you, but she's got all those weird numbers, because you don't remember her number?
No, she ain't got word.
Okay, but she would have called you last night on her way to come get you the first time?
Or sometimes she pops up and knock on the
Oh,
door.
just
She
randomly
don't
what
know.
about last night? Did she call you last night?
It was like
No,
call
last
or
night.
Instagram or anything like
She
that?
pops up.
Is that, but it's on your phone though?
Instagram, she'll call me Instagram. From a different
Do you got like a password to your phone, or you just
Yeah.
Face ID stuff? or-
Why?
What's the password to your phone?
Why?
So
So we would just
I wanna
like
find that
to
number.
look at the phones to see if that provides anything that helps.
Just to match your timeline, so it'd be like, okay, boom, sister called her, went to grandma's,
Oh, yeah.
you see what I'm saying? This way,
And then the location on the phone also.
and then we
helps.
verify your story, and we're like, okay, good, their stories match up, everybody's good.
Yeah, I have a question.
What is it?
02-10-19.
Oh, I was gonna say, is it your birthday too? Everybody's always got birthdays.
Everybody's birthdays are kind
I'm
of
sorry.
passing lately.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that's what mine is. I'm not telling my birthday.
I just want to get this over with. Go
Trust me,
forward.
the sooner we
This
can
is
find
weird.
her, the better. That's
Yeah.
literally what we're trying to do. How do the kids know you? Like, do they call you Celeste? Do they call you mom number two? Like, what?
Dad.
They call you dad? Okay.
Dad, daddy, or pop, I don't know, I
Just
think
dad.
some people call it just dad, okay. Do they ever call you by your name or anything, or is it always just, how long have they called you dad?
Well, they've been calling me Celeste for, I believe, I don't know, like the time. I couldn't say that they used to call me Dad.
Yeah.
But, they call me Celeste for a good little minute. And then I'll say after the 6th month, when she wanted to open up to me more about kids, because she's very personal with her kids.
Yeah.
And then that's when they got to know me a little bit and clarify me as Dad.
And thanks again for coming in and just coming in and
I thought it was
talking to us.
forced.
No, isn't it forced? It was entirely
Normally,
voluntary.
I got an interrogation, they just let me write it down. Instead of
it was
asking
like-
questions.
No,
they take
because-
my phone.
It was forced, so it was like, put your
No, you're not
handcuffs.
handcuffed, you're not under arrest, you're not, it's not forced. We're just trying our hardest to figure out where this kid is, that's why we wanted to talk to you.
We use a cop car, because you didn't have it.
With that being
I
said,
offered
it's
this,
not,
but you was
it's
like,
not
the way you
forced.
was approaching right now, I'm like, oh.
We're just on the mindset of the sooner we find the kid, the better, and if we can get everybody up here, that way,
Yeah.
we're not all bouncing around all the
Missing
places. It's
kids.
easier if we just get everybody here, we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Because we got a lot of people all over the place, this is just easier. And it's not forced, and again, are you cool still talking to us and stuff? Because we just want to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay?
The bits and pieces on them, like I said, I'm running off the route.
I got you.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
You guys
fine.
are milking everything out.
I'm trying not to, but we're trying to figure everything out.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to figure out where she is. Her sister, I can't pronounce her name right. Can you? No, not your sister. I know how to say Diamond. Nicole's sister.
Zaire.
Zaire. Okay. She said she calls you dad, and you said she calls you dad. So that's okay. you got home around, you said between 4:30 and 5, right? Okay, and that's when your sister dropped you off. And when you came in the room, and then you didn't really see if the kids were on the bed because you weren't really looking at that. You just went because you're tired and went to bed, right? Brittany was asleep. So pretty much you're the last person to be awake coming into the room. You said the door was kind of cracked and stuff. Do you know where Nicole is?
No, that's why she called you guys.
You
That's
don't.
why. If I knew, I wouldn't ask you guys for no help.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't have to go through this.
Is there any reason
Mhm.
why, is it Zaire? Am I saying it right?
Jair,
Zaire? Is there any reason why Zaire would say Dad took her sister to the Batgirl Hospital?
to the Bagger Hospital. Oh, she's saying that because when Maury would act out, I say Maury.
Hey, thank you, Parabellum, gifting 5 memberships. And as you might have seen earlier, I was able to gift 5 free memberships today. YouTube allows me to gift 10 free memberships each month. And these were my final 5. And now Parabellum gifted 5 memberships, bringing the total to 10 new members today. Let's see here. Which also makes there, which makes Parabellum now honorary Viking of this stream with the combined $15 for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I just put that on the banner. Okay, let's move on. Thank you again.
Listen, if you can't listen to us, you're gonna go. Can't say defects. Can't say none of that stuff. I said, Maury, if you can't play with your sisters or you can't negotiate, you're gonna go to this place. And normally when we say that, Maury will act right for at least 3 hours.
Now, when you say this place, what is this place? Do you refer to it as this place, or do you call
this
it?
place.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would call it the mental hospital?
Batgirl, yeah.
Okay,
I would say
Batgirl Hospital.
Mainly Batgirl, yeah.
Okay. Now, is there any reason
that helped her calm down for at least a certain amount of hours if she's screaming or throwing a temper tantrum? Because neighbors don't want to hear it. The neighbors think otherwise, and the neighbors get involved, like today.
So, why would Zaire say that she saw you take Nicole last night?
She saw me take. She didn't.
Why
see
would
me
she say
take-
that you took her last night and that she's not coming back?
I didn't take her last night. I don't know why she would say that.
So you think she's just making it up, or what?
Probably so. Why would I take Nicole?
There's a lot of stuff that's not making sense to us. Okay. Mom's saying she went and looked all around the place around the hotel. We have officers that have reviewed all the video camera footage, not just from the hotel, but from buildings that are around the hotel that can also see the hotel. So if I were to go walk all around the hotel and hit up all those spots that Mom said she went to and that you said Mom went to, and then I watch that video camera footage, I'm gonna see me walking around, right?
Yeah.
No, we didn't see her walking
No,
around.
it's not.
We didn't see any of that.
Yeah.
So that didn't happen. Okay, we know that didn't happen. There's no dispute about it because the video evidence shows that did not happen. Okay.
Me walking out with Nicole.
I'm talking about Mom walking around the hotel.
Walking around the hotel.
Yeah,
Because
that
when
we
she
know-
got back, she told me she started walking, but calling the police. 'Cause
Yeah,
she
yeah.
was
Well, she
outside.
told us she walked through the parking lot. She did all this other stuff, and that didn't happen because that's on camera. So we can definitively prove, based on camera video evidence, didn't happen.
Okay.
Okay. When we first got into the story with you about where we're going and all that and everything, we had officers go to the BP and they gathered every single receipt for the entire day and evening. We got some issues there too. Okay. So between.
So this is when during this interview, because it's been an interview up until now, where they have just they just had her talk until they believe that she painted herself into a corner with the facts she claimed happened and everything surrounding. Now they can present, because this is not the read technique where you actively lie to the person you're interviewing. Not yet, at least. And so this is, I would believe that Steve Gosney would say, this is how it's supposed to be. Let the person talk and then confront with facts. And now we are at the turning point where they confront her with facts, because they do have collected video surveillance evidence, which contradicts her story.
The two of you guys, there's stuff that's not adding up, and there's stuff that's being said that happened that didn't happen. We want to know where Nicole is. It's not a if we find
I
Nicole,
wanna know where Nicole
it's a when we find Nicole. We're going to find her.
Yeah.
If it's within the next couple hours, within the next couple days, we're going to find her, okay? It's just a matter of when. We know something happened, we know she's somewhere, and I think that you know where she is. So I'd like to know where she is. If an accident happened, if something happened, say she got hurt, it was an accident, if you took her to go somewhere and it was an accident, if something happened, that's okay, we can deal with that. But
I didn't.
based
If
off
you feel
of-
like we should take it there, then I would like a lawyer. Because I'm telling you I didn't, and now you're coming to me with allegations from a 6-year-old.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense.
It don't make sense.
Okay.
That's why when you told
So
me
that's
she
why we gotta
wasn't,
figure out where she
I didn't
is.
go behind her in the parking lot. Did you see me go behind her in the parking lot? I did not go behind her.
I'm just saying we need to get to the bottom of this.
Right.
And I feel like you're letting on a little more than what you've told us. I feel like there's a little more there, and I'd like to get it all figured out, that way we can get into it.
Right.
We've got your phone, we've got your girlfriend's phone, we're getting into those phones. Whether you guys like it or not, we're getting search warrants, we're going through them, we're gonna check location data, we're gonna check text messages, whether they're deleted or not, we're gonna check phone call records, we're checking camera systems for vehicles, vehicle tags, locations, we're gonna talk to every single person you guys have even thought about talking to in the past 5-6 days. We're gonna get all that done, because we wanna know where this kid is, that's the bottom line, okay? My problem is when I have a kid tell me that something happened, I have to explore it. Okay, if the kid says, hey, dad took her, then am I doing my job as a detective if I just brush that off and say, oh, she's just a 6-year-old, she doesn't know anything? Because there are 6-year-olds that see things happen, and they do tell the police, and that's solved plenty of crimes.
Yeah, and I do say, I'm gonna take you here, and then only she'll be like, no, I don't wanna go here, or no, I don't wanna go there, and it happens like that. So that saying, I physically I didn't open the door and say, go out the door.
But we just wanna know where she is, okay? And when I have a kid tells me that you took her, I have to explore that. Do you understand where I'm
Yeah, they did talk to the kids as well. This is also a common tactic to separate the people. And then when it comes to kids, with a trained officer or a trained psychologist, because you have to be really, really careful with interviewing kids. Not as in the Zachariah Anderson case, where the mother of OA left her in the district attorney's office for interviews, a combined 40 hours of interviews not recorded between OA and the prosecutor. And poor OA changed her story after each visit, until she took the stand in the Zachariah Anderson case, probably believing she was telling the truth. And it was horrifying. Absolutely horrifying.
coming from, okay?
Just 'cause
So
we don't wanna
she
put the
said
word-
that happened, I have to explore. I'd be doing a disservice to the entire county if I didn't explore that. Okay, we've got a missing 8-year-old. If a 6-year-old says, hey, mom's girlfriend took her, and I just brush that off, then I'm not doing a good job, okay? So yes, I am gonna ask you those questions, not to be a dick or anything, but because I have to explore that, because at that point, there's reason to believe that something may have happened. Is there not? Okay, do you understand where I'm coming from? Okay, see, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to find the 8-year-old kid that has autism that's been missing for several hours, and we want to make sure that she comes home safe and alive if we can. Okay? And at this point, we don't know if she's safe or alive, and we want to know where she is. And if she's been hurt or something's happened, or say she's not alive, we still want to find her. That way, say if she is alive, we can help her, and if she isn't, we can provide her. Hopefully, she can get proper burial and all that. But we want to know where she is, and I'm sure her siblings would like to have that closure too if something did happen to her and she's not okay. Because the last thing they need on their conscience is my sister disappeared and I'll never know where she is. Okay? So when I have a 6-year-old, that tells me that dad, which is you, took her and she's not coming back, and then that raises some concerns, and that's something I have to explore. So with that being said, again, do you know where Nicole is?
No, I don't.
No. Did you take Nicole from the home?
I did not
No.
take Nicole.
Did anything happen to Nicole within the last 24 hours that you're aware of that caused her any type of injury?
No.
No. Is Nicole alive that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Is she dead that you're aware of?
No.
No. Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that she would not be okay? Other
Well,
than the
any
fact that
kid
she's
that's wandering out,
just missing?
I assume the worst.
Okay. Do you know anything about her whereabouts?
No, except the same thing we've been saying 20 times today. It's just the same thing. And if I'm coming off angry, it's because it's just a lot going on.
I know it's a lot going on, and I know it's late.
But that's a lot. That's really what I know. And if you personally feel like I did something, then I would definitely like a lawyer, because that's the kind of
What do you mean,
thing.
if I personally feel like, look, I'm not biased. My job is just to take the facts and explore every lead I follow. If I had some guy that called in the tip line right now and said, hey, I know where this kid is, this is the person who has him, even I have no clue who this dude is, I have to explore that, because that's my job. If I have a kid that says that you did it, I have to explore that. That doesn't mean I believe you did it. That just means that's something I have to look into. If Zariah came out of the room right now and said the neighbor down the road took her, whether it's true or not, I have to look into it because it's a lead, a possible lead of a missing 8-year-old critically endangered child. Okay. So I'm not trying to come off.
She always hear me say, I'm taking Morris somewhere, or take her for a walk, or step outside with me if I feel like she's doing too much. So that really hurts me that you interpret it that way from her, because I know like she wouldn't try.
No, sir.
I wouldn't purposely take her out, then call you to say she's missing.
And like I just said, it's nothing against you, nothing that I have against you or anything. I'm just trying to do my job. We're all tired. Trust me. I've been up early. I have little kids. They wake me up at 5 in the morning. You know, I know you've been up for a late period of time too. We got to get to the bottom, so I have to explore everything. Okay. I don't mean any offense by it. Okay. I'd like to continue talking to you about this. If you haven't committed any crimes or anything, then there's no need to get a lawyer involved. All that does is make things take a bit longer, and the longer it takes, the more likely that she could be in trouble.
If I wasn't in the room today, you guys would not be questioning me if I wasn't in the room. So it's like, dang, call 911 for help, but I feel like I'm being interrogated. So it's like, it's just how you come.
This is just what we gotta do. We gotta talk to everybody.
Well, I've been in this predicament before when someone murdered my mother, and they didn't come at me like this. When they sat me down, they just let me write everything, and they just went off that. But it's like, I'm just being real with you. It's like how you come at me. Well, I think you did this. I think you know. You just said it. I know. I think you know where she is. And it's like, if you think I know, then what are you trying to get me to say?
I'm not trying to get you to say anything. I just want to know what you know. And if you're hiding anything from me, I'd like to know that.
I'm not hiding anything. You guys are the cops. I'm not the cop.
I understand that. So and my job is to explore.
It's like the fact that you even said you haven't seen Nicole outside. It's like, what camera are you looking at?
I'm not talking about Nicole, I'm talking about Brittany.
Yeah, Brittany, you haven't seen Brittany outside. It's like, what camera are you looking at? She purposely went outside. Because that's when my neighbor came, opened the door and said, is everything all right? And I said,
we looked at several cameras. She also described the woman who talked about the guy in the vehicle wearing a completely different description of clothing too. And she described her as having a different hair color also. So that raised some concern, is that you both said a little bit that was somewhat similar, but was completely different. And that raises concerns, okay? Because usually, in some cases, when two people are lying about something and they come up with a story, sometimes they mess stuff up. And I'm not saying that you're liars, I'm not saying that you committed a crime, but I'm saying I have to investigate it to the fullest ability, which part of it does include asking you the hard questions. No, it doesn't mean guilty until proven anything. No, that's not the case. We've got to explore the timeline of events. We have to explore who was around the child last, and the last two people to see the child were you and Brittany. So that has to be something we look into, whether it's a difficult situation or not. I mean, it's just part of it, okay?
Nobody on the property seen it.
Look, we have to do all this.
No, I'm asking a question.
I'm still working on with other officers and stuff. As far as my knowledge right now, she was not seen on the camera, okay? As far as my knowledge now, we have an officer who just came in with a bunch of receipts that he just spent several hours going through. We have several people working on this, okay? So we're trying to get everything figured out, okay? I'd like to continue talking to you about this. I don't want to prolong this as much as you don't want to prolong this. The moment we can find Nicole and we have this over with, is the best thing.
I'm not detained.
Okay.
Correct.
That's correct.
I'm not detained, so I'm free to go whenever I want to. So the fact that I'm even willing to sit with her and go through this, because I could have been a bonehead and said, "Oh, I'm out."
Which if you did that, then that would not be nice.
But you wouldn't know me.
Child.
But you wouldn't know me. You see what I'm saying? You
okay.
Know me,
let's get off of that, okay? Because we're not going to sit here and argue that for the next. We have a kid that we're looking for. We have an 8-year-old child that has autism that we're trying to find that has been missing for several hours, and we're concerned about her. And it's getting pretty cold. And it's only going to get colder tonight. Okay, so the last thing I want is for somebody to call us in 3 days from now and say, hey, I just found a frozen dead kid in a gutter somewhere. Okay, so I want to know where she is. Is there anything on your phone that's going to lead us to where she is or her whereabouts or anything like that?
No, I do not have.
Do you have any knowledge whatsoever about where Nicole is and what happened to her or anything like that?
No.
No, okay. Let's get back into the nitty-gritty, okay? You got home at what time when you got back from your sister's?
I told you.
We got to keep going through this stuff.
We got to keep repeating it.
I'd like to make sure everything is perfect.
Okay.
That's just, look.
This is the part of now this has gone from interview to interrogation. And she's not asking for a lawyer. Always because she knows this. She knows this. She's been caught in several lies. This is the moment where she should have gotten herself a lawyer. But she won't. And the reason why the cops here are asking her for information she already have given is to test her. Does she stick to her story, or does she try to alter it so slightly to fit a new narrative now when she knows that she's caught lying? As Louis Thomas say, you don't ask for a lawyer, you demand a lawyer. And folks, it doesn't matter if it's the worst of them or if it's the people who you believe are innocent. Always get a lawyer.
When a kid goes missing, we gotta go over things hundreds of times. I gotta look at it 1,000 different ways. I gotta talk to people. It can get kind of annoying. I know it can be kind of stressful. I know, but there's something that's being missed here. Okay, you have an 8-year-old that goes missing in a busy area.
That's
Okay.
a very big deal.
Yes. So there's something that's being missed here, and we gotta figure out what's being missed, and we gotta find it, right? Because we got a puzzle, and we don't have all the pieces, correct? Okay. So that's why we keep going over it and over and over it. Trust me, if I could interview for 5 minutes and be done, that'd be fine. If I could have you fill out a statement form, that's great. But a statement form isn't going to allow me to ask additional questions. It's not going to allow me to mow over everything. It's not going to allow me to find all those pieces. Okay, you're an integral part of this investigation. Your girlfriend's an integral part of this investigation. The children are integral parts of this investigation. Okay, that's what we got to do. All right.
Which I knew when they came here, I was going to question them already. So that's fine.
Okay. Well, Saturday you said you woke up, you went to the store, probably around 11 a.m. because you don't go to the store around noon. Okay. You came back. About how long do you think you were at the store that you went to?
I don't know.
You don't remember? Guesstimate?
I'm never, if it's a corner store, I'm never there for more than 10 minutes.
Never more than 10 minutes. Okay. And then you come back, and when you said you came back after that, you came back to the hotel room, right? Okay.
And you walked each time to the corner store, though.
I always walk. I don't never look for it or anything to the corner store.
Not even at nighttime?
No.
It's just, she just likes doing it at nighttime? I
Yeah.
got you. Okay.
But the only time you rode a car Saturday is when your sister got you. Other than that, you walked.
And then I walk.
Okay. And then you go back to the BP. About how long do you think it was between the first time you went to the store and the second time you went to the store?
What time I think it was?
Mhm.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Between those times, were you in the hotel room the whole time?
You know, I always came back to the room. If I'm
Always came
not
back to the
going
room.
somewhere quickly, I'm always coming back to the room.
Okay.
So the fact that, Zaire really said it, she probably interpreted what was going on differently.
Okay.
Because they both don't like each other.
Okay.
So
Now, do you stay in the room full time? Like, do you live there, or do you just visit, or how's that work?
I live there with
You live there with her? How long have you guys lived there together?
since she got there.
Since you got there? Okay. About how long do you think that would be?
I would say going on 2-3 months, 1 or 3 months.
2 to 3 months. Okay. And so you go back to the hotel, you come back, but you don't remember when that was. And then you leave again for cigarettes. You said you buy Newports and you use your Vero credit card. About what time do you think that?
Cash, I don't know. Dude, you asked me like precisely stuff that it running through my mind was running through my mind. I was in the car myself and just looking.
So when you went buy cigarettes yesterday, about what time do you think you got to did you leave to go to the BP?
When I went and got cigarettes yesterday, for the first time, I think it was during the day.
During the day? Do you remember how long you were there?
And there, like I said again, no more than 10 minutes. So you want me to write everything down with each question so you can just remember it?
No, I remember what you're saying. I'm just going through
Because I
everything to
really
make sure
don't
it's
like
all.
repeating myself like 5 times.
Okay, well, I really
said
want to
like
find this
10
8-year-old
times
child
with
too.
them.
So
Me too.
part of
Trust
that
me,
is
I
going
wanna
to be
get out
going
there
through this,
myself.
okay? And I understand that. So you go to the store, you buy your cigarettes, you come back. You said it's starting to get dark out when you're on your way back. You said Brittany went for snacks to the store, and you assumed she took a lift, and she got snacks, and you said she got dill pickles, chips, and beer.
You want to know all the exact snacks?
Yeah, sure.
Don't know. Did you ask Brittany?
You said you don't know?
No, exactly. I know it's just dill pickles.
You know she got
and
dill
two
pickles,
peppers,
chips,
two,
and you know she got
peppers.
the beverage. Okay.
I didn't know people look for snacks.
Okay. And then around between 10 and 11 p.m., you get with your sister, you ride to your grandma's house, which is in Tucker, and your sister goes off wherever you're hanging out with your niece and nephew for about 4 hours. And then you come back between 4 and 5 in the morning when it's starting to get light out, correct? Okay. And you said that you noticed the door wasn't closed all the way when you got back between 4 and 5, correct?
Again, yes.
Okay. When you came in, you shut the door, and you said it doesn't matter if you lock it because she can get to the locks anyway, correct?
Yes, like any kid over 6.
And then Brittany.
Even Zaire can do that.
Okay, but you didn't see if Nicole was actually on the bed or in the
No,
room
I
or not
didn't.
when you got back.
People don't think when they're used to seeing kids, people don't think to say, oh, look, I assumed the mother knew because she was already resting. So I didn't think to, oh, let me count how many are sleeping when I'm tired. No, coming in, resting.
We just gotta ask because you
Yeah,
come back, the door's cracked, and
I'm just
my
telling you
first
what I
concern is,
wouldn't think.
are the kids here?
Yeah.
Who cracked the door, or make sure none of the kids are running away?
Pushed in. Because I only, like I said again, normally sometimes you have to push in the door to fully close. Sometimes she could be doing things, dealing with them. Like I said, kids play, jump around and doing stuff. They're not calm, they're very active. So she could have just slightly, just messed up. But either way it go, if the door was closed or cracked, the door ended up being open. They are both fully capable of opening a hotel door.
Okay.
It's not like it had a lock and key latch. No, it's like the hotel, once you pull it, it's unlocked.
Yep. All right. Now, okay, so and Brittany said she told us when she went to bed, so you got home between 4 and 5. So there's only like a 30-minute to an hour period where we don't know where the kids are.
She was not open. What camera are you looking at?
8
8 different
Eight
cameras.
cameras.
Yes.
8 cameras.
Did you guys, never mind, you guys probably don't even know half the stuff that goes on over there.
No, we know about a lot of stuff that goes on over there,
We've
but right now
worked
that's
with
not our
departments for a
concern.
long
Yeah.
time.
Our concern right now is the child.
The mine too, that's why I don't want to waste time here. I want to go actually look.
Trust me, we've got that handled. So Brittany wakes you up at 9 and tells you that Nicole's missing?
Again, yes.
Okay. And then you saw her literally leave the room and walk around. About how long do you
She
think she was
left the
walking around
room,
for?
left downstairs. I couldn't tell you the exact milliseconds.
If you had to guess.
I don't know. It just happened today.
5 minutes, 10
It
minutes,
just
20
happened
minutes?
more. Well, I'll say probably at least 5 minutes because she was already on the phone with 911. That's what she told me when she walked in. And then she was on the phone. And then the lady said he's coming out because he came super quick. He said he was around the corner.
Okay. So you said you hung out with your niece and nephew at Grandma's house?
Mhm.
Okay. Was Grandma awake when you got there?
No.
She wasn't, so it was just your niece and nephew?
Mm-hmm.
How old were they?
Well, just my nephew.
Just your nephew?
How old is he?
They're old enough.
10, 15,
Just kids.
20?
Just kids.
Just kids?
I'm not trying to drag anybody else in. Nothing that's.
Well,
we're
They
gonna-
don't,
we're
they
gonna
don't
talk to
know
them.
them.
We're gonna
They don't
talk to
know
them.
them.
Whether you tell us how old the kid is or not, we're gonna send somebody out there,
Oh,
we're
yeah,
gonna talk to them
yeah,
anyway.
they can talk to them. Yeah.
I don't see why it's an issue telling us how old the kid is. I mean,
Because I had said it, that's why I just don't like to repeat it. But my nephew is 12. No, my nephew's 11, I believe. Yeah.
What's his
But
name?
Yeah, my nephew was born 2010 in October, and then my niece's Journey. She was born, what is it? July 12th, 2017.
and you said only your nephew was awake when you got there to hang out with, right? Okay. And what's your nephew's name? You told us your niece's Journey. You didn't tell us
Why
your nephew's
you
name.
want to know?
Because I'd like to know who the kid that you met with.
So just be honest with me, right? Because I'm not detained. So be honest with me. You're interrogating me because, like you said from initial, I think you know where Nicole is.
I'm interrogating you because I need to figure out this information. I'm doing the same thing with Mom. I'm talking to everybody. I'd like to know your whereabouts to the fullest extent. That way, if you are involved in the disappearance of the child, we can figure that out. If you aren't, we can also give you a proper event
This is
line
not
that explains all
This
that.
was last minute, taking kids out in the cold, and then saying hurry up. This is ridiculous.
Well, this is how we're doing this job, and this is what we need to do.
I
Okay?
understand.
So what's the name of your nephew?
Jacob.
Jacob. Thank you.
The only reason things are in a hurry is because it's a
I know
missing
it.
kid.
No, it's a difference between the hurt. Don't get it wrong. Like, do all the research you want to do. Go find, go dig, go do whatever.
And part of that is talking to you.
Yeah.
And part of that is getting all this information in as much detail as we
But like I
can.
said, I've been in this predicament before, and I never sat with a guy like
Well,
this.
I don't know what other predicaments you've been in, and honestly, that has nothing to do with this exact scenario. Okay, and in this exact scenario, there's stuff that's not lining up. In this exact scenario, there's a 6-year-old child that's saying that you may have been involved in the disappearance of her sister. So that is something we do have to address. Okay,
I'm quite sure she didn't say disappearance of her sister.
we're not going to get
doesn't
into
make
the antics of it. Okay, she made a statement. Okay, and we have to address it. Okay, whether you like it or not, it is what it is. It's something we have to get into. Okay, there's a lot going on here. We're getting into your phone. Okay, we're going to see the exact location of everywhere you've been. We're going to see every single text message you've sent. We've seen every single contact you've had with anybody. Okay, that's happening. That's happening right now. Okay, we're going into your hotel room. We're going to search the entire room for anything that makes any kind of sense that has to do with any of this. We're getting a search warrant for that right now as well. Okay. The little girl said that you were involved, so we need to address that. We need to see if there was any type of involvement. Okay, why would she say that she's afraid of you? Why would she say that you have a gun and that you would threaten her? Why would she say that you took Nicole?
I don't know why she said that. You would have to.
So you're just saying she's just
ask her
making
that.
it up?
No, I'm not making that up. But they don't like when I get mad. But I don't get mad to the point where it's like threats and
Has it ever
stuff
gotten
like
physical?
that. No, I never got
Is there any
physical.
reason why there's bruises on the children?
Don't know.
So how does... Right now, we're asking you.
You're around them just as much.
Because you also live there. You've lived there for the 2 to 3 months stint that they've been there. You said somebody's always home with the kids. You were home with the kids, and Brittany's not home with the kids. So we have to ask both of you because it could have happened between the both of you. We're gonna talk to the kids too. We're getting that information as well. So I'd like to know: do you know about the bruises that are on Soraya?
Yeah, I know about Zaire because sometimes Brittany doesn't want Maury, Zaire, or Card to be around each other because Maury and Zaire wants touch Card. And since he's autistic, He doesn't know, like, this isn't right, this isn't this. So sometimes when I catch her doing it, I give her a licking. And then some of the times it's like it's self-involved. Like some of the stuff she fell off the bed.
So when's the last time she got a licking?
Was I here? I couldn't tell you.
Was it within the last couple weeks?
I couldn't tell you.
No. Because I think earlier, is it common to use corporal punishment? The licking. What's your when you say licking? Can you describe what you mean?
It's literally on the hand popped for me.
Popped on hand. Okay. Well, she's got bruises on her back.
She got bruises on her back, her eye, her face. I mean, that's not a slap on the wrist.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how those were caused?
I really don't.
You don't.
I'm
Has
here,
mom ever?
and then I'm there, and when I question, it's like you don't want to know what she did.
Do you think mom might be putting those bruises on her?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Because if it was, I would have told her to chill out.
Has she ever used like spankings or anything like that?
Like different objects.
No, just like spankings, like with her hands.
Like spanking, she'll probably pop her butt, but never to that extent.
Never to that. Nothing to cause any type of injury or anything like that.
Yeah, like the level of degree that things that get when Maury is around is intense because Zaire and Maury would have back-to-back altercations. Mm-hmm. And if we go to you about it, like now, we would have been the ones, oh, you're doing it. So it's like separate. And I think that's what really got to Maury because we just had to separate each and every one of them because there was too much going on that wasn't normal for kids. So that's
So
what
they would fight a lot.
They would fight.
They would fight each other. Zaire and Moore would
Yeah.
fight each other.
How intense would their fights get?
It's times where Brittany will go to the bathroom and then all of a sudden you'll see Maury yanking her hair, or it's always something. I'll say like out of 7 days a week, probably at least 5. Or Maury's jumping off the bed, it's thumping, or it's always something.
So it's pretty often.
It's a lot in a little space.
Pretty often. It's a little space, so like half the times Zaire will be in the bed with us, or Maury will be way over there, and then Kari will be in the cabin. Yeah.
Has Zaire mentioned like a napkin that makes people go to sleep? Do you know what she's talking about?
A napkin?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't.
You said it was kind of big and had like some black stuff on it. I don't know what she mentioned, but
she's probably talking about one of her mom's spiritual candles.
Just spiritual candles?
Probably. Because it's like aromatic and then she puts on soothing music.
She's almost talking almost like a cloth or something that you use to make
She
people
said
sleep.
like a napkin cloth type.
No, but you guys can search it for that too?
No.
No, that's not true. A cloth, no. To put somebody sleep, no.
Yeah, now she is slightly changing her story from the victim hurting herself to now, oh, the kids were beating each other up. And I don't know if she's aware that once they get a hold of their electronics, things will take a turn for the worse because they recorded some of the abuse.
What's your relationship like with Zaire?
My relationship with Zaire it's better now. Well, things was getting better because her and Maury stopped really like ripping fighting. Like they literally were fighting. And it's like if we went to the hospital for something like that, I'm going to say it, we're black people going to assume the worst. I'm going to say it. So it's like we're trying to self-treat it at home because it's like who can we go to for help with Maury having behavioral problems like this, and then she can't get along with people in regular school. So now it's like we have the home teacher. So it's like it'll be fighting. They don't. And Maury absolutely doesn't like Zaire. Like she'll get along better with Kari versus Zaire. Why I don't know. Like I said, I'm still getting to know them.
Do you feel like Zaire is friendly with you, or does she feel like she's afraid of you, or?
I don't think she's afraid of me, but like any child, if they see a parent mad or they did something bad and the parent yells, hey, yes, they're gonna get scared. But like fear for her life, no.
Has she ever seen your gun?
No.
How does she know you have a gun?
She probably heard me talking about it when I pick it up, because she's very observant.
Okay.
Yeah.
But has there been any incidents where you
No,
anything? Or
no.
anything?
You ever gotten any like physical fights with Brittany in front of the
No,
kids?
check my record. Oh, you talking about physical fights in front of kids? With
Yeah.
Brittany? No, you won't see one scratch on Brittany.
Do you and Brittany argue a lot at all, or
Yeah, we have arguments like typical parents.
normal?
Because you know how kids can get, oh, you're yelling at mommy, I don't like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
But she
kind of
did say
wondering
that
about the
before.
relationship
She did say that before.
with you and Zaire.
She said, she was like, don't make mommy cry, because we had an incident where it was me posting something and, Brittany got really mad about whatever I had posted, and it went from there. But yeah, Zaire come to me and she'll say, Dad, I don't like the way you did that. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I know.
She give you hugs and stuff?
Yeah.
No problems?
If she would have feared me, she wouldn't be home me walking in here.
No, I understand. So y'all have a pretty good relationship.
It's decent. It's getting better.
Okay.
Not that.
You ever take them anywhere, give them treats or anything?
Yeah, I go grocery shopping all the time. You'll see me in Publix, run the camera back. You'll see me in Publix all the time. So Publix, Holcomb Bridge, You'll see me. I grocery shop all the time. You'll see me coming out with a big cart.
I'm not denying you don't cook grocery shopping there.
I'm just saying, because I really feel like this is.
Those are the only time we're talking about something. I keep kicking your feet.
Look, I would, me personally, if my kid went missing, I'd want the detectives. I'm fine. If they want to grill me for 3, 4, 5 hours, and I know I had nothing to do with it, that's fine. I just know we're trying to do our job because we're trying as hard as we can to find this kid. Because if something hasn't already happened to her, we want to prevent something from happening to her because she's 8, she has autism, and she has to take medication if she's by herself. Okay, so the sooner we find her, the sooner we can hopefully guarantee that she's safe. So
Like I
if
said,
it
I don't
come off
mind
the sticks,
asking
it is what it
questions.
is.
It's not his job because I'm not detained. So that's why you should treat people with the utmost respect.
And
Especially
I'm doing
when
that. However,
detained.
I do have to investigate all the leads thoroughly. And if I have a kid saying that you may be involved, then I have to address that. Okay. And if it gets like that, it's just going to get like that because that's part of what I have to do to figure all this out. Okay.
Did Zaire get in
Nothing
trouble
against you.
recently?
Did she get in trouble recently? The only thing I remember was her falling off the bed when she slides off because she's a wild sleeper. So sometimes she's hanging here and sometimes not. And the dresser is right here and this is right there. So it's times we'll place her in the middle of the bed, but she'll still roll.
Throughout the night, she'll scoot over.
She'll still roll.
But she wasn't like grounded or anything recent, was she?
Recently, no. She
Anything
wasn't
taken
on
away?
When she called her little brother a bitch, yes, we did tell her no TV, no toys.
What was that?
That was like 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. Other than that, did she get any snacks last night?
Snacks? No.
Because I know that Nicole or Amori was asking for snacks, and she was told no. I didn't know if maybe Zaire got snacks and
Because
stuff.
they know they can't eat snacks when after they had a meal. It's too late for one. And two, I don't know if you know about autism, you can't have gluten because it messes with the brain.
Yeah.
So she definitely cannot have snacks at night. And sugar, both her and Scar can't have sugar, nothing like that.
Were you home for dinner last night or no? Or were you?
I went home for dinner.
No, that's when you went to go help your sister the first time. That's right.
I didn't eat nothing. So whatever.
I was just
we
wondering
eat totally
what
two
happened
different
after
meals.
What type of medication does Nicole take? Do you know?
No, you have to ask the mother.
Do you know about how often she takes it?
I would say twice a day.
Twice a day. Do you know
But I
what
don't
all
think she
she?
necessarily needed it because there was a time she did miss it
Think it's
for like
just
3
in
days and
case.
she was fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what all she took with her when she left?
No.
No.
Oh, the teddy bear, and that's about it. But money wasn't missing or anything.
Nothing else. No. Any specific clothing missing?
No. Matter of fact, all the clothes had need to be washed. And we so regular at, because Morgan constantly pees on herself, so we're constantly getting an outfit, throwing it away, and then getting another outfit and throwing it away and stuff like that. So we stay getting them outfits.
Is there anywhere specific you think she would go?
No. The only place I thought was McDonald's.
Just
Because
McDonald's.
she always asked me about McDonald's. And I care for her.
So like Amori, like the hardest one to deal with, just because of her like
It was
always
Morgan
being
and
herself
Zaire.
and
Morgan and Zaire were the two hardest ones to do
Yeah.
because they were constantly bashing. Like I said, you know what's going on in America. We didn't feel like at this time it would be appropriate to, because we both was like, no, they might flip it on us and we say something that they absolutely did. Like it happened to my friend before. She absolutely did do anything. But
Bring her back.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. No, I can understand the hesitation. We go to schools all the time. Kids be showing up with little marks. I mean, I got little kids. I get nervous when he falls.
But those aren't little marks. That's like
Because they bruise and they get cut over the dumbest thing ever. Because kids are clumsy. And yeah, I would hate
you
for
could explain
somebody.
that from two girls fighting.
Like I said, I mean, especially their size. I mean, it's not hard to say they were fighting. I mean, look at my kids are still too small, but I got 7 brothers and sisters. We fought a lot. There's a lot of marks. There's a lot of bruises.
Yeah, sometimes Laura gets jealous of Carter because, Brittany involves herself more with Carter, dealing with him and stuff.
Just because his level of autism is just a little bit like more.
I say it's different because autism is a rainbow, literally like a spectrum. So I feel like Maury, you wouldn't know she's autistic until you just sat down and had like a full conversation.
Yeah, we'd have to have like a one-on-one for a hot minute to realize, well, wait a minute, maybe she's not catching something here.
Because she'll respond every time.
Yeah. Okay. But what do you say his name was?
Jacob.
What do you? Because you call Nicole Amori, and then we got Zaire. What do you call Jacob?
Just Jacob.
You just call him Jacob? I think you said something else.
It's Jacob and Johnny.
No, not your niece and nephew.
You talking about Zaire?
Zaire's brother.
What about Carter? Or sometimes baby boy.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. He's pretty energetic out there for sure. Okay. So we just.
Like I said, if I was damaging, I think a child would be standoffish and fear me. She wouldn't want to come with me. She'd be like,
Well, that's what I was wondering about y'all's relationship and stuff. It's like, if you're truly, if you're the You know, sometimes in relationships, couples, one person's style of parenting is verbal, the other style is well, you're the enforcer. You know, it's
No,
usually
I
how it
don't.
is. So that's why I was wondering. I was like, does one of you do like the? I'm gonna do the talking. You know, if dad gets involved, like in my case, I'm usually the one that might spank the kid's butt. My wife's the one who might usually talk to them. I have a different approach. I think spanking the butt gets the point across. So I didn't know if that was y'all's style or if y'all have a different parenting style. Everybody's got
We
different parenting
spank
style.
the butt in the hand. But most of the time when it's fighting, and even when we break them up, we're like, whose fault is it? Who did it?
Yeah.
And it's like kids also lie as well.
Oh,
So
worse.
it's like I'm not gonna believe everything that flies out of kids' mouth.
No, you gotta do what we do. We gotta talk to everybody and be like, all right, whose story makes the most sense? And usually they tell like 80% truth, but then they kind of exaggerate a couple parts to make them look better or something like that. I did the same thing with my brother. We're only like a year and a half apart. All we did was fight. So my parents talk about is how much we fought and how annoying we were. We'd be fighting at 4 a.m. They try to sleep, and all they hear on the outside of the house is us waking up and going at it. So I can only imagine that small little room. If they do something, we sleep in here, the bed's right there, it ain't that far. All you have is that little nightstand in the middle. So it definitely isn't far
But
away.
it's definitely on the butt in the hand. Brittany she don't really do anything. And like I said, it'll be hard to explain if we, gotta keep them from fighting because he'll start yelling, be like, no, I don't want to. He'll have attitude too. Just keep waiting, you'll see it. So it's like Maury and Zaire definitely always go head to head because Maury hated when Zaire told her what to do, and Kari doesn't like when Zaire tells him what to do. So it's times I have to pop him, or on the hand or on the butt. I have to pop him and say, no, you don't hit girls. I don't put a lip on Brittany, go search her body. You won't find a bruise or mark. I do not touch my mama.
No, see no marks on. That's why sometimes we get it where they'll what's the word? Kids will see step parent or whatever beating up on mom. Well, then they really hate that person because that's their mom. Oh my God, nobody can hurt mom. That's why I was like, how long have you been?
She never seen me touch her mother.
That's what I'm saying. And Brittany's never said anything. They didn't say anything about you going after her. So that's why I do not believe at all that you would ever go physical hands on her, which is good. You got respect for yourself, respect for her. That's good. So it's just we're talking to y'all so much. You're the last two people that probably within, as you guys say, y'all don't get out very much.
Well, you said someone in the neighborhood said they saw her, right? You just like.
So yeah, they're again, this is an officer coming to me. I didn't speak to this witness.
Yeah.
There was somebody that was like, hey, yesterday, whether that was Saturday or Friday, they didn't specify. I'm pretty sure I saw that girl walking in the parking lot. That's why I was asking. I was like, hey, does she ever just get out? Kids get out. It happens all the time. You turn around, my 3-year-old is down the hallway in my room, like this. That's what kids do. And like they're big enough to open that door. All it takes is somebody in the bathroom or in the kitchen and out the door. That's why I was like, hey, has she ever snuck out or something? Kids that age, they start to, test the limits. How much can they get away with? How far can they go? Okay, I got here last time, let me go here. At what point is too far? That's all kids do. That's their whole purpose, is to test our patience. They're very good at it. So that's why I was like, hey, she ran away before? Has she bounced? Has she been hanging out in the parking lot? Did she get down the stairwell?
She never ran away before.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Y'all were very adamant. Like, no, she doesn't leave us. She's not a wanderer or anything like that. When you pay, do you have like on this thing, how you double click, boom, Apple Pay. Do you have that on your other phone or no? Or do you actually have like that physical card?
I have the physical.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I lose my wallet so many times that when I took a picture of my driver's license, I got it all saved on here.
Just for a pause and some commentary. This is from yesterday. Soon it will be launched there, which we will skip. And then there are other pieces of testimony that is not necessary. So we will catch up eventually, at the latest tomorrow, with the actual live, because as the prosecution and the defense said yesterday, or well, the day one, they expect closing arguments to happen Friday or Monday morning. This is a short, concise, evidentiary-based trial, which means you don't need to fluff it up. You don't need to try to impeach every witness. You don't need lyrics. You got proper evidence.
So you wouldn't have walked to the gas station and been like, boo boo?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, everything's a blur. They got my statement. That's it. If they want anything else from me, I will have to be represented by my lawyer.
That's fine. I understand it.
Because this is ridiculous. because I really feel chastised. Like,
I don't want you.
But this, why would she? Why would the same reason kids will say a bunch of things? Even I lied on my mother as a kid.
No,
So
whatever
it's like,
kids say, regardless of how far-fetched it is, what you gotta ask.
Yeah.
Because I would hate for, not her, but we get another kid who's accusing the uncle of touching him or something, because that's mainly what we specialize in.
Yeah, Zaire touched Carter before.
And then all of a sudden we just go, kids will be kids. Meanwhile, that kid's being a victim, and we just blew it off because it's a kid.
Yeah.
We gotta take it as is and then explore it.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that is because there ain't gonna be no photos, witnesses, cameras, it's just gonna be talking. Me asking you, well, what's up? What's going on? Why would they say this? Did you do something? Did something happen?
So Brittany left because I heard her go down.
No, she's still here.
So why she move rooms?
I mean, we got our other room right there where we like upload our cameras and stuff. There's a door, and then the playroom's right there. She must still be here.
I thought she was.
No,
I thought I was next.
No, they didn't. They did not say they didn't. Can we go? Can you give us consent to just look through your phone?
No.
No. Okay.
Because I feel like you guys
want
get too much family to try, and then my family's gonna raise.
This is when they try to get her to voluntarily hand it over. She doesn't want to, which is a good choice. For every suspect or witness. You want my stuff? Get a warrant. Now I understand with this particular piece of human, you might think she doesn't need the... I understand. This case is trying me to my limits on my belief in everybody should be equal with the concerning the rights. Knowing what I have read up on, it really, really tests me. But the worst of them has to have the same rights as the people we believe are innocent.
A question, and there's gonna be another, villain, and and it's like, oh my gosh, these cops are going way over there because they think it's me. So.
You think we're with your family? You
like chest out, interrupt what they're doing. Like I don't really.
You gotta call. You might have to call tonight. The only reason, if this was like a different style case, like hey, 6 months ago so and so touched me or something. Hey, we'll call you in the morning or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's 50 degrees out and we're getting colder. The longer we wait to talk to people, the less time we have. I mean, it could have been she slipped over here, jumped in the car, tried to chase you out the parking lot. There'd be 100 million things. Okay, so to go through your phone, you want us to just get a search warrant then? You don't mind if we just look through it real quick? It'd be way faster.
You have to have probable cause for a search warrant. I'm not a probable cause.
No.
So
I'm not pressured. We can just have it signed. I was just asking, but that's fine.
I'd rather have a lawyer before you go through my phone.
Well, okay, so like, we're just gonna go through your phone. I was just asking if we could just sign the consent. It just speeds it up.
What's the consent if you're gonna force him to do it? What's the point of the consent?
No, like, so it's literally just a piece of paper where it says I, which would be you, give detectives, me, consent to go through my phone. And then they plug it in and get all the data. If not, we go to the magistrate court judge and we just ask for a search warrant based on our probable cause statement. And then he signs it or doesn't sign it.
Sure.
All right. The question just was asked. At this point, they know what happened from Brooklyn. They don't know what happened, but they suspect foul play because things are not adding up. So they, as the interrogator, the cop said, we will take this to a judge and ask for a search warrant.
Sure, to which part, I'm sorry.
You gotta have a real probable cause. I feel like you just want to go through just to call everybody on the phone.
It's fine. If you don't want to get consent, that's fine. I'm not gonna.
What's the point of consent if you guys will do it anyway? There's no point.
Well, because this way, just like I said, it's just faster. That's all it was.
So you're gonna take me to court just to say, hey, can I go to your home?
No. Not take you to court. No, we just get a search warrant. Nowadays we just video chat it with the judge, and we'll be like, hey judge, here's my search warrant, here's my affidavit, here's my piece probable cause statement on why I believe information on this phone will help me in this manner. And this reason, because of all this, I believe I have probable cause to get this search warrant. So we will go that route. So I don't want to force you in any. I'll go work on that. Just hang on.
No,
and I'll make sure that she doesn't win. What?
I said, make sure it's signed. I'll sign it. Go ahead. If that makes you guys tap dance.
I don't know what tap dance. What do you? I'm so confused.
That makes you guys happy.
That's not making me happy. That's just a question. See, consent to
Normally when
search.
people call about something, cops do anything and go all about, but
And normally when we get calls about kids going, what do you have? Is it iPhone 10, 12, 15,
iPhone 10.
10? Is it black or gray?
Black.
10. Oh, you have a case on it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I need you to write your first and last name here, capital X, like you do when you go buy a house or something. There, sign it, and then for the 500th time write your name again.
So I'm full name or initial.
No, full name right there. The only part you sign is that other box right there.
Great.
The top one you sign yes.
On top of the box or in the box?
In the box, sorry. I know, I'm very confusing. And if you don't mind writing your name. Okay. And you say your password was February 10th, 2019. Is that the anniversary?
2/10/2019, yeah.
So just 6 digits, or is it like 8? Like, is it actual 2019?
02/10/19.
Okay. I'm glad they just do numbers. I had some people do like whole catchphrases and stuff, 36 letters. Okay, we'll go do that. All right, we'll give that to Al. Then we'll be back. Thank you.
And they leave her alone to see what's going on. And she, yeah.
Let's get this over with.
This is ridiculous, man.
The problem is we have so many moving parts, so many people I gotta talk.
Yeah, there you could see she could get out of that room. It wasn't locked. She's not cuffed. Technically, she's not under arrest. She's not detained. She's invited there for an interview that will progress. Which is also why, even if you believe you're a witness, get a lawyer.
It's, okay. Okay, so I just want to talk to you away from her, separate me.
Yes.
That's
All
it.
I'm saying is, just to clear things,
Yeah.
I am discombobulated. I cannot give you exact times. If you feel like I wanted the BP that time, run the camera back to the BP where you saw me with this hat. Or my dad, run it back to there. But it's like, I cannot sit here how you approach people to try to get something out of someone. You don't approach people like that to try to get something out of someone because you think so. Then why would a little girl this? Why would a little girl? I'm telling you everything that's going on. And then when we come for help, you don't really get help. That's why a lot of people do things and just don't call the cops and handle it their own way. Because it can flip, just like what it did today. Like my dad always told me, anything can flip with cops. So it just pisses me off because I've been out all day. I've been answering you respectfully all morning. Respectfully all morning. Then I get here and I'm in the room that I've never been in before that I seen on First 48 and being chastised with questions trying to make me, I think you did it. As soon as he said that, it broke me to the core. Because if I did it, I damn sure wouldn't be in that hotel. I would be going on the run.
Yeah, no, and like I said, you stuck around, you talked.
I stuck around and I talked, and he's telling me, my daughter, I'll be here. Dude, that's you. But I know with me, when the police said they looked, okay, I'm going to look too. I'm not going to be here all night answering the same questions. Not no new questions. These same questions. And it's not adding up with Brittany. At the end of the day, that's Brittany's daughter. I'm not even the real biological father. None of me is on paper with them, with those kids. They don't have my last name, nothing.
Yeah.
So why should my things just be ran through? Where you been here? Why you been driving here? Why was this over here? Why was that over? I'm not going to keep answering that. I'm not a cop. If I wanted to be one, I would have been wearing that badge easily. I have no record. Easily become a cop. I know this. I know you guys ran me. I'm clean. There's nothing on me. I'm a good citizen. And I'm not going to sit up here and open the door and let my fucking girlfriend, daughter run out. I'm not going to do that. Now I'm going to take better protocols and get a camera for my kids. But it's messed up, man. I just want to go get our phone because we have to pay our room the next day. We work day by day to pay the room. And it'll look even more messed up. We coming back from cops containing us all day. And now we got to hustle up. We don't have family like that. I told you I'm the black sheep of the family. So is she.
Yeah.
That's why we're sticking together and we're trying to work this out. We thought we could trust you guys. That's why we called you. We didn't call you to be chastised. We called you for help, not to be brought out of our homes immediately with our kids in pajamas. That's messed up. So how long for the phones? Because we have to work.
I just have a couple more.
Now, without me knowing what was said during opening statements, she sounds somewhat credible in her frustration, things and that. But the cops suspect foul play, and this is shown to show the people how she was when she thought she wasn't a suspect leading up to trial, where the defense is she did not hit the killing blow. That's their defense in all of this. So with that in mind, yeah, she's digging. She's really digging here, because the jury will see this, knowing what the defense in trial is.
Questions? And then,
Questions.
and then that's all I got for you.
What questions, man?
Okay, but I do have to read you this card like you see on the movies and TVs and all that stuff. The Miranda thing. Didn't have it. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in
And
court.
there it is.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice. Before we ask you any
There
questions,
it
and have
is.
a lawyer with you during
All
questions.
these statements they're accusing us
Then
of
Miranda
is jumbled.
rights.
You can't just take a statement for someone that's frantic for someone missing, then say, oh, these are not adding up. I couldn't even tell you when the fuck my last period was. I can't tell you. Then he's saying go back to Wednesday. I really can't tell you. Once I move on to the next day, that's it. I cannot tell you exactly. Man, if I was a psychic, I could tell you exactly the day, but I'm not. I don't know the exact times. I just know me and her are always going to the store. Then we're staying together. Then I'm leaving or I'm coming back. I cannot tell the exact time all the time. Who can? Well, only cops. There's nobody. I really feel like I'm test studies. Just read me the questions. I know all that stuff.
If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any question if you wish.
Mhm.
If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. You understand each of these rights
Yeah.
that I've explained to you?
Yeah, I know I'm not talking and all that stuff.
Okay. Like I said, just read it through. Okay, so I'm gonna make it very quick so we don't beat that old school, don't beat a dead horse. Sister can't reach up at midnight-ish.
I'm not sure.
I'm not gonna.
Each question about time,
Okay,
I'm not
let's
sure,
get
sir.
rid of
Really,
time.
I'm really not.
When she got back from the store, then you went to your sister's. Sometime last night. I'm not worried about it. If it was, he was worried about specific time. I'm not. But all we know is it was after she got back, because we don't want the kids alone. Sister picks you up in boyfriend's car. We don't know who the boyfriend is though. It was a black car. Dropped you off.
I'm assuming because it was dark.
It was dark, black, gray. It was a dark car. It wasn't shiny red.
Mm.
It wasn't Ferrari red or anything. No. So then she takes you down to your grandma's house, the one that's on your address, that really long I word that I'm gonna butcher.
Yeah, but I really don't mess with. Like I told you, I don't mess with the family.
No,
So all I'm gonna tell you is, because I know this is where you're going with the questions. So I'm gonna tell you right now, everything I told you is not exact because I'm running off 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
My daughter's missing. I don't give a fuck about times. Where the last place I was. If you feel like that, take the goddamn the places. I thought it was safe there because it was flooded with cameras. But now it's like, oh shit, we definitely got to move now because open the door, going. And then we told you guys, she's very bright. She's not your regular autistic. She's very smart. She knows 1 + 1, 10 + 10, 10 times 10. She's very smart. What makes her autistic is just paying attention. She really can't really focus.
Yeah.
But when she knows it's serious and it's time, she knows. She's very
Knows
bright.
what to do.
Yeah, she know how to maneuver. Now I know more. She's a very good. I think there's more. She's a very good child, but she just have her ways and different things. But it's like when does have a way she tends to do things, and the things she chose to do, like me and the young fellow was talking about when he was asking me questions about certain more things happen, and then if I would have called you guys for that, you would locked us up because we don't believe that kids fight. We don't believe kids do that. So it makes me not want to ever call the police again because like I might as well take matters in my own hands or hire a private investigator. Like I wanted to do today. I said, babe, if they can't actively find today, when we get up on money, we're gonna hire a private investigator to also help. That's what we're gonna do. But now we just feel like we're chastised and it's totally not fair. So to end all your questions, all of those times, it's really not accurate. I would prefer you to ask me really in my right mind. The information I gave you, the information she gave you, when she woke up, she was not there. That's it. You can flip the bed. You guys check the bed 10 times. Go flip it again. We give you permission to go in there. If you guys asked us, but you guys kept coming in, which you know you gotta have warrant to come in anyway, but we opened the door and let you come in. So it's like, just have some respect for it. It's like, come on, we wouldn't be calling you for help I would have just got away with it if that was the case. But no, we called for help. I said, babe, yes, do the right thing. I was just as mad as her. We both were crying, break it down. I said, babe, let's pull it together because Zahir doesn't like to see us cry. Then they ask questions and they want to know. And how am I explaining that to my 5-year-old son that's autistic? It was really, he's 2 in mind.
Yeah.
So it's too much. And they're going to ask about this all night.
Last time, you went to your grandma's house. I'm not even worried about
I don't know.
You don't know.
I
Did
don't
you
know.
speak
That's
to
my
your-
final answer. I don't know.
Did you speak
That's
to your
my final
nephew?
answer. No, I don't know.
Okay.
Because my family is not involved in this. They don't even know. They don't even know their names. None of their names. They don't know them. I don't communicate with my family. Like, the only people I deal with is my niece and nephew. And that's why I told you, as a mother of them, is Diamond Alexis Owens.
Your sister.
That's my sister.
Yeah.
Them the only people I deal with. But I'm not gonna get them involved in something,
Yeah.
and I'm asking for help, and y'all reaching out to people in my family that have this, that really don't give two shits about Brittany. They don't. So I just want to get our stuff and we go. And if you guys can, keep looking, okay, keep looking. We never said stop. Hell, we're gonna figure out stuff too, because she has police in her family.
Yeah.
So I'm quite sure she's gonna reach out to them too. We're not just gonna sit back and let this ride. No, that's not us. But I'm trying to be the strongest now, because I don't want my kid to see that I'm weak. I'm a very strong woman. If I do something, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna sit up here and open the door and let my child run out. I'm not that person. At all. And if you guys want to go in there and ask neighbor after neighbor after neighbor after neighbor, then go ask each neighbor. Because I wouldn't open no goddamn door for no 8-year-old to run out there, and I know she got a mental condition. I wouldn't fucking do it. But I thought I could trust you guys, but we being chastised for no reason. And it's not right. Because if I did want your help, we wouldn't have called you. We would have said we'll figure out together. But this is my first time ever encountering dealing with a police. I have nothing on my record. Nothing. I'm 29 years old. Nothing. So why am I, I think you did it. Bruh, go pull up my record. There's nothing on there. What are you trying to pin me for? There's nothing on me. I never murdered nobody. I never had anything with no altercation with no police. Nothing. But you want to sit here and say, I think you did it. Because of what my little girl said. She's 6. The minute she sees me and her mother argue, she breaks down crying. That's why we don't argue in front of her. So now I feel like if I have another issue, I can't confide in Gwinnett County. I just need to move to another goddamn county. That's that, man.
So you don't know why you said you were with your nephew and sister?
I don't know why. I don't have nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. All I want is for them to keep looking like they say they were looking, and then we're going to do what we need to do on our end as parents. But y'all not going to try to piece together and try to flip things. Well, we got to pin somebody. No, you're not going to do that to me. Everything I say, I don't damn know. Everything is discombobulated because we're frantic. Duh, people know that. I'm not going to sit up here and ask somebody 100 questions that reached out for help. I'm going to tell them to write a statement, everything you know. And I'm going to go off that, go to the precinct, and I'm going to run it. I'm not going to send 30, 50, 100 cops to ask the same question when they're supposed to protect the community. I'm not going to do that. If I wanted to kick my daughter, I would just took her to, or she would have took her to a place for kids where, kids go, what is it, CPS, or somebody would have took it for a place for kids or something. But I wouldn't just open the door for a 9-year-old to just walk out and just, why would I do that? That's inhumane, and I have no record. I can see if I was a criminal and then y'all question me and it's like, okay, they're a criminal, they did stuff before, but no, I have nothing. Go run me again. I have nothing on, there's nothing on me.
Record's clean. I know that. You got clean history. Never had problems with police.
Never. And she's trying to get her life right because she's on BO. She's trying to get her life right. And it's like, man, all this is like, all I'm trying to do is bring my family back together and we get up out of the hotel and get our house that we're working for. But this is inseparable. Let me grab their phones because this is this. Because I knew when you kept coming to me asking questions, I said, they're going to probably think I did it because of probably how I look. Yeah, I probably look like, I know you don't want to say it, but I know you're thinking it. And she probably does look like a criminal. She tatted up on her neck. That's what most people in jail have. But I'm not. You saw I got these at 17. I'm 29. I wouldn't open the door, sir, and just let my daughter walk. If I seen that, trust me, I would have ran her down and grabbed her, installed cameras, and got better locks. But we never thought she'd do that, because if she did it before, we would have definitely took better protocol.
What?
But to bring my family and Tucker, we don't even speak like that. The only person I communicate with is my sister. And then when I do go with my sister, I'm saying hey and bye to grandma. They're not going to tell you anything. Even if you ask them, they're not going to tell you anything because they don't really agree with me.
Well, why would you bring them in and say that your sister?
Because he asked me a question, and I thought you guys was helping me till I realized I'm being chastised and they're trying to detain me.
So you just made it up? Or?
I didn't make anything up. I don't know anything. I'm discombobulated, remember?
So you don't remember?
I prefer to be in a better peace of mind. See, this is how you go about things. You get the information for that missing child that night. Now, sometimes I did expect you guys to find her. I really did. But sometimes things don't go that way. So what I did expect was you guys to give a courtesy call and say, hey, I would like for you guys to come to the station, whatever. Then I would have had the kids picked up by someone to go. I'm not going to tell you all my business through my daily life. Why? Because I feel like I'm being chastised. So I'm not going to open up to somebody that's hounding me. No, if you would have asked me all this home, cool, but you brought me to the station and said, oh, we're going to write a statement. I haven't wrote one damn thing.
Well, you didn't tell me at that.
Yeah, as Brooklyn says here, she is very convincing. But knowing what we know from her defense attorney, things will change. We know they did record some of the abuse that child suffered. A lot of abuse that child suffered. So yeah, people might be very, very convincing in interviews and interrogations, and still, with the proper evidence, as video of the actual abuse, yeah, and then the surveillance video and everything. And this is, for instance, this is what is the clear difference between what we saw in the trial against Richard Allen. They really had nothing, and they still put him in solitary confinement in prison for months and injected him with mind-altering drugs to get him to confess. Here they have actual evidence. They don't need foul play because they have actual evidence.
House, you just said you come and
Because
go.
I do come and go,
That's
but
what you
I'm
said
discombobulated now.
Yeah.
Everything I'm saying is not going to make sense. Everything she's saying is not going to make sense because we feel attacked. So you really can't really go off anything but the fact that she's not there, and we need to find her. Not she's not there. Take both the parents because Brittany didn't even go outside. That's a bull-faced lie. She went outside. Go get the cop that came first.
We went to. So earlier we were relaxed about it. When we
He set it off for me, and then I came out the door and I asked for water.
I understand when you got set off.
And I told you guys both here, I'm not detained. I'm not nothing.
I was just asking, why would you be so adamant? Again, because you want to keep your family out of this. But you were so adamant to be like, my sister came and picked me up after she came back with the snacks and went to bed. This way the kids aren't alone. Your sister came and picked you up, but she does her own thing. But you don't care if your sister says, hey, I'm gonna pick you up or something. It's your sister. You do whatever she says.
No, even sometimes she come through and she says,
yeah,
hey,
typical
family. Like that's like asking me that don't matter. Like why does that matter when a child is missing? Why does it matter when I'm getting picked up?
Why would you tell us that you went to this house and spoke to your nephew for 4 hours and your sister brought back when we know that didn't happen?
Because I came back, it did happen. Because I came back.
So we've spoken to
We've spoken about it, but I'm saying
your
the fact that you're
your
trying
nephew,
to.
Your dad, everybody, and nobody's seen you in months. Your nephew, your dad, nobody's seen you in months.
Nobody's going to tell you.
Your sister would say
nobody's going to tell you because they know you're a cop. That's what I'm telling you. My sister's on PO. She's not going to talk to you.
But
so it's like,
but
your sister's on. But my sister's on PO. She's not going to give you what you want to hear. That's what I'm saying. I said you can't run off that.
Why would she lie about it?
I don't know.
That
you
would
want to go bring her in?
That would be worse for her to lie about it. You see what I'm saying?
Dude.
It doesn't make sense.
It don't make sense that you're calling my family to get involved.
It is.
With
if a kid goes missing overnight, and then you go somewhere overnight and bring in these people, and these people go, I ain't never seen you. Well, now we have a kid going missing overnight, and we have you going missing overnight.
I didn't go missing overnight. I'm here.
You said you left,
but I'm here.
But your sister said you didn't. People come back all the time. People that burn down houses, you know what they do? They go show up when the house is being burned down.
Yeah.
They try to
so
get on
you do
the
it, then
news.
you guys went through our phone and called and do all that stuff. But the guy said as soon as we stepped out the door, you couldn't do that. So what stories are y'all giving me?
We got a search warrant for your phone. What do you mean we can't do that? Probable cause 51%. We have probable cause all day.
I just want our phone. So
well, I know, but you're not getting your phone. Well, you gotta stay seated.
For what?
Well, you're not allowed to leave.
How am I allowed to leave?
Well, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to leave.
Why am I being detained?
Yes, you are being detained.
How?
You're getting charged for law obstruction. Giving false statements. You're not allowed to leave. So
I'm getting charged for false statements?
You can sit down. Or I can have the officer.
Detained.
Well, listen, I'm telling you, you are. So either you can sit down and relax.
So we're both being detained.
No, you are being detained.
I'm being detained
yes,
because someone didn't see me. So now y'all want to know if
people
someone
didn't see you. Multiple people. That honestly,
are in your corner. You can't even say they're a biased witness because they're not helping you out. It would be different if they were trying to say, oh yeah, she for sure was here. Then it's like, okay, well they said she was
So
here.
now
You're
you're
good.
detaining me and trying to lock me
And
in.
then you told me that I was discombobulated when you were calm earlier. You were fine.
No, I was.
This may or may not be the cop uh, exaggerating of what the people she claimed were her witnesses actually saw. I don't think it's necessary, but in the United States, cops are allowed to lie. And I don't, in this case, it's just not necessary. She already painted herself into a corner she cannot get out of.
Right now, obviously, yeah, you're a little combobulated, but earlier you were fine. You were sitting there talking
Because I
to
feel
us.
like you guys was helping us. That's all. That's really all. I feel like
As
you
I
guys
tell
was helping
people,
us.
especially in my job, you know who I care about? I care about the kids most.
So how
People's
long am I
beef,
being
don't-
detained?
Well, you got to go over to the jail.
You're gonna take me to jail?
I told you you're being charged with false statements. That's why I said you're not free to leave. You're being calm for the most part. I don't see need to wrap you up in handcuffs or
And I tell
anything.
them lie.
Well, yeah, when we go out, we'll tell them bye. I promise. I ain't gonna be no
So
asshole.
now you're gonna send me to jail till I have a court date.
I mean, that's how it works, yeah. It doesn't make sense for you to bring in your family when you were really adamant on not bringing them in, but for you to put them in that position, knowing, and we told you this, knowing we're going to talk to them.
Mm.
That's what he did. He left to go talk to them. Because now we have a kid gone overnight and you saying you left overnight. She said you left. She didn't see who you went to. She just figured you went with your sister. But now none of them said they went to. And it would make sense for your sister to lie, especially if she don't feel, because that's not going to help her case. Because she's going to have to go to court. And she can't lie in court. So it don't make sense for her to lie. It don't make sense for your little
So
nephew
you're
to
gonna
lie.
hold me in jail until I get a court date
That's what I said.
and
Yes.
do what you need to do.
Until I find this girl. That is all I care about. Your beef with whoever, beef with family, beef with your girl. I don't care about none of that. I care about her who's missing. That's it. That's all I care about. And until I find her, I ain't gonna sleep. We're gonna find her. There's about 50 other cops and detectives out here working. You've seen us all running around. And there's even more still out on the road down there west side. We ain't stopping until we find her.
Congratulations. Well, you already think I did anyway.
I think you know where she's at.
I know you think so. But okay.
I know, I just said
We'll
it.
just go to court and we'll deal with it that way.
Okay, that's the other route. I just want to know where she's at.
Go search.
That's what we're doing. You could help us out. If you care about this
Hi,
family like
Dave.
you say you do, you would help us out.
This is a
you
really,
don't
really
care about
good
her.
That's every
interview.
question you had. So I'm gonna go to court.
Really, really good interview, turning interrogation, turning into she being detained and read her rights. It is by the books. This with now I do believe he made some statements that can be lies, but that is allowed in the United States. I don't think it was necessary in this case. I really don't. I really, really don't. But here we are.
I'm gonna feel chastised because y'all were chastising me.
I'm just asking a question.
But you guys were chastising me. Now you're saying I'm being detained. I'm not being detained.
Well, no, so you can call it what you want. You're not free to leave. Detained.
Because it's like get somebody. Mm-hmm. The
It's
most
like what?
probable one is like get somebody.
Let's not get somebody.
And here you are trying to smooth talk me out the hotel. Oh, bring her and bring the kids. Come on so we can question her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you're a piece of shit. And I have nothing else to say. I just want to see my girl and them before I go. And that's it. Go and take me
And I'll
down.
still let you do that.
Go and take me down. And do what you do. Take me to court. Bring up what you need to bring up. And I get over.
Okay. Well, like I said, before we leave, I'll make sure they say bye to you.
I can do it now. Just
Well, we can hang out here, and I'll make sure that it's okay. I don't see an issue with it, but again, I'll double check that it's all right. That you say bye, and then we'll have one of the uniform guys take over. All right?
Why you think I'm moving off?
Well, no, just because they got handcuffs and
Come on,
stuff.
let's get this right
I don't
over
have
with.
any of that. So,
Come on.
all right.
Yes, Carl. This is Celeste talking.
Judge, may I make a suggestion?
You may.
Okay, I think at this point it may be beneficial to go ahead and break for lunch if the court is so inclined, and then we can come back and continue at that point.
Y'all ready for lunch? Okay. All right. It is 1:28 So I'm gonna ask you 1:30.
And it's
Is that
lunchtime
good enough
in
time for you
day
guys to drive out and get food and come back? Don't everybody talk at once?
2. And we can skip that.
For the defendant?
Yes, Judge.
So this woman, Celeste, called the kids hers. They aren't. She is the partner of the mother of the kids. She is not related to the victim at all. Yeah, I know the sound is horrible. I have 2 boosters on. 2 boosters. And we are returning to the interviewing officer, who is in court without full tactical gear. Yes, folks, it is fully possible to testify as a cop without
Did everyone have
being
enough
all
time to go
geared
get
up.
something since the cafeteria's closed? All right, very good. All right, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Sorensen, at the conclusion of the interview that we just watched, did you in fact get a search warrant for the phone that went into the defendant's information?
Detective McCoy, who was working in the SVU unit at the time, he was the one that actually swore out the search warrant for the cell phones.
And one was obtained, though, correct?
Yes, that same night.
All right. Now, at one point, did Detective Conway, who was with you in the interview, actually leave and go to the Idle Hour location to speak with the individuals who were present there to determine if Celeste Owens was actually at that location?
Yes, but the time that you saw him stepped out on video or on the recording, that was actually when him and Detective Scott, who was an SVU detective as well, they both actually drove.
I stand corrected. I assumed he was lying to Celeste. As it seems, they didn't have to, and they didn't. They actually went and talked to the guys who Celeste claims gave her an alibi.
Drove down to that, I think it was Tucker address to speak with the family that was there.
Okay, so they physically went down there. That's the break that happened, or that's
I
when he
don't
had
know
left
if
the
they are
room?
showing the mom's interrogation.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about Zaire and Jakari, who were also present there. Did any officers, while the children were at headquarters, notice any sort of injuries on the children?
Yeah, it was brought to my attention because I initially didn't see much at the hotel when they were under the blankets covered up, or even when they'd come out to the cars because they were all wrapped up blankets and stuff. It was brought to my attention. Had I seen some of the injuries to them? I don't know which specific officer brought it to my attention though.
And ultimately, photographs were taken by other personnel at the police department that night of those injuries?
Yeah, we had one of our crime scene techs actually take photographs, measurements of injuries, photographs to both children that same night.
Okay. And was retired Lieutenant Randy Work also present there helping with that process?
Yes, he was one of the Criminal Investigation Division lieutenants, and he had arrived at headquarters as well that night.
All right. Now, pursuant to the extraction of the defendant's phone, were there some videos that were found that were of concern to you?
Yeah, well, I was made aware the next morning of several videos. I believe it was actually Detective Lorenzo that had said there's some videos on there of some abuse of the children that I needed to look at.
All right. And so could you just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the sort of timing of how and when well, not how, but when the phone was actually extracted in relation to what we saw here with the defendant?
Yes, so on the 21st, that Sunday night, I mean, it was probably at least after 7 p.m. when Detective McCoy actually got this search warrant, and they weren't given to the lab till, once he got the search warrant, we get the phones to the lab, and they started on it late that night. But those extractions take forever. I think by the time I got back to the office the next morning at like 7 a.m., Detective Lorenzo told me that he had finished it up at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So it was probably 5 or 6 hours that it was downloading, so I didn't review them until that next morning, probably around 9 a.m. or so.
Okay. Now, the children here, were they actually released back to Brittany, or did they go somewhere else that night?
No. Based on the extensive injuries, the multiple types of different injuries, whether they're bruising welts, scarring, scabs, cuts, all over their bodies, we had actually reached out to our juvenile court, and at the time, Miss Amy Nago over at juvenile court signed actual deprivation. I think it was like 10:30 at night.
So they did not go back with
sorry,
Brittany,
no.
correct? Sorry. Oh, all right. So they were put into state custody or something at that time, but they just did not go back with Brittany Hall that night.
Correct. They went to defects care that Sunday night.
Okay. So I want to go back to the extraction of the phone. Did you at some point review the data, specifically the videos that were taken from this defendant's phone extraction?
Yes, I looked into the videos that the computer lab had flagged or made me aware of the physical abuse.
Judge, I am going to actually, and you have, I think, let me just get that.
Okay, Dave says, I did not watch much yesterday because the sound was so low. Any chance I could get a brief summary overview of the case? All right, Dave. This is Georgia versus Celeste Owens. Celeste Owens is the partner of the mother of the victim. The victim is 8-year-old Nicole Nicole Amari Hall. Nicole Amari Hall was reported missing and then found deceased. During the medical examination, they found that she had been abused for years, to the point where battered child syndrome occurred, that her body was simply too injured and gave up by the hands of both Celeste Owens and the mother. They have severed the case against Celeste and the mother. So this part is the trial against Celeste. The defense are stipulating to a lot of facts. The defense focuses on the state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Celeste was the one who gave Nicole the killing blows. That's the defense in this case. It's a gruesome case, but also it is a very, very clean trial. And thank you to Brooklyn, who gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. Getting us up to 11 new members today. Thank you so much. That is so, so nice of you. Thank you. So that is the short version of this case. Let's continue with the testimony of Detective Sorensen.
Now, you previously had told the court that you reviewed the extraction, signed the actual Exhibit 26A that was previously admitted into evidence. So from that particular extraction, I want to show some videos to you, Judge, and I would at this point ask that I be able to publish specifically States Exhibits 27 through 41, which are portions of the extraction from 26A, which has already been admitted into evidence.
I thought 26A was the redacted interview.
I apologize, Judge. It is, you're correct. Where's your extraction? Is it up there? I'm at 21, Judge. I was looking at 26. I apologize. That is my mistake. Yes, correct, which contains the extraction. So States Exhibit 21 contains the extraction, which has previously been admitted into evidence from both Hall and Owens' phones. So at this time, Judge, the state would move to tender into evidence just portions from the extraction, which would be specifically 15 different videos, States Exhibit 27 through 41.
So just so the record is clear, S27 through S41 are all contained on S.
21.
21. That's
which has
correct.
already been admitted,
That is correct.
which we can provide copies of, so no objection.
Correct. Thank you.
Admit without objection.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to go ahead and may I, I'm going to go ahead and publish State's Exhibit 27 at this time. And Detective Sorensen, having reviewed the various videos, I'm going to play one at a time and then ask you specifically any questions based on your investigation, okay?
Okay.
So the first one. No, I'm click share, so we're good now, Judge. Let me just go ahead and get this to where I need it. And
What you just heard was video recorded on the defendant's phone. What you heard was a strike on the child. Remember how this defendant in the interview said, oh, the girl hurt herself. And then changed it to, oh, there were some fights among the children. All the time, on her phone, was her recording the abuse. And I just saw, let's see here, what happened. MLS gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is so nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bringing us to 21 gifted memberships. Let's change the banner here. And also, making it a tie for honorary Viking of today between Parabellum and Dave, with the grand total of $15 each. No, wait a minute. My apologies. With 10 gifted memberships, makes MLS sole leader in the race of honorary Viking with $30. Thank you, Dave. You are the current, oh, here's another one. You are the current honorary Viking of today. And you gifted one more, extending your lead. Extending your lead. So now we have 22 new members. And Dave is up at $33. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody who was gifted memberships, make sure to thank Dave over at MLS Making Law Simple Network. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, what we just heard was the strike. We will probably, let me just check here. No, they won't show the actual things, but we will hear it. And now Dave with a $2 super chat. Now get a real bad signal as an emoji. Oh, I'm on a new platform, Dave. This is EVMux platform. I'm abandoning StreamYard for something that is it's a learning curve, but it's half the price. And I for instance, I already have some sound effects built in. For instance, I, 'cause Those are one of them. Okay, Dave will try this out on Saturday. Yeah, because StreamYard sucks donkey balls. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are going under within a year by tripling the fees and making it worse with the new owners. All right, we need to get back to trial here.
Detective Sorensen, as it relates to State's Exhibit number 27, in your investigation, were you able to determine whether or not the defendant, Celeste Owens, had any sort of markings or tattoos on her body?
Yes, because when I had spoken with her at the hotel in the headquarters, between the shorts and t-shirts she was wearing, I knew that she had the big one that kind of made me stood out to me was just the one on her arm specifically, the big fish. I don't know what type of fish it is, but they're all like upper body tattoos.
Right, so you did not observe any lower body tattoos on her legs at that time?
No.
Okay, and she did not have, she had shorts on when you interviewed her?
Yes.
Now, with Brittany Hall, did you notice any tattoos on her lower body?
Yes, because she was wearing some rainbow dress thing that had like a slit thing. The one I could see.
Yeah, so what the videos are showing, and this is the blame game between the two defendants, separate trials, is they can actually differentiate between them with their tattoos. So they know who's doing the recording, they know who's doing the striking.
It was just that she had this big rose tattoo on her leg.
Okay. All right. So in State's Exhibit number 27, I'm going to play it one more time. Do you observe the individual who is hitting the middle child to have any tattoos on their lower leg?
No, they did not.
Yeah. They are both charged with 21 counts of, including but not limited to, neglect, abuse, assault, and murder. There are 3 children involved in this case. One of them died. 2 are survivors of this abuse.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 28 next.
Elbow.
All right, and did you notice a tattoo on the forearm of the individual in this picture?
Yes.
Now, when you spoke with Defendant Owens for some time, did you also notice that tattoo that you referred to on her forearm as well?
Yes.
And again, these are the videos that were extracted from Defendant Celeste Owens' phone, is that right?
Those are the videos I viewed the next morning, I think the 22nd.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 29.
Folks, that was not a slap. That was a thud. For you who don't know, a thud means closed fist. On the children, all under the age of 8. And you could hear the child going. I told you guys, this trial tests us to the limit. I will still say she deserves a proper defense, and her rights, she has the same rights as everybody else, because we need to protect them for the worst of them, as well as for the people we believe are innocent.
Go to the bathroom.
Again, did you note any tattoos on the arms of that individual, or excuse me, on the legs of that individual?
No.
show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 30.
Yes, folks, there are videos. A bunch of them.
Move over. Put your arm down. Put it down.
Again, in State's Exhibit number 30, did you notice
Several
any tattoos on the legs
thuds.
of the individual on the video?
Several thuds.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 31.
I know it's on 15. Huh? He's finna get smacked. First of all, he's finna get smacked now. I don't know he's looking at me. Say, I'm finna handle it. Stop looking. Do you understand me? Keep your eyes to yourself. Do you understand? Stop looking. Stop looking. I smacked earlier for that.
I should have given you a trigger warning, because this will continue. So I completely understand anyone leaving now for this part of the trial. Completely understand it. I'm covering this because I need to test my limits as well. The limit of mine, how I perceive justice has to be done proper, with protecting the rights of the worst of them, because if we don't, how do we protect the rights of the people we believe are innocent?
Obviously, in State's Exhibit 31, we do see a tattoo on the legs and a description of a rainbow-colored dress that you see there as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that is similar to the dress that was worn by Brittany Hall when you met with her at headquarters?
Yeah, on the 21st, correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 32. Again, there is the same tattoo on the forearm, correct?
Correct.
I will now show you State's Exhibit number 33.
Those are not videos from the time of her death. This is them, both the mother and the defendant in this trial, filming abuse of the kids. All of them. And when they when they say tattoo, it is to differentiate between the mother, who has tattoos on her legs as well, and the defendant in this trial, who has only tattoos on her arms at the time of the abuse.
I think we understand the tattoo situation, so I'm going to continue forward with State's Exhibit number 34.
this way.
This is State's Exhibit number 35.
Right now.
Now, this is the lawyers speaking. I believe then these videos might be more prejudicial than probative, but apparently the judge disagreed. I believe they could have gone there without all the videos. At some point, you all you need is him testifying about the sheer amount of videos and just show one example, just to differentiate who is doing the abuse and when. And then if the juries wants to see, then they ask for it.
That's smack. Stop moving. Corner.
State's Exhibit number 36.
Yeah, okay. Now I can't take it. So I am skipping. And let's move to, I believe this is, okay. The next witnesses are the other kids. I will not show it. I believe this is where the prosecution went overboard. You don't need the other kids' testimony at all. You just showed numerous videos of them being abused. There's no need for the kids to testify. And I won't show it to you. So let's go to the next witness. Yes, the jurors are watching this.
This testimony, I will likely require the click share as well, just for your information.
Do you want the click share or do you want the hardwire?
The click share, I think we've got it working, but I guess we'll find out.
Do that nature. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter being the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Sir, could you please state and spell your name for the court?
Certainly. Randall with one L, D, work, W-O-R-K.
And were you formerly employed with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
I was.
Tell us what position you held and how long you were with the department.
I started with Gwinnett County Police in May of 1998. I retired from the police department in December of 2022. At the time of my retirement, I was the Criminal Investigations Lieutenant in charge of the Property Crimes Division.
And of course, at the time that you were employed there, you were a certified police officer by the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you are now enjoying retirement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just take you back over to November 21st of 2021 into the early morning hours of November 22nd of 2021. Were you at the Gwinnett County Police Headquarters in relation to a missing child case?
Yes, ma'am, I was. I was in charge of, I was the on-call CID lieutenant and had received a telephone call from the chief of police asking about the status of this case. I had not been informed of it, but he had been made aware of it through other channels. Once I found out what was going on, I responded to the Gwinnett County Police Department and assumed command of the detectives that were on scene.
And the detectives were conducting the actual investigation, is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And what was your role there?
I was the on-scene supervisor. I was just there to make sure that everything was done properly.
Do you recall meeting two children by the name of Zaire Hall and Jakari Hall that day?
I do.
Do you recall their ages at the time?
5 and 6, I believe.
Okay, and do you also recall being told that you noted injuries or other officers noted injuries on the two individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, is there something that you did in order to memorialize those injuries?
Certainly. A little bit of background about me. I was a special victims detective for 3 years. I was also a special victims supervisor for another 3 years. I have a total of 10 years of investigative experience. As soon as I found out the children had been seen with some injuries, we always document those injuries. So the children were taken down to crime scene supervisor Amanda Wise, where she photographed the injuries on the children.
And this was done there at police headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for those photographs to be
I
taken?
was. You'll see in the photographs that you're probably going to present, you'll see my hands holding the scale up to document the size and scope of the injuries.
Well, since you mentioned them, I do have State's Exhibit number 42 through 48, which I have previously shown to defense counsel. So I'll ask you to please just go through them briefly and tell me what it is before we publish them, or as we publish them, what we're looking at.
Certainly. The photographs of this.
Yeah, and with no objection from the defense, this goes to the defense, only defense, that Celeste did not cause the immediate death of Nicole. This, well, Dave might also tell, for those who don't know, Dave is he's a lawyer. He is a trial attorney, and a good one at it as well. When everything is stacked against you, you grasp the straws that are left. And for this defense, it is Celeste did not do the actual killing blows. That's it.
This child right here, the male, they're all consistent with the photographs that were taken. That's my hand holding up his arm, and that's my hand right there holding up the scale.
I don't think they are
To show some
showing
bruising
it.
as well.
Nope,
And the
they are
male
not.
child, that's Jakari Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is that an accurate reflection of the way that you remember Jakari looking and the injuries that you observed on him?
Yes, ma'am.
Any material alterations?
And I don't like them saying the names out loud. I really don't.
Relations to your knowledge?
No, they look pretty accurate.
All right, Judge, I would like to move to tender into evidence States Exhibit 42 through 48, again previously shown to defense counsel.
That's correct, Judge. Previously shown, no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. And may I publish those as well?
You may.
All right, I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit number 42. Tell us what's happening here, please.
This is an overall shot of the male child. Normally in crime scene photography, we start with an overall shot to get the big picture of what is going on, and then we will move in with closer shots later on to show more detail about injuries that could have been found.
And to your knowledge, this is how Jakari came in dressed?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm going to move on to States Exhibit number 43. Do you see, are there any injuries noted here that were observed?
I don't believe so. I think I would have held a scale up to document them.
Okay. And here, I think it's kind of hard to see from this vantage point. This is going to be States Exhibit number 44.
Okay.
I'm going to try and zoom in. But... Were there any bruises noted or markings noted there on the side? I know there's a bit of a glare.
You can see some bruising, but I would also like to point out the distended belly of the child. During my course of interaction with both children, they were quite hungry, actually. And in fact, during the course of the investigation, they made that known. They said they were hungry, and other people were hungry as well. So we ordered some pizza from Papa John.
Yeah, as he said, the extended belly. That is sign of starvation. Because your gut is filled. Yeah, you all seen the pictures of starving kids in all different charity events. The kids looked like that, with bruises. And now, ordering pizza from Papa John's might not have been the proper way, because if they are starved to that degree, they need to be under controlled supervision brought back from starvation. Handing them pizza might not have been the proper choice.
These two children themselves, at 5 and 6 years old at the time, finished off an entire large pizza between themselves, which is 4 pieces each, as well as a small gluten-free pizza as well. To give you a little background on those.
There's a pointer right there if you'd like to use that.
Certainly. Yes, the distended belly right there. That is indicative of someone who may be malnourished.
All right, well, and the bruising there that you noticed, could you point that out as well?
That could be a possible bruise, and that could be a possible bruise.
All right. Now, this is going to be State's Exhibit number 45, I believe.
Brooklyn asks, I just don't get it. Were the children lost in the system with child services? They never went to school? They were homeschooled, kept away from public, kept away from everything. Yeah, so no CPS. Where were the relatives? Well, as in the interview, Celeste Owens told the that she didn't have contact with her family, much contact with her family. Yeah, these two, the mother and her partner, are giving homeschoolers a bad name.
What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the child's back. You can see some discoloration, and I'll point that out. There's a little glare, but there is some discoloration there, and you can see some striation marks and some scabs that were, looks like they're in the process of healing right there, and right there, and right there.
Okay. And then here we have State's Exhibit number 46. And let me just move over, and I think 47, which may be a better vantage point.
Okay.
What is it first of all, is that your hand?
That is my hand.
Okay.
You can see some linear marks that start up there and come down to here. You can also see some scabbing there and some generalized bruising there and there that could have been from someone grabbing the child with great force.
And then is there a measurement of those markings there on the hand as well?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the scale is millimeters on that one.
All right. And that last scale would have been State's Exhibit number 48 also. And Mr. Work, while you interacted with the children, while the children were there, did they seem well behaved to you?
Yes, I didn't have a problem with them at all.
Were they running around?
I can't recall that, ma'am, but I don't believe so.
Okay, and respectful?
They were, yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for you.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need these back?
Yes, thank you. I do need this back. Thank you very much.
Call your next witness.
Thank you. State will call Annie Penix. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say Annie or Danny?
No, Annie. That's A.
I completely understand, Louis Thomas.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear? or-
I completely understand. Direct to prison, direct to jail.
Yes, I do. All right, thank you, ma'am. You may be seated.
Okay, here's the next witness.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could move up just a little bit closer to the microphones and go ahead and state and spell your name for the court, please.
Anne, A-N-N-E, Penix, P-E-N-I-X.
All right, Ms. Penix, and how are you currently employed?
I am the Regional Director of Sales for Extended Stay America.
Now, back in November of 2021, what was your job title
In November of 2021, I was with Extended Stay.
as well?
Yes.
And how long have you been with the Extended Stay group?
I was with them for a year and then left for a year, and now I'm back.
Okay. Did you ever work for the Congress Hotel located off Oakbrook Parkway and Jimmy Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
What time frame was that?
I worked there from July of 2012 to September of 2021.
Okay. And what was your role there?
General Manager.
At the Congress Hotel?
Yes.
And what were your responsibilities?
So extended stay is the facility these guys lived in. 3 kids, 2 adults in an extended stay hotel room. And I guess that is what she is there to testify about.
Abilities as general manager there at the Congress Inn, the Congress Hotel.
A little bit of everything. Just ran the operations. We did, it was an independently owned hotel, so we basically had to do everything ourselves.
Were you familiar with the property?
Yes,
And were you familiar with the rooms within that property?
yes.
Now, you said you left in September of 2021. Why did you leave after almost a decade there?
We closed the hotel.
Do you recall when the hotel was officially closed?
I believe it was September 1st.
Now, in preparation for the closing of the hotel, were the residents notified that they could no longer reside there?
They were all giving a 30-day notice.
Was that done through a letter of some kind?
Yes.
Now, how many rooms were actually there at the Congress Hotel?
There's about 300 rooms, but we only used probably 30 of those. We closed down buildings just because of the condition of the hotel.
Okay. So you were familiar with the various kinds of rooms that were there at the Congress Inn back in November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's closed in September,
Right.
so prior to that.
Yes.
I'm going to focus kind of around the June to August timeframe. Would there have been similar rooms to when they actually closed in September? The decor, the wallpaper?
Yes.
Okay, so there
Yes.
wasn't any major renovations
No, not
prior
at
to
all.
shutting down?
No.
Okay. You had gone into several of the different rooms.
Yes.
You described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was the facade or the decor of those rooms essentially the same for every single room?
They were exactly the same.
What county was the Congress Hotel and Suites located in?
Gwinnett.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as States Exhibits number 67 through 70. I have previously shown those to Defense Counsel as well.
Okay.
I will ask you to please have a look at these for me and tell me if you recognize these.
Yes, this is the front of the hotel, the front entrance. This one here is the
Okay,
front entrance.
I'll go through them in
Oh, okay.
just a moment, but do you recognize those as photographs of the Congress Inn interior and exterior?
Yes.
And is that how the Congress Inn would have looked throughout the 2020, 2021 years?
Yes.
And-
So these were, if you look closely to them, you can't really see the wallpaper very good, but
Well, before we get there, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I'm going to have to ask the court for
Okay.
a couple questions before we start going into the details. But those accurately reflect the
Yes.
rooms as you remember them,
Yes.
as general manager for 10 years there.
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would move to tender into evidence States Exhibits number 67 through 70, again previously shown to Defense Counsel.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. Now, may I publish these as well, Judge?
You may.
All right, now, Ms. Penix, I think it might be easier to share those photographs with the jury by placing them there behind you. You can also see the monitor next to you, but I'm going to show States Exhibit number 67 first. And if it is helpful to you, there is a pointer. I'm not sure that you may actually need it, but States Exhibit 67, what does that actually show?
so that's the actual front entrance of the hotel right through here is the front entrance.
And that is the one, that is the location that you referred to in Oak Brook Parkway in Jimmy Carter and Gwinnett County?
Yes.
States Exhibit number 60. Let's try 68. All right, and I'm just going to ask you to explain the surroundings and how you were able to determine that this would be a room at the Congress Hotel.
So this would be the living room, and it's hard to see, but
This might be a good pointer behind
The-
you, actually, if you don't mind.
well, it's, uh-huh.
And if you're okay with maybe standing
Oh,
up, it
yeah.
might help you a little.
So it's hard to see, but this wallpaper here, like the logo, is the same logo as this, and it's a CH. It's for Congress Hotel.
And that is, in fact, recognizable by you as one of the rooms at the Congress Hotel there on Oak Brook Parkway.
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit number 69.
Yeah, she's just showing the facilities. So, next one.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Wright, will you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And if you want to scooch up and feel free to adjust the mics however you need.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, could you go ahead and state and spell your name for the court, please?
My name is Barbara Wright, Barbara-Wright.
Ms. Wright, what is your relationship to Amari, Jakari, and Zaire Hall?
I'm their fantastic grandma.
I'm sure you are. Ms. Wright, are you their biological grandmother, biological mother of Brittany Hall?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the grandmother. She's the mother of Brittany Hall, who is the other suspect of the murder. The other, who is also charged with a lot of crimes. Now, her trial begins at another date. This is the trial against Celeste Owens.
And where do you live? What part of town?
I stay in DeKalb County.
And who lives with you?
Tony Wright, which is my husband, Zaire, which is my beautiful granddaughter, and Jakari, which is my handsome grandson.
Very good.
So she is now the primary caregiver of the surviving kids.
And it's the four of you?
Yes,
How long have you and Mr. Wright been married?
26 beautiful years.
And what do you do for work?
I am a project manager. I work for a nonprofit company that empowers employees with different abilities.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about your family. Brittany Hall is your daughter.
Yes.
Do you know who the father of Amari, Jakari, and Zaire is?
No, I don't.
Do you know if all three have the same father?
Not sure. Amari doesn't have the same as Jakari and Zaire does.
Okay, so there's two different fathers.
Yes.
And either of their fathers were never involved in their life, to your knowledge, with you?
No.
Do you know this defendant, Celeste Hall?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any relationship that you had with this defendant and your family, or it was just through your daughter?
Just through my daughter.
I am going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 62. I have previously shown this to defense counsel as well. Can you tell me who this is a picture of?
That's Amari.
And Amari, how old would she have been in that photograph?
She has to be about 5 or 6. She was at my house.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit number 62, previously shown to defense counsel as an in-life photograph.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
May I publish this, Judge?
You may.
Now, folks, one thing that we need to take into account here is this is the trial against Celeste Owens, the partner of the mother of the children. They are trying to convict her. Will the trial contain her testimony in the trial again when the trial against her daughter starts? I don't know. They might try to convict both for the same crimes.
Ms. Wright, tell me a little bit about Amari.
Yeah, if you wonder why they are switching between Nicole and Amari, it's because the victim's name was Nicole Amari Hall.
She was a very vibrant, happy little girl. We loved to play dress up together. When I would go in the kitchen and cook, she would love to come in the kitchen to see what G was cooking so she could help cook. Her first time making some cornbread with me, I let her crack the eggs, stir it up, put the butter in the pan, and we put it in the oven. And when it came out the oven, and she saw how pretty it was, she actually thought it was a cake.
Ms. Wright, was Amari well behaved when she was around you?
Yes.
At some point, did Amari, Zaire, and Jakari live with you and your husband, Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Do you recall how old they may have been when they did?
It was several times. I can't quite recall the ages, but it was several times. They would, stay with me.
Would that be for extended periods of time?
Yes.
Do you recall the longest they stayed with you?
The longest could have been almost a year.
And during that time, it would just be the children, and it would be your responsibility and Mr. Wright's responsibility to take care of them?
Yes.
You would provide for them financially,
Yes.
emotionally?
Yes.
They obviously lived in your home, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was Amari ever in school while she was with you?
Yes. Amari was in school in 2019 with me. Going into 2000, almost 20. She was in the first grade, so when school ended, her mom had her.
Okay. What grade would that have been?
First grade, say.
Do you recall what school she attended?
Flash Shows Elementary School.
And how would she get to school?
We would take her and pick her up.
All right, every day?
Every day.
Now, while Amari was with you and attending school, did you have any problems with her as far as school?
No.
Were you ever notified by her teachers about any behavioral issues?
No.
Any fights that she had with any other students?
No.
Being disrespectful to her teachers?
No.
Was she ever disrespectful to you?
No.
Was she ever disrespectful to Mr. Wright?
No.
Did she ever wet the bed when she was with you?
No.
Did she have a healthy appetite when she was with you?
Yes.
Did she like to eat?
Yes. She loved Gigi's cooking.
What about her hair? Did she love her hair?
She did. We would play with each other's hair. At first, told she wanted to be a hairdresser because she liked the long hair, so she wanted to be a hairdresser. So I would buy her dolls, heads and dolls, and we would play with the doll's head, and I would do her hair, and he was like, Gigi, it's my turn to do your hair, so yes.
Now, Ms. Wright, at some point, did Amari, Zaire, and Jakar...
Again, in this trial, the prosecution is trying to convict Celeste Owens by showing video evidence and all that stuff, showing that Celeste is the one. Yeah, my interpretation is that in this trial, they will blame everything on Celeste, with bringing in the grandmother. When the mother is put on trial, then things might be argued differently. Thank you, Ghosts. Autopsy revealed that Amari had several fractured ribs, internal bleeding, and signs of malnourishment. The coroner determined her cause of death to be battered child syndrome, which is when the abuse is so severe and has been going on until the body just gives up. That's the short version of it.
Amari leave your home?
Yes.
Do you recall around what year that would have been in relation to Amari's death in 2021?
Amari, Jakari, and Zaire had to leave at the end of 2020. 2020.
They went back to go live with Brittany Hall?
Yes.
They went back to live with Brittany Hall. So it seems like mother regained custody of sorts.
Do you want them to leave?
No.
Would they have been able to stay with you?
Yes.
Now, did you know where Brittany had taken the children?
When she first moved, yes. After that, no.
So towards the end of 2020, you knew where the children were?
Yes.
And after that, you did not know about their whereabouts?
2020, when they moved out, into 2020, going into 2021, I knew where they were. Only into 2021, I didn't.
I see. Did you ever try calling Brittany to speak with the children?
all the time.
Tell me about how you would try contacting.
I would call her cell number. I would text her. We would try to FaceTime her. There was no response at a lot of the times. And if she did, it would be weeks later. We would ask to FaceTime, but she would never FaceTime us.
Was it difficult for you to not be able to see the children?
Yes.
Mr. Wright was also very involved in their lives?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you and Mr. Wright try to physically find the children
Yes.
when you were not getting a response?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We would drive around from the last place they might have stayed looking for them. Not only that, we would even try to ask her to tell us where they stayed.
Did you actually drive from different
We
hotels?
we would drive, hoping that we would find, them, but we could never find them.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Amari? When that would have been?
No, I can't recall that time.
How were you notified that Amari was missing?
My best friend, the kids, daycare lady who I would take them to, she notified me at work.
So it was not Brittany or Celeste?
No.
You were found out from a third party?
Yes.
Okay. Before I go on, Judge, I'm going to tender into evidence State's Exhibit number 63, or ask to tender into evidence State 63, which is a certified copy, self-authenticating of a birth certificate that I have previously shown defense counsel for Amar, spelled A-M-A-I-R, Nicole Hull. Date of birth is going to be 10/30/13.
Any objection, Mr. Grimlow?
No.
To admit without objection.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wright, what was Amari's legal name?
Amir.
Okay, spelled A-M-A-I-R?
Yes.
And what is it that you guys all called her?
Amari.
What did Amari call you all?
Gigi.
And what about Mr. Wright?
Papa.
Thank you, ma'am. It's all right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wright.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry we have to meet under these circumstances. I just have some follow-up questions for you. Please bear with me, my voice is going, I've got a sinus, something going on, so I'll do the best that I can. So you're grandma to all three kids, right? And the mother of Brittany as well.
Yes.
So Amari is born in October of 2013.
Yes.
When she is born, is Brittany and Amari living with you?
Yes.
So Brittany and Amari are living with you in 2013 when she's born.
Yes.
And do they stay living with you when Zaire is born, which is in June of 2015?
Yes.
So for those 2+ years, or 2 years, that interval, your daughter Brittany and granddaughter Amari are living with you, right?
Yes.
And is that in DeKalb?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you for the address, but how long have you been living in DeKalb County?
22 years, all my life, but at the place I'm at now, 22 years.
Same place? So,
Yes.
So the same place you're in right now is the same place, obviously, Amari and Brittany were living in after Amari was born?
I'm sorry, repeat
Same
that.
place?
Yes.
Because you've been there for 22 years, and so that goes back to 2002, give or take, right?
Yes.
All right. So when Zaire is born in June of 2015, Brittany's still living with you and Amari's still living with you, right?
Yes. Brittany didn't stay long with me when Amari was born, but she was there for a period of time.
All right. Well, if Amari is born in October of 13, Brittany was there at that point. How long did Brittany stay?
I can't recall.
Was it months, a year?
I can't recall because we got her an apartment, but she was there for a period of time till we got her an apartment.
Okay. So you got her own place, her own
Yeah.
apartment.
Well, actually, she had picked it out for her, and we helped her.
But Amari did not go with her.
Yes, she did go
She
with.
did?
Yes, she
Okay.
did go with her.
And at this point, is Zaire already born?
Yes, Zaire was, no, when we got her an apartment, yes, Zaire was born after she had the baby and stuff, and she stayed at my house and for a period of time, and then after she got her an apartment.
Okay. before Zaire is born, after Amari is born,
She's at my house.
Amari's at your house and is Brittany at your house?
Yes.
And did Brittany stay with Amari throughout that period of time until Zaire was born? Or did she
Yes.
leave?
No. Brittany was there with Amari.
Okay. And was Brittany Amari's primary caregiver during that period of time?
We all was.
Okay. So it was a co-parent relationship, you and your daughter, and I'm sure Grandpa helped as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Zaire comes along in June of 2015, Zaire is also living at your house?
Yeah, at upon a time, yes.
Okay. And then at some point in time, does Brittany move out? Or does she stay there after Zaire is born?
She stays there, but she moves out eventually. She got an apartment. We have to get an apartment, so she moved out eventually. How long? I could not tell you that.
Okay. And Jakari is born about, 15 months later. He's born in September of 2016. Does that sound right?
September
19th, 2016?
Correct.
For Jakari?
Yes.
And when Jakari is born, any of the kids living with you? Is Amari or Zaire living with you at that point when Jakari was born?
Anytime Brittany had a baby, she would come home and we would make sure that they're good before she ventures out into her place again.
What do you mean by we would make sure they were good?
Because when I'm old school, so when your daughter has a baby, your mom comes in and help take care and make sure everything's okay. And then she went back to her apartment.
Okay, so she stayed with you for a period of time?
Not a long time, yeah. She had got used to, raising the kids.
You had told Ms. Nazam, nice lady who asked you some questions just a little while ago, that the kids lived with me several times for extended periods.
They did, off and on.
Ma'am?
Off and on, they did.
Okay. What would the frequency be, if you had to ask?
What was the frequency of how long they would stay?
Well, you said at some point it was up to a year. Would they come and go every couple of months, every couple of
I couldn't tell you that because I really wasn't keeping up with that. I was just being the mom that I am, helping my daughter.
Would Brittany always stay with you and them, or would she come with them and then leave the kids in your care?
She would come with them and stay. And one time she wasn't able to stay.
What was the reason behind that?
Something that happened, so she wasn't able to stay.
Happened with her?
She had to go into the hospital. She was sick.
Okay.
And we had the kids.
And how long did you take care of the kids at that point?
I have no idea. I just did it as long as a grandma's supposed to do.
Okay. Was there ever any defects involvement?
No, sir.
Not with Brittany?
Defects.
Brittany and the kids and defects? No involvement?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So most of the time that the kids were living with you in your house in DeKalb, Brittany was with you all as well?
Yes.
And would she be co-primary caregiver with yourself?
She would be the mother that she was, along with me being the grandmother and Tony being the grandfather.
Was, to the best of your knowledge, was Amari ever diagnosed with autism?
Not that I know of.
Did you take her to her pediatric appointments, or would that be something Brittany would do?
Brittany would take her to the pediatric, and if she didn't, I did, but I don't know anything about autism.
Okay. Was, to the best of your knowledge, was Amari, taking any medication?
For autism, no, because she didn't have autism.
For anything?
If she
That's interesting, because according to information I read up on, she got diagnosed quite early. Are we looking at a person who deny that there is such a thing as autism? This is weird. I don't like weird.
got sick, yes,
But not on a regular basis, as far as you're aware?
as far as I'm aware of.
I
So,
assume the
would you agree
prosecution
that
will
the pandemic
bring
sort
stuff up
sprouted
of that effect.
here around late March of 2020? Does that sound about right?
I don't know when the pandemic
Schools
started.
closed, court system closed, does that sound right? March of 20?
School closed in March of 20. School doesn't close in March of 20. School is still open in March of 20.
Okay? April of 20, when they went to remote learning?
I can't recall that.
Okay. But the kids and Brittany were living with you up until late December of 20?
I can't recall.
When did you lose track of them?
Then how could she had so many old injuries
I lost track.
if she
21.
claims she didn't know?
When? January,
I
February?
can't tell you that because we research and I can't tell you exactly
Okay.
when.
Let's do it this way. Were you all together for Christmas of 2020?
Yes, I saw that Christmas 20.
Were you all together for Valentine's of 2021? February.
I'm not sure, sir.
Were you all together for Easter of 2021? Late March into April?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's something really off with her testimony.
Summer of 21, did you have contact with them?
I tried to call several times. I did get a phone call back, a couple of days later, and sometimes weeks later. Asked him, to speak with the kids, speak with her, asked her how she was doing, how was the kids was doing.
Did you two have a falling out? That you weren't able to see the kids, or what was going on?
No, we don't have fallout. We may have a disagree here or there, like most parents do with their kids. Before it's like a fallout with some disagreement.
But when the kids left your home with Brittany, whenever that may have been, late December, January of 21, either or, you all were on good terms. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, because the type of parent you may have a disagreement, but you make up because you love your kids. So, you don't hinder that right there. So
everything was fine as far as your eyes, between you and Brittany?
yes, it's the type of mother I am, yes.
Okay. And obviously you had daily contact with the kids when they were living under your roof, right? You saw
Every
them
day, every day.
And so when did that stop?
When I didn't get a chance to see them again and was looking for them. That
You just
stopped.
don't remember when?
I just don't remember when.
Okay. When Amari left your house and went off with Brittany and her siblings, did you have any cares or concerns about Amari?
I had cares for all of them.
Talking about anything specific, not general.
I always have care for Amari. She's my granddaughter.
Was she malnourished?
No,
Underweight, in your opinion?
no.
And you don't recall the last time you saw the kids in 21?
No, because we was calling looking for them.
Were you ever aware that Brittany was inflicting corporal punishment on the three kids?
No.
When did you learn that?
When I saw it for the first time.
You saw the video of her stomping on your grandchildren?
No, I saw the video when news people had it on news when the case when they found them and I saw them when I went to the courthouse. I saw it.
You weren't aware that your daughter was stomping on her?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. You can leave those there.
Yeah, that was strange. That was strange. And Mr. Jingles came and went again. Let's see if we can get Mr. Jingles here. With this. It's 12th today. This is a cat treat advent calendar. Right. Mr. Jingles is back, showing his good side to the camera. Hello. Yeah, that was really strange. Because what I've read up on, the child was diagnosed with autism at a really young age. And now here is the grandmother saying, oh, she never had autism. So, yeah, this is strange. Let's continue.
Go ahead and release you for the day. I'm going to remind you.
Okay, that would be the end of day 2.
Don't read any reports. Don't Google anything about it.
Let's see if anything happens at the end.
Other than that, anything it said no. It's on the mark. This is Courts Exhibit number 5. Would you guys like a copy?
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Courts Exhibit number 6. I'll make copies. I'm sorry? Sure. Anything else?
Swear we had another bench conference on the bench.
Yeah, I can't hear. Okay, folks. Let's go to day 3. And it seems like late start. Which means we have gone from being a full day behind to only 3 hours behind. I am going to play in 1.25 speed. And of course, skip
Everybody have a good
pauses,
evening?
breaks, and stuff.
Very good. All right, Ms. Kazim, state ready to call us next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Say we call Heather Johnson.
Heather Johnson. No idea who that is. So there might have been CPS involved after all. I was under the impression they were all homeschooled all the time. But as it seems, through the testimony of the grandmother, and I have a hard time believing this, because with the old injuries, with new injuries on top of it, that all of this abuse took place in more or less 3 or 4 months' time, between when she last saw them in February until her passing later that year.
And do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court?
Heather Johnson, HeatherJohnson.
Ms. Johnson, how are you employed?
I am with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
And what is your role there?
Crime Scene Specialist 3.
Right, so you work for the crime scene unit there?
Yes.
How long have you held that position?
I've been with the department since June of 2010, so about 14 and a half years.
And tell us a little bit about the training that one must get to become
Yeah, I'm
a
skipping
crime
through
scene
the
technician.
CV part.
Okay, I'm going to tender into evidence Judge States Exhibit number 71, which is a copy of the certified copy of search warrant 21X01402, specifically to search the premises of room 251 of the Hometown Studios located at 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard for the purposes of the record only.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. And Ms. Johnson, you entered the room pursuant to that search warrant which authorized your access, is that right?
Yes.
All right, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you begin the process of processing.
So usually what we do first is we do a walkthrough, and often we walk through with the detectives, and we just observe what is already out. We see anything that we might want to go ahead and document and collect prior to searching anything. Once we conduct that walkthrough, I then start doing overall photography before anything is removed or touched.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Are you there by yourself as far as crime scene's concerned, or are there other technicians also?
I did have another technician with me on this case.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 72 all the way through 91. They have been previously shown to defense counsel. Can you just generally tell us what we're looking at?
Lot of crime
From
scene
within the
photos.
residence at 251.
Anything about that that seems to be altered or deleted in some manner from your recollection of the room that day?
No.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would move to tender into evidence States Exhibit 72 all the way through 92.
All right, you said through 91 before, so I want to make sure it's.
Let me double check, Judge. I apologize, Judge, there's actually 92. It'll be all the way to exhibit number 92, and I have previously shown those to defense counsel as well.
That's correct, Judge. We've seen them and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I would move to tender in some of those photographs, or excuse me, publish some of those photographs.
Granted.
Thank you.
Yeah, still no objections, because the defense whole theory rests on the jury not finding her guilty of the final blows that killed Nicole.
All right. Now, I am showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 72 and 73, starting with 72. Is that can you tell us what we're looking at here from your vantage point as you enter into the room?
So this is, as I say, entering into the room. I'm actually standing in the front entry door, and this is looking to the left.
And Ms. Johnson, I do have a pointer that the court has provided. If you don't mind, it might be easier for the jury if you could stand up.
Okay.
If that's all right with the court, and go ahead and point out certain things.
It is.
Thank you.
All right, so this is you can see this is kind of like the door jamb here as you come in, and then there was a dresser here and some shoes and stuff, and then this is one of the beds you can see here.
Now, moving on to States Exhibit number.
Yeah, this is a good choice to blur some of these pictures. And she's just pointing out stuff.
Was that essentially your involvement as far as the scene was concerned?
Yes.
Now, some of these items here, for example, the cord, et cetera, were those also taken out of the room and collected by you?
Yes.
Were there any, what about the hanger?
Yes, the hanger was also collected.
And those items, what do you do with those items when you take them out of the room?
Anything that we collect, we secure it in our crime scene truck. We transport it to our unit. We then secure it within our crime scene unit. After that, I will usually document in our lab, and then that would be either some things can be processed, some things only need to be photographed, and then those get turned into our evidence storage.
Now, your understanding was there were multiple people who were living in this room?
Yes.
In a situation where there are multiple people living in a room and you're still looking at a missing person, do you do fingerprint type work?
No.
Okay. Why would that be?
Because if they reside there, then their fingerprints are most likely there. And at this point, again, we were just looking at it as a possible missing person. And there was no indication that someone had came into the residence.
Okay. And any toys or children's items that you noticed throughout your search?
Not that I recall.
Did you notice any sort of laptops, school books, any school-related paraphernalia that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. I think that's all I have, Judge, at this time for Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, it's a hell of a day today.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
But
Good morning.
folks, this is how a clean trial is supposed. When you have the evidence, you don't need much more than that. The CSS, crime scene specialist. Here's some photos, and off I fuck. I mean, yeah.
Just a couple of questions, okay? I actually sound better now than I did yesterday, so hopefully you can hear me okay. As a crime scene specialist, crime scene technician, in addition to doing fingerprints or trying to lift fingerprints from a potential crime scene, you also do testing for blood. Is that correct?
Yes, we collect the samples, potential blood, and then it gets tested at another lab, usually the GBI. So we would collect a sample for DNA or blood, but we wouldn't be the one to like test it to see that it actually is.
Sure.
But we do collect.
You can collect.
Yes.
In this case, were you asked to collect either initially or subsequently any potential items for suspected blood spatter?
And at the scene, I ended up seeing, we had a pillow that had possible blood stains on it, so I ended up collecting that. There were some clothing items that were wet within those trash bags at the foot of the bed. I ended up collecting those, and later at the lab, I documented them. I didn't turn them inside out because, or either, whatever the way they were was how I documented them, and then repackaged them so they could be sent for further processing if needed. But I did examine those to see if there was any possible blood stains on those. I also processed the blue gloves that were in the trash can, and I did touch DNA swabs on those.
And what are DNA swabs?
So DNA swabs are when we try to collect any type of cells. It can be DNA as far as it can be blood, but it can also be skin cells. That's what I'm talking about when I say touch DNA swabs. It could be skin cells.
And so that was your role to collect the items, but ultimately you don't know if they were ever sent off to the GBI crime lab for analysis.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Johnson, the items you indicated that were presumptive, that you had taken in that may have blood on them, when you say a presumptive test, is that a preliminary test?
Yes, so mostly the time we document if we see a reddish stain or something we think could potentially be blood, we can test it with a chemical called phenolphthalein. And when we do that, it's a presumptive test. It doesn't mean that it's actually a positive test. So in some cases where I might see a potential blood stain, I would test it. If I really think that it's, like, I look at it and go, okay, yes, that's definitely probably a blood stain, I might just package the whole item so the whole item could be sent to the GBI. If I'm still unsure and I just look at it and say, okay, that's a reddish brown stain, I'm not positive, let me do a presumptive test. And it's, again, just presumptive, and it has to be verified in a lab.
Now, were there any items that came back being, I guess, is positive the correct word for a presumptive test
Yes.
for potential blood?
Yes. I only had one item. There was a pair of shorts that had a small stain on the front of them, and it was a very faint positive, but I did get that and documented that.
And the ultimate decision for testing, is that, whose decision is that?
That is up to the detective.
And that's for further testing
Yes.
if there is a positive presumption of blood?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
No other questions, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and off to the next witness. This is how trials should go. Clear, concise questions, clear, concise answers. Who are they waiting for? Oh, this guy.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the court, please?
Yes, my name is Randy Blackburn. My first name is spelled R-A-N-D-Y. My last name is spelled B-L-A-C-K-B-U-R-N.
All right, and how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
What is your role there?
I'm currently assigned to the Gwinnett County Police Homicide Assault Unit.
So you're a detective, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Detective Blackburn, tell us a little bit about how long you've actually been with the Gwinnett County Police Department as a whole.
I started my career with the
We
Gwinnett
don't
County
need a
Police Department.
CV.
I've been a lead detective in a homicide investigation for 18 homicides that I was lead in, and I assisted with the
To help with the investigation.
And here, look, the entirety of his CV, 4 minutes. Polar opposite to the YSL trial, where they went on and on and on and on. He's just there to provide testimony about his investigation.
Of Amari Hall, who had been reported missing.
I was, yes.
And tell us what was the purpose in having you called in?
So the morning of November 22nd, 2021, I was explained that detectives from the Special Victims Unit had been working overnight to locate a missing child. During their investigation, the defendant's cell phone was downloaded. During the download review of the phone, the detectives deemed that there was suspected foul play in the investigation, and since Amari Hall had not been located, since Brittany Hall, the biological mother, had called 911 that morning, November 21st. Now we're 24 hours into the investigation, and she still had not been located. This was transitioning from a missing person or a missing juvenile into a homicide investigation, and the main objective for law enforcement at this point was to locate Amari's body.
Now, when you became involved in the case, you mentioned earlier that you were aware of the extraction that was done on defendant Celeste Owens' phone, correct?
Yes, I was.
Now, did you also, as now becoming part of the investigation, look into that extraction?
I did, yes.
Did you specifically look into any of the search history within Celeste Owens' phone?
I did, yes.
I'm going to now show you what I have marked as States Exhibits 96, 97, and 98. And then I am skipping over and showing you States Exhibits 120, 121, 122, and 123. All of these have previously been shown to defense counsel. Detective Blackburn, can you just briefly look at these?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me just what they are.
This is going to be the data that was extracted from the defendant's cell phone, and this was pulled from a Cellbrite report that we are given once the phones are downloaded from the Gwinnett County Police Forensic Computer Lab.
And Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence States Exhibits 96 through 90.
And they are tendering in evidence, so he doesn't have to go through all the motions. Because the defense accepts most of the facts. They are there. And the defense of Celeste is she did not do the killing blows on the victim. That's their entire case. Hence, going forward, only presenting evidence needed for this trial.
120 through 123, which are essentially extractions or screenshots from the extraction of defendant Celeste Owens' cell phone, which would be under States Exhibit 21. I have previously shown these to defense counsel as well.
That's correct, Joe. We previously seen no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you.
So I'm guessing now we are getting into how they determined that Celeste, where she was, where her phone was, at what times, and where regarding the hotel room, and where the victim was found.
As well. Thank you. All right, Detective Blackburn, it may be advantageous if I ask you, actually, let me go back to to please stand up. There's a pointer right there
Yes, ma'am.
with you. Might be a little bit harder, so I'm going to try to make this as big as I can. Detective Blackburn, oops, sorry. All right. Detective Blackburn, you said you had gone through the extraction and the search history as well. I want to direct your attention to around 4:06 in the morning on the 19th of November. But before I do that, could you just briefly explain to the jury sort of what it is that we're looking at and what each column essentially means?
Yes. So the red X means that this is deleted data from the defendant's cell phone, which was recovered from the cell right report. The date, the time, the search title, and then obviously the URL.
Is that the search engine essentially, or what was used to search?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I will direct your attention to what looks like is marked as states, or as, is that line 189? There at the bottom. And if you wouldn't mind just reading for the jury out loud the date, the time, and the topic of the search all the way through to the top of that.
So 189, the date was 11/19/2021. The time was 4:06:19 a.m. in the morning. And the title was What to Do When a Child Just So Won't Listen.
Yes, Sassy. See, the YSL records look nothing like this. This is clear and concise.
And again, it was on a Google search engine. The next one will be 188, 11/19/2021, 4:06:20 a.m. What to do when a child just doesn't listen. 187, 11/19/2021 at 12:04:08 seconds p.m. Lakes near me. Again, a Google search. 186, 11/19/2021 at 12:04 p.m. Again, Lakes near me. And then 185, again, 11/19/2021 at 12:04:11 seconds p.m. Lakes near me, Google search. And then 184, 11/19/2021, 12:04:12 seconds p.m. and Lakes near me, Google search, and then Google search engine.
So this indicates that the defendant's phone searched these specific topics at these specific times.
That is correct.
On the
Oh, and what did she search for?
specific date.
That is correct.
And the X means that all of those searches were deleted?
They were, yes.
Okay.
And she deleted what she searched for. Uh-oh.
Let me move you over. Okay, to State's Exhibit number 97. Now, on this, all of the dates on this sheet, are they all for November 19th, 2021?
They are, that is correct.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you now to read for the jurors, and you don't have to read the date since it's all on November 19th, but at least the time and the search as it.
Okay, so the grandmother lost contact February, and this is November. So this means if the abuse started immediately, it's 7 months. I still have a hard time about new injuries on top of old injuries still in that short amount of time.
It relates to those from 165 up to 159.
So 11/19/2021, search was how the sewers on the streets work. And the Google search. 164, again 11/19/2021, how the sewers work on the streets work. 163, 11/19/2021, why do kids run away? Again 162, 11/19/2021, search again, why do kids run away? 161, 11/19/2021, how do I report someone missing. Same search again at 160, 1119, 2021, how do I report someone missing? 159, 1119, 2021, what to do if a loved one goes missing. And again, the red X's mean that this was deleted data from the defendant's cell phone.
Now, as it relates to the time frame around 7:26 and 45 seconds, which is seen in line 157, all the way up or down, I guess, to line 148, which would be 7:33 and 36 seconds, again, in the evening of that day. Without individually going through those lines, is there one specific company or account that is being looked at or accessed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that for?
It would be the U-Haul customer account that was searched.
All right, so I'm going to take you over. This is State's Exhibit number 97. There you go, that's a little bit easier. And here, it looks like the searches do continue or, at this point, so I'm going to ask you to read for the jury line 182, 183. Again, are all of the searches on this date also on November 19th of 2021?
That is correct.
So as far as 182 and 183 are concerned, what is the time and the search topic?
The time is 12:04 p.m. and why is it so hard to find missing people?
It's the same topic, sort of back to back, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And I think that you touched, but 166 and 167 as well. Please, can you go ahead and read that for the jury? Up top.
Again, 11/19/2021 at 2:24 p.m. and then does sewer drains work? I believe it's supposed to be how does sewer drains work?
Okay.
Which is misspelled.
All right. So essentially, all of the searches that were that you have read out to the jury have occurred on November 19th of 2021, from what you indicated from around 4 in the morning, and then continued through till about 7 that evening, various forms.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, again, all of these on State's Exhibit number 96, 97, and 98 were all of those searches on November 19th deleted from the defendant's phone.
They were, yes, deleted material, or excuse me, deleted data.
Okay? I'm going to show you now what has been admitted, and this is going to be State's Exhibit number 20 here. Again, is this also a screenshot of information obtained through the extraction of defendant Celeste Owens' cell phone?
That is correct, yes.
And the highlighted portion there for you, what is that exactly? Can you tell us the date, the time, and whether or not there was some access to a particular app on the defendant's phone?
Yes, so it's 11/19/2021 at 5:50 p.m. and it shows that com.apple.datausage.find my iPhone. So that means that the defendant was manipulating her to find my iPhone app on her cell phone.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you now what is State's Exhibit number 121. Again, the highlighted portion there, can you just tell us again, that's on November 19th, correct? Everything's happening on November 19th, 2021?
That is correct.
And what was the preferences on the phone accessed?
It was at 5:50 p.m. and then again you can see the description is .com Outlook preferences and then acknowledge.
That end broadcast button was a bit too close for me checking for the amount of viewers. There are currently 250 over 2 platforms. And right beside it is the end broadcast. This could have ended abruptly, but chaos avoided.
Right, let me move over to this next exhibit. Right, I'm going to show you again the highlighted portion here. Everything on this page is also accessing on November 19, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So the highlighted portion, what event occurred on the phone at about 6:55 and 51 seconds on November 19, 2021?
So this shows that the flashlight was manipulated to turn on and off. Again, at 6:55 p.m. it was turned on.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 23. Oh, maybe not. There we go. Now I'm going to take you over, what is this that we're looking at? Are these actually phone calls or apps, or what is this here?
This is going to be the data, activity sensor data for the apps.
Now I want to take your attention specifically to November 19, 2021 at 6:58 and 41 seconds in the evening. What is the type of thing that is occurring on the phone at that point?
So there was a phone call that was made, and the phone call was made to 762-204.
Yeah, this is a lot of things that shows, oh, she did a lot of searches that she tried to hide. She made a number of phone calls, and they will probably also go into where she was when all of this happened. And it does not compute with her interview at all. And with that, I have to say thank you to Barb K. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Getting our total tally of new members today to 27. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody who just was gifted memberships, say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, that is so nice of you, Barb. Thank you so much. This is, yeah. Let's see. Oh, it wasn't much more. Now he's sitting down again.
Now, based on the search history at this point, did you have any interest in what was happening at the U-Haul location, or why the U-Haul location was being searched?
I did, yes.
Tell us what you did with that information.
So researching the call log data on the defendant's phone, I was able to establish a location. It was the A1 storage facility off of Lawrenceville Highway and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. The address is 6274 Lawrenceville Highway. That location, the A1 storage facility, licensed U-Haul rental.
Did you actually go to that location?
I did, yes.
And what happened when you went to the location? What information were you able to glean?
I spoke with employees at the location, and I was provided a U-Haul receipt that was an agreement for the defendant to rent a U-Haul van that day on November 19th, 2021. Again, while speaking with employees, they showed me the business phone and the caller ID, which displayed the defendant's name and her phone number, had called multiple times inquiring if there was a U-Haul van available for rental.
And the name that popped up, that you visually saw that name?
I did, yes.
And what was that name that you saw?
Celeste Owens.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 99. And shown to defense counsel. Can you please tell us what that
This is going to be the U-Haul equipment contract receipt that was provided to me during my investigation.
And is that in fact an accurate representation of the contract that you recall being given?
It is, yes.
And Judge, pursuant to that, I do have State's Exhibit 100, which is a business record certification by the lawful custodian of records for that business. I have previously shown that also to defense counsel. It is also part of the court stipulations, or the state and defense's stipulations presented to the court. And so pursuant to State's Exhibit 100, we would ask to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 99, which is the contract in question referenced.
All of that is correct, Judge, no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you.
States 99 and States 100.
Thank you, Judge. And at this time, may I?
Yeah, I saw the chat. Was the girl found? Yes, she was. In DeKalb County, wrapped in plastic bags. And this trial is, as SASEC says, when you have truth, facts, evidence, there's no need to lie, manipulate, deceive, and mislead. This is the polar opposite of the YSL trial. They actually have evidence of people committing crimes. She was not found by the hotel. The hotel was in in Gwinnett County. I don't know the difference. Let's see here. DeKalb County is south of Gwinnett County. So she was found in the neighboring county.
Go ahead and publish State's Exhibit number 99, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, Detective Blackburn, I'm probably going to ask you to go ahead and stand up again with your pointer. And please help the jury understand what it is that we are looking at here.
So again, the customer name, Celeste Owens, she provided her address, 749 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Peachtree Corner, Georgia.
Okay.
30092.
Now they are trying to show that Celeste had means, opportunity, and motive, and whatever. Well, to get the child to the child's final resting place. Well, not final, but where she was found. So she actually rented a U-Haul. And yeah, now looking back at the interview, she was quite a bad liar. And with the surveillance cameras and everything, yeah, everything she said. And she did sound convincing, but that's, yeah, sometimes suspects are really convincing until evidence contradicting them shows up. As here, she actually rented a U-Haul. Yeah, not the smartest tool in the box.
There's phone number, which is 770-875-4475, and then also the email account at celesteowens771@yahoo.com.
In your investigation as the lead investigator in this case, were you able to also determine that that is in fact the phone number that was associated with Celeste Owens?
Yes, and that's going to be the phone number that called earlier that day to inquire if there were any U-Haul vans available.
Okay. And that contract, I think, is comprised of a couple pages, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you the contract. State's Exhibit number 99 actually does have 4 total pages, And so I will take you over to, I believe it will be the third page. Bear with me 1 second till we get there. Okay. Now, on the top of that page there, tell us, is there a rental time in, rental time out, and any mileage that is associated with that particular U-Haul van?
Yes, so the rental date and time is 11/19/2021, and it was rented at 1:06 p.m. The return date and time, again, was the same date, 11/19/2021, and it was returned at 7:36 p.m., so the vehicle was rented for approximately 6.5 hours at the road.
Is there also a license plate number that was associated with the van?
Correct. And then again, for the mileage, it's 60060 was the mileage out, and then the mileage in is 6087, so approximately 27 miles were driven within that 6.5 hour time frame.
27 miles?
Yes, ma'am. And then to answer your question, the license plate number was...
I'm going to, there. Let me get back up to, is it up there? There it is, yes.
So it's Alpha Lima 06742, AL 06742, and again, the license plate is registered out of Arizona.
Okay. All right, now Detective Blackburn, when you went to the location there of the U-Haul, were you able to determine if there was any surveillance footage?
Yes, there was surveillance cameras from the exterior and interior of the business.
Did you obtain that surveillance footage as well?
I did, yes.
Judge, Mr. Blackburn, let me go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102. Did you have an opportunity to review the surveillance video from the A1 mini storage on November 19th when you went there to obtain that footage?
I did, yes.
And prior to coming to court today, you had an opportunity to review it as well, is that right?
I did, yes.
And does it accurately reflect the information as you received it on video on that day?
It does.
Any material alterations, deletions, anything to your knowledge?
No.
Judge, I would move pursuant to State's Exhibit 101, which again is a business record certificate.
Yes, Sassy. Remember in the interview, she said a neighbor saw a black van trying to lure kids in. At the same time, she was renting a U-Haul. Yeah, she's not a clever girl.
Provided by the custodian of records at the A1 mini storage, and for the specific video surveillance in question that was taken from that location, also a stipulation that has been agreed to by the parties. Based on that, we will move into evidence State's Exhibit 102, which is the...
So they are actually, the defense is even stipulating to the locations.
And by stipulation.
Yeah. All they are doing is trying to get her off the murder charge. Now, all the others may not mean life in prison, but the murder charge will.
I will, but is yours working right now? Okay. Judge, I would ask to publish State's Exhibit 102.
Granted.
Okay. Now, Detective Blackburn, I'm going to show you portions of the actual video, starting with the exterior of the U-Haul. And can you tell us a little bit about what we would expect to see in that video?
Yes, so the defendant is going to arrive via Lyft or Uber at the location. When she arrives, she enters the business. There is going to be a customer ahead of her. She stands by until that customer is finished, and then the employees assist her with renting the U-Haul. Once the U-Haul is rented, she leaves the location.
All right.
And again, the U-Haul video was approximately 15 minutes ahead of actual time.
So what time?
So right now, real time would be 12:59 that she's arriving.
And this would be on November 19th of 2021.
Correct, 11/19/2021.
Yeah, surveillance cameras, which the prosecution voluntarily shows. Isn't that strange? They actually searched for and found, if folks, if they have surveillance cameras from a McDonald's, I'm going to laugh. I am. And for you who are here only for this trial, I'm referring to the YSL trial with the McDonald's video. Yeah.
This is going to be the defendant. This is going to be the evil elect.
And that's one vantage point, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and there's another exterior vantage point?
Correct, yes. So again, this is the defendant entering the vehicle to enter the A1 storage location.
Go ahead and move on to. Right, now you did say there were multiple camera angles, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so these are different angles of when the defendant is coming out of the vehicle and then potentially leaving the facility as well?
Yes.
All right. Now I'll just let you explain what it is that is being observed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So this is going to be the interior camera for the A1 storage facility. Again, 11/19/2021. It is 15 minutes ahead, so it's approximately now 1 p.m. And the defendant is entering the location with a COVID-19 surgical mask over her evidence.
And there she is.
With this customer, she approaches the desk, provides her driver's license to the employee for the U-Haul rental.
Renting a U-Haul. Isn't that strange? Now, in the midst of this, we have to ask ourselves the question, is she doing it because she killed Nicole? Or is it because she is protecting the mother? That's up to the jury. For me, I don't give a fuck. Felony murder. Accomplice in the murder. But we haven't heard all the evidence yet. There's a microscopic chance I might change my mind. So now we know she didn't visit her sister. She went and rented a U-Haul. Oh, Barb, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you,
Detective Black-
thank you. For gifting 5 more memberships. That is so nice of you. That is so, so nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bringing our tally to 32 gifted memberships today alone. Now I have to do some math. See, Barb. Oh, it is still Dave in the lead of Honorary Viking of today. He's $3 ahead of you. But thank you so much. That is so, so nice of you. So, so nice of you.
Byrne, were you able to determine if it appeared as if the defendant was taking a photograph at that point?
Yes, she's taking a photograph of her driver's license.
Her driver's license?
Yes.
Okay.
And boom. Thank you. Thank you, Barb. Everybody say thank you to Barb. And this puts her, let's see here, with 20 gifted memberships, with a grand total of $60. She takes a commanding lead as Honorary Viking of today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Barb. That is so, so generous of you.
Okay, and is there also footage that was observed of the defendant leaving the location after renting the U-Haul?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
There's exterior footage.
Okay. Approximately what time would this be now?
It is going to be approximately 1:04.
Okay. And is that the defendant that we're observing there?
Sorry, sir. Defendant entering the U-Haul van that she rented out.
As Brooklyn says, he was going through withdrawals, the YSL withdrawals the past week. This is kind of interesting. Yeah, this is interesting because it is a proper trial. Now, YSL trial part 2 is scheduled for February 24th. I'm going to fill out the time with the information about the remaining defendants, and I will jump in on other trials. So this is also a 2-part trial because here the partner of the mother of the victim is on trial. Later, the mother will face the same charges. And if it doesn't collide with the YSL trial, I will cover that too. See what the difference is between these 2 trials.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess, which we, of course, is going to skip ahead of.
Thank you. Detective Blackburn, I'm going to take you back for just a moment to the previous video where the defendant is exiting the U-Haul location. I had previously asked you about an approximate time frame as to when that would be, and I think that you had indicated a particular time. Can you go back and just make sure that was the correct time?
Yes,
All right.
I indicated it was 1:04, but actual time is 1:09.
It's 1:09. Okay, all right, so that would be 1:09 in the afternoon.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. All right. And I think we've, if you could just show us what's happening here.
So again, the defendant exited the business and the defendant was walking towards the left.
Laugh, always have fun. Is here. Welcome. This is a trial that will try you, because the circumstances of the crime is absolutely horrifying.
And at some point, is that van seen pulling away?
That is correct. And the van will eventually turn left onto the highway.
Was there any indication that there were any other individuals who also got into that van?
No.
What is that main road right there, Detective? Do you recall?
Lawrenceville Highway, US 29.
Sassy, you didn't miss much in these 8 minutes. They are just showing that the defendant in this trial, she lied. She lied in the interview.
This is just an additional angle showing the defendant walking to the right-hand side of the van is located.
So at this point, what we've seen are 2 vantage points of the defendant coming into the facility, 1 vantage point inside the facility, and then again 2 vantage points leaving the facility. Is that right?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right, now I want to talk to you a little bit about something called flock. Are you familiar with the flock camera system?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
So flock safety cameras is just an investigative tool that we use as a detective. Once we learn or try to identify a vehicle in question, we are able to research on flock cameras. And these flock cameras are positioned throughout the country. So once I learned the license plate from the U-Haul receipt, I began researching on flock safety cameras to determine the direction of travel after the defendant.
So they more or less found her and followed her through CCTV.
Left A1 storage facility.
Now, are flock cameras located everywhere?
There's a good amount in Gwinnett County, so we're very fortunate to have that tool in this county. So.
Okay. Are they also located throughout the country as well?
Throughout the country,
Right,
yes.
so it's not just here in Gwinnett?
That's correct, throughout the country.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 103 through 111, also previously shown to Defense Counsel. You could...
Ghost says, my YSL withdrawal needs Nick to say someone is a lying liar who lies. Well, I think we found her. It is the defendant, Celeste Owens, who is a lying liar who lies.
Identify those for me, just briefly, what we're looking at.
I'm sorry, can you say those numbers again?
Yes, Judge, it's going to be 103 through 111.
And these are just going to be the flock captures of the U-Haul van that the defendant was driving.
Are those an accurate reflection of the images that you reviewed yourself of the flock camera associated with that
That is correct.
van? Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence States Exhibits 103 through 111. Again, those have been previously shown to Defense Counsel. There is also a stipulation that has been entered into by Defense Counsel and the state as far as foundation is concerned for those images.
That's correct as well, Judge. No objection.
They're admitted without objection.
Thank you. May I publish some of these, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. All right, Detective Blackburn, I'm showing you States Exhibits 103. Since this is the first flock image we're seeing, can you just explain what it is that is contained on this actual image?
Yes. So the detailed information is on the bottom. This flock camera was positioned at Jimmy Carter Boulevard at 85 towards Live Oak Parkway and the covered lane 2 and 3. The date and time is 11/19/2021. The time is military, so it's 1:21:22. So that is an accurate time.
And are you able to actually see the license plate of the van as well?
Yes, so it's an Arizona license plate again, and the license plate is Alpha Lima 06742, AL 06742.
And that is in fact the van that was rented pursuant to the video footage as well as the contract by this defendant, Celeste Owens?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. What location is that?
This is going to be Jimmy Carter Boulevard at 85 towards Brook Hollow. This is the left lane. And again, this is the defendant traveling westbound on Jimmy Carter Boulevard back towards 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, hometown suites. And again, time of the date is 11/19/2021, and the time is 1:23:45.
And State's Exhibit 105.
This location is it's going to be in the city of Peachtree Corners, Jimmy Carter at Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. This is going to be right outside the location of 749 Jimmy Carter Boulevard. And the date is 11/19/2021, and the time is 1:31/2024.
So the flock images can only be captured where there's a flock camera.
That is correct, yes.
And so in these locations, that's why there is some intermittent time of the photographs, is that right?
That's correct. There's a handful of flock cameras that are stationary on Jimmy Carter Boulevard.
Now, at some point, did you learn through the flock cameras and the various locations that you were tracking or looking at if the defendant made a stop anywhere prior to going back to the hometown studios that day?
That's correct, yes.
And where would that stop have been?
The stop that the defendant made was to the Dollar Tree that was located at 7050 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, and that location would be directly across the street from 749 Jimmy Carter Boulevard to hometown suites.
Would that be the Dollar Tree or the Family Dollar?
Excuse me, Family Dollar.
All right. I am going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 115. Do you know what that is, Detective Blackburn?
This is a DVD containing the interior surveillance cameras of the Family Dollar.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review that footage as well?
I did, yes.
Is that footage from November 19th of 2021?
That is correct, yes.
And what location is that from? Is it the Family Dollar that is located at 705 Jimmy Carter Boulevard?
That is correct, yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review it. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the surveillance video as you reviewed it as well?
It is, yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit number 115 pursuant to a business records certification in Exhibit 114 from the custodian of records for that surveillance video, also included in the stipulation between parties.
And that's also true and correct. Judge, no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. And I would ask to have permission to publish that video as well.
Granted.
Thank you. And Detective Blackburn, while we're getting that video ready for you, did you or other law enforcement officers actually go to the Family Dollar that was located, that the surveillance footage is taken from?
That is correct, yes.
Did you also obtain from there a receipt as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 113. Is that in fact the receipt that was obtained from the Family Dollar?
That is correct, yes.
What is the date on that receipt?
It is 11/19/2021, and the time of the purchase was 1:39:48.
Judge, at this time, I will move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 113 pursuant to State's Exhibit 112, yet another business record certification for the receipt from the custodian of records at the Family Dollar, also pursuant to the stipulation between parties.
True and correct, Judge, no objection.
Admit without objection.
Thank you. Yes. All right, Judge, we're going to, Detective Blackburn, we're going to go ahead and play the video.
The date and time on the bottom left-hand side, the time is correct. And this will be the defendant again wearing the same clothing that she was wearing at the A1 market with a COVID-19 mask over her face.
Here's what I'm going to do with today's stream. I'm going to continue up until the lunch break here. Then I need to do an off-eye motion because I am getting tired. But we'll go through to lunch, and then tomorrow, starting at same time, and we will go until the end of the day. And tomorrow also, don't forget, Friday panel show with the usuals will be invited, and some new ones. It will be interesting. Okay, let's continue.
Right, this is a different camera angle. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
This is the defendant, left-hand side, approaching the cash register checkout. Again, the time is 1:39, 6 seconds.
Let's see, what was that she was buying? Looked like cleaning stuff.
And the items purchased is a gallon of bleach, miscellaneous drinks, and candy.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Bleach was being purchased, miscellaneous drinks, and candy, along with the item.
Bleach, candy, and soda. Okay, that's an interesting combo.
And latex gloves were also purchased.
And thank you, Barb, for sharing on Twitter or X.
And she exits the store at 1:40.
All right, and I'm going to, Judge, may I have permission to publish State's Exhibit 113 as well?
Granted.
Detective Blackburn, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 113. You indicated this was the receipt. Tell us what it is that we're looking at here. Can you see?
Yes. Bleach, Skittles, gloves, a Hawaiian, a low-power drink, a Mountain Blast, Mountain Dew, and then gold box wing.
Okay, so, but there is the bleach and the gloves that are noted on that receipt from the Family Dollar.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, from the Family Dollar location, were you able to determine through surveillance videos where the defendant's van traveled next, or the U-Haul van the defendant had rented traveled next?
Yes, the defendant then travels across the street back to 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, the Hometown Suites.
Ooh.
I'm going to show you a couple additional exhibits here.
All right, let's look at this really, really fast here, okay? Class action lawsuit filed against Fulton County Jail. Lawsuit focuses on inmate. Let's see. Sorry, let's go to one of these instead. Oop, wrong one. There. Lawsuit focuses on inmate treatment conditions, names Sheriff Pat Labatt and staff. And yeah, so Atlanta, Georgia. Class action lawsuit have been filed against Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt and members of his staff. The lawsuit focuses on inmate treatment and conditions at the Fulton County Jail. This is one of many that is in the works, by the way, in this case. The notorious facility has faced intense scrutiny over inmate safety, crumbling conditions within this facility, and overcrowding. Last month, the Department of Justice said conditions at the jail violated the 8th and 14th Amendment. And let's see here. Yeah, so this story will unfold as we go along. And thank you to Roxanne January, who told me this was in the works. Okay, I will find out more about this. Definitely find out more. But we have this trial to get to lunch, to look at for a bit more.
Did you go to the Hometown Studios location As part of your investigation,
I did, yes.
were you able to locate any kind of surveillance video there as well?
I did, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 119. What is that?
It's a DVD containing the video footage from the hometown suites that I obtained during my investigation.
And you've had an opportunity to review that footage prior to coming to court today?
I did, yes.
It is a fair and accurate representation of the footage that was reviewed by you at that time?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 119 pursuant to State's Exhibit 118, which is a business record certification for the particular surveillance video, also pursuant to the stipulation of the parties previously agreed upon.
True and correct, Judge, and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, and would also show you State's Exhibit 117. Can you tell us, Detective Blackburn, what that is?
This is going to be a detailed receipt from the hometown studios. Again, the location was 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Norcross, Georgia, 30092.
And is there also some receipts for another location?
Yes, for an additional hometown studios that is located up the street, a different location at 6295 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Norcross, Georgia, 30071.
Judge, at this time, the state will move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 117, which consists of 3 pages, pursuant to State's Exhibit 116, which is a business record certification for those documents, also agreed upon to between the parties by previous stipulation.
True and correct, Judge, and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. I would ask to publish those exhibits, Judge.
Granted.
Thank you. I'll go to the first hometown suites video that occurred in the afternoon of November 19, 2023. If you could help us sort of understand what it is that we're looking at here.
So after the defendant leaves the store across the street, she enters the parking lot or travels around the parking lot to room 251 where that location is at.
All right.
Is-
Yeah, they are
Finally, State's
more or less
Exhibit 111.
following the U-Haul van around for quite some time around the area down to DeKalb before it's returned to U-Haul, probably cleaned.
Judge, at this time, the state will move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit
This is supposed to be a recap, so I'm not going to play everything.
the extraction of the defendant's cell phone in State's Exhibit 21.
Have they been altered in any way?
No, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. They have been previously shown.
Hey, Michelle Warden says, Nick, I thank you for showing us just how a trial has real experts and evidence. Investigators do their jobs efficiently. Although, yes, it's very difficult to watch. Yeah. The circumstances of this trial is horrifying. But the work these investigators have done, these cops, stellar. Stellar.
Defense counsel as well. I'm going to switch over here real quick, and from the defendant's phone, where there's some photographs found that were taken the night around this time of November 19th, 2021, that were of relevance to you to indicate that the defendant may have actually been the one that had dropped the van off.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. May I publish, Judge?
You may.
Oh, so she did the rent-a-car thing. Photograph it as you return it to show, hey, no damage, I cleaned it. Yeah, but Miss Owens, if you commit a crime and are disposing of a body, well, thank you, Miss Owens, for leading the cops along on your ride.
All right, I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 124. Previously, you had noted in the surveillance video that the defendant had taken a photograph of her driver's license.
Yes,
Okay, and this particular photograph was also found on her phone, is that right?
that is correct, yes.
Is that the U-Haul logo there at the bottom?
It is, yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 125.
Yeah, at the same time she claimed
And do you know
that she
if
was at her
appears to be the
sister's
parking lot of
for
the
alibi.
A1
Yeah,
mini storage?
didn't work that
is
well,
correct,
did
yes.
it?
States Exhibit 126. What is that?
It'd be the inside of the van, the cargo area.
Okay, around the time that the van was returned?
That's correct, yes.
And then also States Exhibit 127, was that also found on the defendant's phone?
Correct, yes, that's gonna be the odometer.
Okay. Now, the U-Haul van, was it taken by the Gwinnett County Police Department, impounded by all of you?
It was, on November 22nd, 2021, once I arrived at the location to obtain the receipt.
Was a search warrant obtained to search that van for any potential evidence?
It was, yes, a search warrant was obtained from a Gwinnett County magistrate judge on November 29th, 2021.
And was a search in fact performed of this particular U-Haul van?
It was, yes.
Was there any items of evidentiary value that were located within the van?
No items were located inside the van.
As a precaution, did you also request that a civilian cadaver dog be deployed around that van to determine if there was any cause for alerting?
I did, yes.
And that was done by somebody else, correct?
That is correct, yes. On November 22nd.
On November 22nd. All right, now, at some point, did you get some information from Brittany Hall that may help you to find the location of where Amari's body might be found?
I did, yes.
And where was that location?
In DeKalb County, near Stone Mill Drive.
Did detectives go to that location?
That is correct, yes, on November 22nd.
Oh, so the
that
mother
evening.
eventually
Was there an
told them.
extensive search of the area?
There was, yes.
How long would that search have lasted?
A couple hours, but unfortunately, due to the sun setting, it became impossible for law enforcement to continue the search in the woods in the darkness.
So that evening, Amari was not found.
No, she was not.
At some point, was Amari's body located?
Yes, on November 23rd, 2021, in the morning hours, approximately 8:30-ish, 9.
What were the circumstances in finding her? Who found her?
Detectives from the homicide unit, Corporal Carter and Corporal Lawson, had traveled back out to that location since the search was halted from the dusk on November 22nd. They felt like they went back out there to do a secondary search of the location during daylight hours, and ultimately they located Amari Hall in the woodline.
She was deceased.
She was deceased, yes.
Were you there that day when she was found?
I was not there that day,
Okay.
no.
To your knowledge, was there an autopsy that was conducted on Amari's body?
There was, yes.
Were you present for that autopsy?
I was, yes. And that was on November 23rd, 2021.
And that was Dr.
Dr. Downs performed the autopsy on Amari's body.
That's the medical examiner?
Yes.
My final question to you, in your investigation, were you able to determine an approximate mileage from the A1 mini storage to the hometown studios, to the location where Amari's body was found, and back to the A1 mini storage?
I was, yes.
What was that?
And it was approximately 27 miles, the exact mileage that the defendant had driven on November 19th, 2021.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Good morning, Detective Blackburn.
Good morning, sir.
I have a question, sir. In regards to the flock camera system, can you elaborate a little bit on how the system works?
So as vehicles pass by the flock camera, the camera captures the license plate. Some cameras are angled differently to cover all 3 lanes, if there's 3 lanes, or if there's just a single lane, then obviously it's just angled to cover that specific lane.
What, is it video, is it photographs? What does the camera system actually take a picture of?
It's a photograph of the vehicle itself, the rear of the vehicle, of the license plate mainly, that's what we're focusing on.
So is it constantly taking photographs, or just when a vehicle goes by it triggers the photograph?
It's censored as when vehicles travel past the flock camera, it captures the rear of the vehicle.
Okay, and it focuses on the tag, on the license plate itself?
That's correct, yes.
Not on the interior, so it doesn't take photographs of who ultimately may be in that vehicle?
That's correct, no.
And this system, as you said, is throughout the country, but specifically in regards to this case, from DeKalb County and Gwinnett County, we're talking about those flock camera systems.
That's correct, only in DeKalb and Gwinnett County.
And Mountain Industrial Boulevard, is that what Jimmy Carter Boulevard turns into when you cross into DeKalb?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
May I redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. let's get to the next witness.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you can have a seat and scoot up a little bit closer to those microphones so we can all hear you. And could you go
I
ahead and
assume
state and
this
spell your
is
name for
the
the court?
medical examiner.
My name is Sherry McGill Schwartz. I am SHERRI, McGill, McGill, Schwartz, SCHWARTZ.
Right. And what is your day job?
I work for the last, still 37 years full-time at Piedmont Hospital as an echo sonographer and nurse.
Now, in your free time, do you volunteer for an organization called A-Star?
I do. It's called Alpha Teen Canine Search and Rescue. It is a 501c team that assists law enforcement to help find the missing.
Now, how long have you been with the organization?
20 years.
So
And
she was
do you
one of those who
utilize
found.
the aid of any sort of canine resources in your work?
Yes. So many of us are canine handlers. I am one. And I have 2 dogs that I use. One just retired, and the one I have currently is a cadaver dog.
And what kind of dog is the cadaver dog?
Sierra is her name.
Very good. I
And
was
she
gonna
is a she is a blonde Labrador Retriever.
So, Sierra, does she have any sort of training to look for cadavers or bodies?
Yes. So our team is we work very hard, and we're very proud of what we do. We train at least 3 times during the month. We slowly, I had her since she was 8 weeks old, so we start right away with obedience, sociability, and then the target odor. So she goes through 3 different levels in our team, and she's also gone through several national certifications.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2021, around November 22nd of 2021, were you and Sierra called out to help with the sort of outside search of a U-Haul van that was in part of an investigation with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what location you and Sierra went to?
A cadaver
conduct the
dog
search?
and the
So,
U-Haul.
I know it's 3 different searches, and that particular one was
Yeah.
at the headquarters of the police department, Gwinnett.
So the other searches, did those involve actually trying to find Amari, a little girl, Amari?
Yes.
And that was on previous to the search of the U-Haul van?
Well, the first search was by the hotel,
Okay,
and then the second one was the van,
okay,
and then there was a third one.
okay. So let's talk about the van. What was the purpose of bringing Sierra out to the van?
I think they wanted to find out if there was a possible body that was transported.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 93, 94, and 95. And Judge, these well, let me show you these first real quick, Ms. Schwartz. What are these photographs of?
That looks like the van that I searched, or she searched.
That Sierra searched?
Yes, Sierra searched.
And before we get into that, briefly, Judge, I would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibits 93, 94, and 95, pursuant to the fact that there has been a stipulation for the foundation of these 3 photographs previously between the parties.
That's correct, Judge, as to these exhibits, no objection.
No objection, they're admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge, and may I publish some of these?
You may.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 93. This is a U-Haul van, and it looks like it's noted with a license plate AL06742. Is that the van that you and Sierra searched? Looks like the
It
van?
looks like the van. I don't remember the tag numbers.
Okay, that's fine, no problem. And then also State's Exhibit number 95. Does that look like the open cargo area of the van that you and Sierra searched?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if there is any sort of alert that is given by Sierra, what would that alert be?
So what happens when the dog's trained in the behavior of finding, and her target odor is human remains.
Okay.
They have what we call alert behavior, which they do not control that behavior. It may be increased respirations, a tail wag, more excitement, but then we train them to present a behavior called the final train response. And that is a trained behavior when she's located and able to find that particular target odor.
Was there any kind of an alert given when Sierra went around and into this van?
No.
And how old is Sierra?
She currently is 4 years old.
So back then she would have been about a year old?
She was 17 months old.
Okay. And was this, had Sierra been doing searches, cadaver searches before this day?
So
outside of training?
She was young. This was her second search.
Now, are there any reasons in your training and your experience where a cadaver dog might not alert in an area where there could have been a body?
Yes. I assume she was unable to detect anything, any human remains. Am I allowed to give an analogy?
Sure.
Okay. So if, for instance, you had pizza in your office and you ate all the pizza and there's no pizza left, and your coworkers came in, they would know that you had pizza. But after a few days, they would not know that you had that pizza. So if there was nothing left behind, she would not detect anything.
Would any sort of a barrier on a body prevent odor from emitting?
It would depend on how long, if the body had decomposed over a length of time and how much permeable that material was. It could have prevented her from smelling that odor.
And what about the length of time itself? How does that affect any potential alerts?
Well, if there was nothing left behind, then she may not have detected anything, given I'm not sure how long. So if it had been several days, but if there was something left behind, physical, yes, she probably would have detected it.
Can odor, in your experience in training, be cleaned away with products?
Yes.
Like bleach or any other types of items?
So the cadaver dog didn't notice, but they have her with the U-Haul with bleach. So you can draw the inference there. Now it's not. Remember the Zachariah Anderson case, and the prosecution tried to hammer in that he bought bleach? It was bleach wipes. As in, clean your hands wipes. Not a gallon of actual bleach.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still pissed off with
This
that
search
trial.
occurred on November 22nd, is that correct?
Yes.
There you go.
Sorry.
That's all the questions I have, Judge, for Ms. Schwartz. Thank you.
Mr. Greenwald.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schwartz. How are you?
Good morning. Well, thank you.
When you say that Sierra's trained to alert, can you tell us what she would do in the case of finding some remains or evidence of remains? What would she specifically do?
So her trained final response is the term we use, that we give them we train them to give a behavior. Her trained response is a focused bark.
Is that like constant barking or just one barking
It's repetitive barking.
at a specific spot?
It would be where she detects most of the odor.
And what was physically done in this case, was she sent into the van?
So usually what I do when I'm looking at a vehicle, we'll start away from the vehicle. That's the target. Usually I ask not to know. In this case, I believe I did know. So that way I keep my, I don't want to influence her in any way. So I'll start her away from the van, let her work independently, and then send her off to the van to search. We usually search clockwise and then counterclockwise.
And was she asked to search any other items or areas, locations other than the van?
The inside of the cargo space, I put her in there to search.
Was Sierra tasked with searching any other places?
Not at that particular area, but as I said earlier, we did search near the hotel, and then we also searched another area that was a possible dumping area.
Thank you.
May I redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May the witness be excused?
She may.
Ma'am?
Go.
All right, that's it for this witness.
I thought you would appreciate that. State ready for your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, due to some scheduling issues, we would be presenting our additional witnesses after lunch.
Okay. All right, so we'll take an early lunch today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to release you and ask you guys to be back at 1 o'clock downstairs in jury assembly. I'm going to remind everyone from the prohibition about talking to anyone with this regarding this case, allowing anyone to approach or discuss it with you. Don't watch any news, don't read any articles, don't research anything, don't go to any locations. You are, again, not to discuss this case in any way, shape, or form, even amongst yourselves, until released to do so.
Let's see if they talk about something after the jury has left.
Anything else outside the presence of the jury?
Not from the state, Judge.
Just two issues, Judge. Mr. Brown's given me an Secondly, Judge, I had a chance last night to review Mr. Brown was kind enough, so I was unable to open the autopsy photos. He was kind enough to put them all on the flash drive, and I think you provided him, he copied that for me. I had a chance to review them. There's, I think, 51 or 52 photos, Judge. I had texted him last night that, though voluminous, I was only going to be objecting to 5 of them. Mr. Brown's going to meet with Dr. Downs this evening, see if he can consent to those 5 not being shown to the jury. Do you want, so come back tomorrow, I guess, and let us know. Do you want, since you haven't seen them, do you want to look at the flash drive that contains all of the photos, so in case we're not able to come to an agreement that you have the flash drive that I have, so you can see, because from a homicide case, it's a lot of autopsy photos, and so I'm just making a good faith objection to 5 of those, but I think in context it might be helpful if you have a chance going in case we're not able to come to an agreement, if your honor wishes.
Any objection from the state?
No objection.
No, I think that would just help the process, having already reviewed those items, so I'm happy to, if you want to give me the thumb drive.
Okay. Also, one of these things that I am not a fan of is showing autopsy photos, because studies has shown that people get really affected and is actively searching for somebody to blame. This case is so solid. It's not necessary. Just as with the kid's testimony, it's not necessary. You can have a diagram and point things out and testify, and it can be equally impactful without the prejudice. So, all right, and then they went off to lunch, and that is where I will end this stream. And we will return tomorrow morning, roughly 9:30 a.m., and we will go through the entire day. The entire day. Did you? Oh no, no! I forgot to. Sorry. It shouldn't have said. It should have said Barb K. Not MLS for $60. Oh, I forgot that one. I'm so sorry, Barb. I'm so sorry. You didn't have to give 10 more. Let me know if you want it refunded, because you were already honorary Viking of today. You just let me know, and so you can do it tomorrow. Bob says still not taking it back. Okay, so with $80, no, 10, with $90 from Barb K. That is so amazing. With $90, Barb K is officially and forever, as long as this stream is up, will be the honorary Viking of this stream and this day. And thank you so much for your support. And everybody say thank you to Barb K for the things. For the things. And so yeah, let's go through them. First, let's see here. First, I gifted 5 free memberships. Then, let's see here. Parabellum gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And then Brooklyn gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. Then Dave gifted 10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Dave gifted another one. plus a $2 super chat. Then Bob Cave came in, sweeping everything away with first 5, then another 5, then 10, and now another 10. Thank you so much, everybody. I believe that gets us to a grand total of 52 or 42. I'm tired. But thank you, guys. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for your moral and monetary support. This is a rough trial with the facts in it. So thank you. Thank you so much. And and I will see you back here tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. And we will go through the rest of day 3. And then day 4, we will see if they reach closing arguments. This trial is moving along. Moving along. And with that, as I always say in the end of my streams, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. And I will send you off with a little bit of Christmas.
In a snowy land where the dragons once roamed, a Viking and a cat make a cheerful home. Mr. Jingle purrs as he hangs the lights so bright. Together they bring warmth through a frosty night. Garlands wrapped around the many wood beams, Viking hums old tunes while Mr. Jingle dreams. Wreaths and ribbons, all the colors do explode. A Norse Yuletide tale that will soon unfold. With a yell and a roar they spread the cheer, decking halls with hopes for a grand new year. Mr. Jingle pumps his while the Viking claps. Christmas magic happens in their cozy lap.